Buenos dias, good morning, and welcome to day number 2 of competition here for the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in the beautiful surf city of El Salvador. You can see the shot on screen there, the drone angle of El Sunzal, our surf break for today's competition for SUP surfing. We are going to be moving through the men and women's main round of competition elimination heats today, as we see a young Japanese surfer Tao on screen there, preparing for the first heat of today. It's going to be a stacked day of competition. We've seen the athletes training out there this morning, been some fantastic surfing going down. You see Vince on screen there as well, coming up in the first heat. I really want to thank you for tuning in. My name is Bo Nixon. I'm joined in the booth by Rachel Tilley. Thanks again for joining us. You have so much experience here at this wave. It's great to hear all of your insights. What are you looking forward to for today's action?
Well, I think, yesterday we saw a lot of the first heat jitters for the surfers being day one of competition, and they had that fact that it was non-elimination to fall back on. So today, elimination rounds from here on forward for the rest of their event. We're going to see a lot of action, getting through a lot of rounds today too, because for the SUP surfing, tomorrow is finals day. So we're getting through a lot of surfers, a lot of action, and the waves were pumping yesterday. They're going to be pumping again today. Yeah.
It's looked fantastic out there this morning. The schedule up on screen there. We're going to be running through the SUP surfing today, the main rounds of competition. We're going to probably start with racing tomorrow as well. We'll probably finish the surfing tomorrow. We've got a good forecast of the swell, and then also looking at that distance race on Friday, and finishing off with the sprint, the relay, and our closing ceremony on Saturday. Our 4 competitors in main round 2 of the men's SUP surfing, getting ready for a start here as we take a look at our forecast for today. Rachel, talk us through the conditions. What are you seeing here?
Well, today, 3 to 4 foot southwest swell. That's a really great swell direction for here, as El Salvador is actually a south-facing country, so it's kind of coming from the top right of the beach line, and so that creates those really long rides and those long waves that give you a nice wall in front of you. And the tides, again, really big tides all week. We can expect that again today. It's high tide at the moment. We'll bottom out at that low tide around that 2 o'clock time today. So it's kind of that, it's getting better throughout all day as that tide drains out.
Yeah, we've seen some good waves on the inside there this morning on that higher tide. Athletes probably sitting on the outside to try and find those longer rides for a bit more scoring potential. But we'll see if strategy does come into play and if they've been watching the conditions as well to position themselves in the right spot, because it does change a lot out here.
It'd be interesting to know too if any of these athletes just had a surf this morning. The surfers were really crowded with everyone preparing. You have all the SUP surfers preparing, but you also have the racers that are trying to just stay alive and fine-tuned during these days that they are not racing.
Of course, you've also got the locals out there in the water as we turn our attention to the surfers in heat number 1 of men's main round number 2. Vince Duchnai of Germany in the red, Tao Iwanaga of Japan in the blue, Marco Gerasitano of Italy in the green, and Yonatas Novais of USA in the white jersey. 4-person heats to kick things off here in the men's. We have got to start, so we are 20-minute heats in this round. Surfers, the top 2 scoring waves will count toward their heat total. And of course, the top 2 surfers advancing, the bottom 2 surfers eliminated from competition this year. As we look to see all surfers jostling for position, no priority to start things off in the heat. So they will have to jockey for position out there. And it looks like we do have a surfer up and riding. It is Tao Iwanaga of Japan, this young 16-year-old. Beautiful first turn. And then again, high up into the lip, manages to carve that board. And he drops down again for another slashing maneuver. He's found himself 3 good moves on the outside section. Switches that paddle to set things up as the wave runs through the midsection of the point. And another beautiful turn off the top. You can see him really utilizing the paddle on those outside turns. Now switching the paddle once again to cut back toward the white water. Setting things up for the inside section. He's going to decide to kick out of that wave. He got a few good maneuvers done, nothing super critical or powerful, but it's going to be a great start from Young Tao.
Yeah, I'd be really happy with that start, you know, in the first minute and a half of the heat. That just puts him in a position that he can be a little bit more relaxed, paddling back out, a little bit more selective with his next ride. Those quick starts, especially in these 20-minute heats, tend to be really crucial in just having great heat management and time management.
Yeah, like you said, getting off to that quick start. You don't want to be sitting there with 10 minutes left without a wave at all, because it's a long point break and you got to try and get really busy.
Yeah, and at that point, then you're a lot more reliant on luck, and you're a lot more reliant on whatever wave comes, so you just have to make do of. So let's take another look at this first ride of our heat. Nice opening maneuver, coming back around. This ride looking really nice and clean for him. No wind on the face at the moment, so that is the advantage of having this first heat of the day. And something that really stood out to me yesterday in Tao surfing and is standing out to me again here is how much he moves his feet around. That back foot is constantly moving back and forward. He's constantly adjusting his feet. You know, what we've noticed, especially on these boards, keeping that rail engaged on these big faces requires you to move not just that foot forward and back as we saw Tao do, but from rail to rail too. And that was a really great demonstration of that from Tao. So we'll see that score, where that comes in at. We also have a score to drop from Marco, but seeing that he's already back out there, I think that was probably just a quick in and out.
Yeah, looks like just a quick score for Marco of Italy. Still waiting on a start from Jonatas, but he's paddling deep across over to the inside of the point break, looking for waves to stand up over there. It's quite a big playing field, a few different takeoff spots out there, especially with that high tide. You can kind of find and work your way on the inside or stay on the outside. As you can see now, the waves pushing a little bit wider, and it looks like Vince, now that is Marco in the green jersey, up and riding of Italy, fading back, and a nice turn to kick things off. Switching the paddle again, just redirecting his board back toward that power section of the wave. A nice slashing maneuver. You can see him really staying right with the whitewater. He doesn't want to lose this wave. If you head out onto the shoulder too much, it's really easy to fall off the back of this wave. As he whips that board back around, decides to kick out. So a smaller one to start things off for Marco. As we catch up with Vince behind him, up and riding. Vince put together some great rides yesterday to see himself through to the second round of competition. I'd love to see what work he got done on the outside, because he's done some big turns yesterday, and he's trying to link this one together. So that will be a start for Vince. And then, of course, that leaves Jonatas of the USA out the back there with first priority, looking to get a start. And looks like a nice wave coming through the lineup here, Rachel.
Wow, look at this one, came right to him.
So Jonatas up and riding, just timing that bottom turn so he can apply some power to that turn. As we see him again, pushing hard, getting that board back around into that section there. This wave looking like it's shouldering off, so will it be able to link through to the inside? He's going to stay with this one. You can see him really tracking to the right-hand side of screen toward the inside of the point. He sees something a little further down the line that might offer him up a bit more scoring potential. He's going to decide to kick out there. A couple of nice turns to start things off. As we start to see some small scores dropping for the competitors, we'll update you once the higher scores come through. That's going to really set our scene for the heat today.
Yeah, to me, I think, well, we still have yet to see what the outside section of Vince's wave looked like. It looked like maybe from, you know, we got little glimpses of it from behind some of Marco's shots, but I'd be interested to see how that came out. As to me, Tao had a standout ride. Let's take a look at this outside section. So nice smooth opening turn, slashes that tail, gets a little hung up there, builds the speed up here. Love that roundhouse use of paddle. Bringing it all the way around again. So this is kind of where we caught up from it with the wave earlier in the heat. So I liked that outside section. To me, maybe Tao's was still the standout ride. As we look to compare, you can see he just had a few more opportunities on this outside section to get those critical maneuvers and lay it on. Gets a little hung up there, keeps his speed up, and another third ride before we start to see, or sorry, another third maneuver before we start to see it shoulder off. This one just a little bit smaller, but hit that line really nicely. Actually, it never really shouldered off. Look at that. He had every opportunity to just keep building upon where all the other waves did have that shouldery section. So that's going to be a real point of difference in these high tide heats, in these early morning heats. As we take a look at this 3.4 for Marco, this one was a little bit smaller, and it didn't really give him that opportunity to get away from the pocket. You can see he's kind of always starting that turn just on that corner of the whitewash. That's because the wave really didn't have any much energy outside of that area, but not really allowing him to draw the lines that the judges would like to see. And this ride, opening ride for Jonatas, came in as a 2.67. Again, all of that scoring coming from those first two maneuvers. All the rest of this, he tried to keep with it, really getting hopeful that it's going to hit this inside line, but there's just too much water on the inside for it to really have anything substantial build up through the rest of this wave.
Yeah, Jonatas there finishing off on the inside. So you were right, Rachel, in saying that Tao had the better of the exchange with that opening of the heat. So he locked in a 5.67 for his ride, puts him up into first place currently. Vince Duschnei of Germany, he locked in a 4.17, currently sitting in second place. So first and second are the advancing positions in this heat. And we see Marco from Italy in that third place, just needing a very small score, a 0.78 to jump up into second. And Jonatas, a 1.51 needed from him to move up into advancing position. So still 11 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock in this heat. Plenty of time for another set or two to arrive for our competitors. But Tao putting on a great performance. Young 16-year-old from Japan.
Yeah, and opening up with that, the nod in that first exchange always feels really good, because now he has that advantage over everyone of whatever he gets as that second score is just furthering that requirement. So he's leading the heat just on one wave at the moment. It's not a huge separation from Vince's 4.17, but it is over a point and a half more, or exactly a point and a half actually, sorry. So that does make a difference when you're talking about requirement and the time ticking down. Still plenty of time to see multiple exchanges happen, but that's always my goal at the start of every heat, is to just win that opening exchange, because it takes that pressure off towards those final minutes at the end of the heat.
Yeah, it certainly does. But I know a few competitors that like that pressure, and then they thrive under that pressure, and it kind of gives them that energy to do well on the next wave. So yeah, each to their own, but I definitely would prefer to have the better of the exchange just to relieve some of that pressure, as Tao has first priority, looking to back up his highest score at the moment. Just see him waiting patiently. He's going to decide just to get some speed along this one, set things up further down the line of the wave, carving back to the whitewater. Now things start to stand up a little steeper for him. He's got a lip to work with. Nice slashing maneuver at the top of this wave, and then carving that board back around. It's going to be a great backup score for Tao. Again, he's got a little bit more wave to work with through the inside, as he just patiently waits for a section to stand up. Again, pushing hard on that tail of the board to move it back around. Things steepen up a little bit. He switches the paddle, gets back into the pocket there. Nice slashing turn there as well. Decides that's it for that wave. He's going to kick out.
A lot of great energy on that wave. You know, he's having great wave selection in this heat so far. And it seems like it hasn't even been something that he's been, you know, passing up a lot of waves. It's just with the two waves that he's been perfectly in priority for or in position for have been these excellent waves that have just allowed that opportunity of really being able to do critical maneuvers down the line rather than shouldering off. Taking another look at this one, you can see Marco having a look, but Tao decides to claim it, builds up this speed because he sees it standing up. Nice bottom turn, opening maneuver, bringing it around. And this is where it starts to get a bit more critical. Love that use of that paddle, really pushing that back foot, bringing this one all the way around. Slower cut back because that wave really starts to slow down in that section, but he managed to have it pick back up, and this turn was great. These last two, there it is. You can see that spray coming off, and in such a small pockety section, he was able to demonstrate how much power he has, and that was a really great performance.
Live action in the water. Vince Duschnei of Germany up and riding, carving his board back toward the white water, setting things up. He pushes hard on that back foot there, just staying with the white water on this one to set up for another turn. A slashing maneuver there, so you can see those sliding turns. Now Vince puts it on rail to cut back toward the pocket of the wave. And again, cutting back. This wave looking like it's shouldering off a little bit. Vince going to stick with it. Could open up and offer up something on the inside for Vince. He's looking to back up a 4.17. He's going to stick with this one all the way through to the inside, where you could get some higher scores if you are committed to that end section. And it looks like Vince is. Another nice turn off the top. And again, just decides to hit the eject button there. As we see Jonatas up and riding. As he now is just carving back, waiting for this wave to stand up. Looks like he's got a nice wall in front of him. He's going to wait patiently and turn that board back. A lot of foam on the wave face of this one, which makes things a little difficult, but he does a nice turn. Again, just setting things up, pushing hard again on the back foot to draw that board all the way back around into the pocket. And that wave just tapering off on the inside for him, but he's going to stick with it again. We've seen him on that first ride, really carving back deep on the wave, and this one is going to offer up some more scoring potential on the inside. So Jonatas, again, another beautiful turn there. And he's got the end section to work with, but he just decides to kick out of that one. We also saw Marco up and riding during that exchange too.
So much action happening here in this first heat. This is why it's so fun to be here commentating at El Sunzal. You know, with 4 people in the water too, you get to really see all of these sets maximized and so much action, and they're all quality waves. I really liked that one, last one of Jonatas, that's going to improve upon his 2.67, offered him a little bit more of that, those sections for him to demonstrate some more critical maneuvers, so he'd be feeling good paddling back out of that one. Everyone taking their waves close into the beach, with Tao sitting out the back with first priority. His last wave came in as a 4.93, so it was slightly smaller than his 5.67, but a really strong wave. So that has him sitting comfortably in the lead at the moment, with scores to drop for everybody.
Yeah, it's going to make things a lot harder for our other competitors to catch Tao with those 2 scores. But still, looks like some more lines approaching the lineup here. And Tao currently sitting out with first priority, as you mentioned, Rachel. Bit of a paddle battle there, I think, between Jonatas and Marco. If Marco can get out in front of Jonatas, it will give him a little bit of an advantage to choose the next wave. We'll take a look at this replay from Vince.
Yeah, working hard to build his speed up at the beginning, wrapping it all the way around. Just taking his time to get comfortable, his feet comfortable in the wave, and that was really nice. Something I really noticed on Vince's wave was he did a lot of these slashes and then would add in more of those roundhouses. So good demonstration use of the rail on those roundhouses, and then keeping that board a bit flatter to really push the fins on more of those slashes. And Tao's up again.
Yeah, heat leader, live action in the water. He's got a lip to work with here, up into the lip. So that's a lot more critical surfing from Tao. And again, he's going to put that board up in the top of the wave, just slashing off the top of that one, switching the paddle now to carve that board all the way back around. It's amazing how many maneuvers these surfers can fit in on just one wave. As Tao now bringing it through to the inside. He's got more wave to work with, does he? He's having a look over his shoulder. He's going to stick with it, switching the paddle, carving that board back around. Decides to kick out. We'll see if that is going to go into his top 2 scores. But at the moment, he's sitting in the lead in first place. And Vince locked in a 3.97 for that ride during that replay. We see Marco sitting with 2 scores, a 3.73 and a 3.4. So he needs a 4.41 to move up into second place. And Jonata's looking for a 5.47 to move into second. If Tao's score does come through and improves the situation, it won't change things for Marco and Jonatas, but it will make things harder for Vince if he wants to move up into first place. Just under 3 minutes left in this first heat of the day to kick things off. Beautiful conditions, very light variable winds at the moment. We saw the winds yesterday offshore all day, which was fantastic for our competitors. It did get a bit strong here and there. Looks like quite variable out there today.
Yeah, and like you said with Tao, he has the 2 highest single wave scores of the whole heat. So he's sitting really comfortable. He's been very dominant from literally the first minute of this heat. Really nice rhythm that he's gotten into with the ocean. So it is that battle for second place right now. Vince has that first priority. So he's going to be working really hard to keep Jonatas and Marco off any opportunity that they might be looking for their respective 4s that they need at the moment. In 2 minutes at this point, you know, when you're Vince, you're just hoping waves don't come.
Of course.
But if you're Marco and you're Jonatas, you're like, please let a 3-wave set come, because then that's when it puts the pressure on Vince to use his priority accordingly. You know, you can only really use that priority once, and
waves
looks
approaching.
like we might have an opportunity here.
So yeah, we see Jonatas paddling in. So Vince letting Jonatas go on this one. He needs a 4.71 now. His last score dropped in. We see him just fading back. Did he get too deep? Getting lots of speed around this section. Got a little bit of open face to work with.
Whoa.
Just mistimes that paddle placement on the wave. And so the judges will take that into consideration as we see this wave just disappearing. And I think that might have been a good move from Vince to let Jonatas go, seeing that there might not be enough scoring potential, but he has got an inside section here. And things are standing up. He gets up into the lip. Fortunately falls off in the white water there. We see Marco on a wave, so Vince not using his priority. And Marco getting an opportunity here on the inside. It looks like he is caught behind the white water. So that wave selection not going to help his situation. Just under 50 seconds left in this heat. I don't think there's going to be enough time for them to be able to get on their feet and back out into the lineup to be able to catch another wave. So it does look like the surfers on screen out there, Tao Iwanaga of Japan and Vince Dushnai moving through this heat. As we see Marco there making his way in after that performance.
Yeah, Vince did really well for that wave selection. You know, kind of making that split-second judgments that neither of those waves he thought were going to be the required score. Always a little bit risky because sometimes those inside ones really can run and provide opportunity, but it's also just as risky to leave your competitors out the back and then take off on one that wouldn't have been the score. So,
of course, and as we saw with Jonatas' wave, he may have had that opportunity on the inside to get that score. Vince catching this wave after the buzzer, so not going to go into his score line, but he will be moving through to men's main round 3 of competition. We're going to take a short break here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with heat number 2.
Hello and welcome everybody to the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Beautiful SUP El Salvador. I hope you have a great competition, and when the competition is done and it's over, everybody goes home as an ambassador of beautiful, the smallest country, Central America, El Salvador, with the biggest heart. Muchas gracias, everybody. Hope you have a good time.
Hello and welcome back to day number 2 of competition here for the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. Moving straight on into heat number 2 of the men's SUP surfing main round 2. Tamil Martino of Peru in the red jersey. Jason Latham representing American Samoa in the blue. Carlos Arsen representing New Zealand in the green. And Armando Colucci of Venezuela. As we see Tamil Martino ripping a couple of turns on that outside section. Brings that board back around to the white water. Again, beautiful rail work as he makes his way through the inside of this wave. Using that paddle very well to be able to rotate his upper body to get back to the white water. Tamil Martino, silver medalist back in 2013. He's going to be looking to go one better this time in the 2025 edition. As we see our other competitors in the water. Looking like another wave approaching the lineup here. Armando taking a look at this one. Representing Venezuela in the white jersey. He's managed to get into this one. See him bottom turning. Got a great lip to work with. Whoa. Fantastic float off the top there. As we see him just carve that board back around. So a great opening wave for Armando in that first turn. Very critical. He's really slashing that board through the inside here, hoping for something else. Decides to kick out of that one. It's going to help him get out the back a little bit quicker, finishing that wave kind of midway in. But that first turn, Rachel, was very nice.
Yeah, we haven't been able to see a lot of floaters here because just the way the waves have been lining up with this swell direction. So that was really nice to see some variety as we see Team USA there. Yonatas, we just saw him in that last heat. Unfortunately go out, get knocked out in this elimination round, but Team USA vibes are high.
Certainly are, as we're catching up with New Zealand SUP surfer Carlos Arsen. Such a smooth, really relaxed style with Carlos. He'll just kick out of that one. And looks like Jason Latham up and riding in the blue jersey, cutting this one back on his backhand. Things setting up, decides to switch the paddle and just again places a turn there. And then third turn just carving back toward the white water. Slight rebound off the white water as well. That wave getting a bit smaller on the inside, decides to use the paddle for a bit of speed. Sticking with this one, using the rail of that board to generate that speed. As we see him now switch the paddle and try to get up into the lip on the inside section. Manages to hold on to that turn. So a number of good maneuvers on this wave. He's got a little bit more opportunity, decides just to kick out before the shore break there. A mix of sand and rocks, don't want to damage any equipment. So 16 minutes, 45 seconds left in this heat, and all surfers getting a ride there.
Yeah. That's a really exciting heat for us to now sit and watch with so much action happening within these first 4 minutes. Really ups the ante, puts that pressure on. Now the surfers are going to be paddling back out to try and establish priority. But I love those first exchanges when there's no priority and everyone's kind of jockeying for the position in those first spots.
Yeah, it's always interesting to find out who is going to get the better of the exchange. So take a look on the screen, previous champions. And of course, we'll see Max Torres, Luchi Cosoletto, Luis Denise, and Benois Carpentier coming up in competition later on today, representing their respective countries. It's great to have past world champions here for both SUP surfing and also the SUP racing and prone paddleboard racing. As we take a look at some replays here, Tamil Martino up into the left.
Gosh, again, we were talking before for Armando's wave that it was great seeing that opportunity for that floater, but man, that was a beautiful, powerful opening maneuver. And this wave really frothy because he was on that one just behind Armando, and he's doing really well to look really fluid through those bumpy sections. So we take another look at this opening ride for Armando going up to the lip. We're still waiting for the score to drop in. He did really well to show a variety of maneuvers. His wave a little bit cleaner than the one that we saw of Tamil because it was that first one of the set. Only 3 maneuvers of opportunity on this wave. I don't think that will affect his score actually too much because all those 3 were critical maneuvers, as opposed to Jason's wave did provide opportunity all the way to the inside, but a little bit less critical all the way through. So that's where judges are going to be looking. You know, there's a lot of downtime here on Jason's wave, so a long length of ride, but it's not all just about length of ride. It's the judges would rather see those critical opportunities. So he did well to make the most of this wave. Judges just dropping their score for this one, a 3.5.
As we see live action in the water, Armando Colucci just caught behind the white water here. Gets a little bit off balance, but does well to find the open face again. Decides to kick out. So judges still waiting to drop for that first score for Armando, but Tamil Martino of Peru dropping a 7-point ride. As we see Team Japan welcoming back Tao Iwanaga. Moving on through to the next round of competition. Team Japan looking strong this year. Got a great lineup of races. Looking forward to their divisions later on in the week. As we turn our attention back to the water, Tamil Martino in the lead currently. Jason Latham with that 3.5. Carlos Arsen at 2.33, but still waiting on scores to drop for Armando, especially with that first turn looking like he might improve on that position there that he's in. We see the judges really rewarding Tamil's commitment to the outside section.
Yeah, and I think that's something that they're going to be comparing it to Tamil's wave. To me, Tamil's wave was a little bit more critical in what we saw, so I expect Tamil to have that nod with the 7.0, but they're just trying to set their scale, especially early in these heats throughout the day. The judges work hard to set a scale in order to keep it consistent and all the waves consistent throughout the day. So it drops a 3.6. That sends him straight into second place. So yeah, really rewarding the criticalness of Tamil's wave. And I think it wasn't just critical, but he had a lot of power and speed while he was executing those maneuvers too. And he has first priority, potentially positioning himself. He's going to have a paddle.
Yeah, he was definitely watching this one from the outside. He's deciding to go and commit to this wave. We'll watch Tamil again trying to back up a 7-point ride. Switches the paddle for a cutback on the first maneuver. Now he's got a bit more steeper face to work with. Puts that board above the lip, but unfortunately just catches the rail on his way down. And he'll fall off on that wave. Still on the outside though, so he'll be able to get his way back out the back. We see Carlos Arsen a little bit caught behind on this one. We'll see if he can manage to get in front of the white water. He does. Puts that board up to the top of the wave for a nice first turn. A really relaxed style. Great whipping maneuver. Really redirects that board all the way back toward the white water. And he decides to kick out. These waves starting to disappear in that deeper water on the higher tide, Rachel.
Yeah, it's sometimes those, you could see that he took off on it a little bit in and deep, and on the lower tide when there's not as much water on that reef there, on over those cobblestone rocks, those ones can really run. But on this high tide, it kind of almost goes back into a deeper spot there. But I really loved his style. You can see the demonstration. You keep describing it as relaxed, and that was really nice. I loved the way he swooped his board around. That comes in as a 2.8, so that does improve his situation back into second place. He has a backup of a 2.33, but at this point, it really is everyone's game. Armando only needs a 1.53, Jason needing a 1.63, so really close for that second place position. Again, Tamil having that first place pretty on lock at the moment with that 7.0.
Yeah, that's right. Those surfers in third and fourth just needing really small scores, just really a one turn on a wave to get back up into second place. 10.5 minutes left in heat number 2. So still a bit of time, but obviously the clock counting down. Yeah, Carlos Arsen just, I think his board a little bit flatter rocketed. Looks like maybe a little bit heavier compared to his competitors as well. So the way it flows and transitions through maneuvers just looks like it works really well for him and really matches his style. perfectly.
Yeah, Carlos and I were both out there right at the buzzer of the end of the day yesterday, and we both were able to get out before it got too crowded, get 2 waves each under our belt, and then we came in and had a nice little chat about it afterwards of going, okay, we did what we needed to, then the crowd got really busy after that.
So we see a set approaching the lineup. Tamil having a look. He doesn't have first priority. That is with Armando Colucci, but he's going to take off under the lip on this one. Unfortunately, going down. Will there be an opportunity for Carlos to get on this end of this one? Unfortunately not. So Tamil now with first priority making his way across. Is he going to be able to get in front of that white water, in front of that peak? He's not going to be able to. But a nice size set approaching. There's going to be a third wave. And priority still with Tamil. But Jason's going to have a look at this one and try and take off. We'll see if he does give way to Tamil. Tamil's going to let him go. So on his backhand, Jason carving first maneuver, switching the paddle. Again, just deciding where to place that paddle for his second turn as he whips it back to the white water. Really tight turn in the pocket as he now out on the shoulder of that wave. And I thought he was going to go for his signature 360 there on the rebound. The way he just holds the paddle, you could just tell he's looking for something a bit more dynamic on that wave.
Yeah, exactly. He's really looking for every opportunity to try and add those points of opportunity up.
Armando Colucci finds an inside wave that has a little bit of a steeper face. His first turn, a bit under the lip there, and again, just slashing maneuver right in the pocket. He's going to get a third turn on this one, switching the paddle, carving it all the way back to the white water. 3 nice turns to kick things off, and another slashing maneuver there. So linking together the maneuvers, not much downtime on that wave. Judge is going to be rewarding that one.
Yeah, it's some of those waves, though, you could see that it was almost angling back towards him, that line, instead of running forward, and that kind of forces him to stay just in that small section of where he was able to execute his maneuvers, and that limits the variety of maneuvers he's able to execute there. So I think that will be reflected in that score, but he's looking to add upon a 3.6, which is the highest, second highest single wave score until this one just dropped a 4.07.
So yeah, he now moves up into second place, and we're going to take it down to sidelines, down for a post-heat interview with the winner of the last heat.
Hey guys, good morning, buenos dias, or should I say ohayo gozaimasu, because we've got a Japanese athlete as our first winner of the day. This is Taho Hiwanawa, a young paddler from Japan. Taho, you seem to be having fun out there. 2 great solid scores to get your day started. How was it for you? We've got Suzuki to translate for us.
I'm sorry. さっきのヒートで、2本グッドスコアを並べてバッチリ勝ったんですけど、どうでしたか？
最初のヒートでめっちゃ緊張してたんですけど、1本目にいい波が乗れてよかったです。
He was so nervous, but he caught the first wave and he got relaxed and had a good heat.
I understand this is your first ISA World Championship. You're pretty young. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? How old you are, where you're from, and where would you like to surf?
初めての ISA の試合で、緊張してると思うけど、自分のことを自己紹介してください。名前とか年とかどこから来たとか。
田尾岩永16歳で日本から来ました。
日本のどこから？
日本の石川県から来ました。
Okay, his name is Tao Iwanaga, and he's 16 years old. He came from Japan, and I said, obviously. And he's from Ishikawa Prefecture. It's Sea of Japan. It's the other side of Tokyo.
Okay, well, we've got a young paddler and he's on fire. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Matu. Ohayou gozaimasu to Tao.
Love the energy in that post-heat, just being able to hear from the surfers like that and, see such a world, an international field represented here. But it's such a big deal at 16 years old to be able to represent on the world stage like that. And, something we were talking a lot, Bo, is that he got that first wave really early on. And I loved that there was that mention of that that he was nervous, but getting that first wave helped him relax because you saw him just get into such an easy rhythm throughout the rest of that heat.
Certainly did, yeah. He seemed to be on all of the set waves and all of the clean waves as well. So, you know, maybe a bit of the coaching from Coach Suzuki helps out there, but might just be down to experience as well.
Yeah. The Team Japan, we've been seeing them all spend a lot of time in the lead up to this event as well, getting comfortable with that wave selection out in the water.
So 4 minutes, 40 seconds left in heat number 2 of men's SUP surfing round number 2. Remember, this is an elimination round, and they all will be moving forward from here. So 3rd and 4th will be eliminated, 1st and 2nd moving through to the next round of competition. And currently it is Tamil Martino in the lead. 2nd place, Armando Colucci. Jason Latham looking for a 3.95. And Carlos Arsene looking for a 4.87. Tamil in that 1st place, currently holding down first priority, so he will have choice of the next wave that comes through. He's only got a 2.27 as his backup ride, so he's definitely going to be looking to improve upon that, because the other competitors will only need a little bit more of a score to catch him. And then it will be Carlos Arsene in that 2nd priority. He will have a choice of that next wave that comes through. Judges looking for those maneuvers in the critical section of the wave. Of course, speed, power, and flow, all part of the judging criteria. And definitely, as SUP surfers, effective use of that paddle. As we see Tamil paddling into this one, going to use his priority on this wave, realizing that it's going to stand up in front of him. With 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes left on the clock, decides to rebound off the white water for his first turn. Sets things up here with a bit of a steeper face, switches that paddle for a beautiful searing carve off the top, and then decides to really push hard, slide the fins, throw that tail, and just rebounding off the white water. This wave really starting to flatten out on the inside, but you can see it standing up again through this inside section. Who has some more scoring potential, gets up into the lip for another maneuver. Tamil does very good to read that wave so well and connect through to the inside. As we see him check his watch, realizing he's probably not going to have enough time to get out the back again, but it's going to be a great backup score for his 7-point ride. Rachel, what was he looking for on that wave? Because it didn't look like it was going to connect through to the inside, but he could see something in there.
Yeah, that, like you said, was so well read from that very first maneuver. I mean, this one, I was thinking he was going to take off down the line, but no, he angled it back, got that critical opening maneuver, so that way he could be in the right spot for when it really did stand up here. He just knew that timing of the wave, really critical, pushing that back foot. And here we thought, okay, maybe he's going to cut out, but he could see that, you know, he knows there's only a couple minutes left, that he may as well work for everything on this wave, and it stands back up and he makes the most of that. Love how he jams that back foot, makes that so critical. Really precise use of the paddle throughout this entire wave as well. Yeah.
Neil there put together a very good wave.
That's going to be a great backup score.
Certainly is. Judges still deliberating on where that score is going to drop for Tamil. Be a good backup to his 7. And it is still Jason Latham and Carlos Arsene looking to improve upon their scoreline to advance in this heat. You can see the wave kind of splitting there on screen as we have another wave approaching the lineup. And it looks like competitors might be positioned a little deep on this one. We'll see if they are able to get across to the peak. It is Carlos Arsene with first priority, and he's going to have the choice of this wave. Taking off, needing a 4.87. Here goes Carlos, bottom turning up into the lip. Just a little turn underneath the lip there as he sets up his second turn. Just a casual style of the New Zealand surfer. Up into the lip, throws it up there. Can he ride out of this one? He's not going to be able to hold on to that white water section, so he goes down. Not going to be that 4.87 he needs to move through. That's my call anyway. I'm not a judge, but...
Yeah, I agree there. Maybe was that opportunity had he finished that out and had he pushed maybe a little bit harder on that opening maneuver. But a 4.87 is a decent score that you need to get, you know, at least a few decent maneuvers in there to add up, as we see Jason going for his attempt, 3.95 required.
Up and riding first turn, wrapping it back to the whitewater, switching the paddle again for a turn in the pocket here. He's going to try and stick with this one. 3.95, like you said, is what he needs to advance through. And looks like he's identified that this wave is going to steepen up for him again through the inside. He's switched the paddle, getting his board, redirecting it back to the whitewater. Finding a little bit of lip on the inside, just slashing it off the top there. A smaller wave, but getting a lot of work done throughout the inside section as he rides all the way through to the inside. He's going to do one more carving maneuver, and can he finish off again? Right in front of the rocks here, El Sunzal.
Wow.
Decides to kick out. So a lot of turns done on that wave, Rachel. What do you think? Is it going to be enough to progress him? A 3.95 is what he's looking for.
Man, I think we're going to be close there. I think it's a possibility that the judges will give him the nod. A smaller wave, like you said, nothing outstandingly critical that makes me go, oh yes, that was for sure the score, but so much time and opportunity. He did great to link it all the way through. Love that opening turn, wrapping it all the way back. Here is where it kind of gets a little bit smaller, but he's just trying to stay busy. So 3 maneuvers out the back before he got this inside connection section. This was really crucial to him having the opportunity of getting the score. The fact that he got 3 more maneuvers throughout the inside here was really great. So, you know, I think it's going to be close, a 3.73. So that's what the judges are going to be looking at. That's his second highest, or that's his highest single score at the moment. They're going to be comparing, what did we give a 3.73? Where does this now sit on that scale, knowing that he needs that 3.95?
Well, 3 outside maneuvers and then 3 inside maneuvers. Like we were saying, a smaller wave, but a lot of work done. It's going to be tense times on the beach for Jason to see if he is going to overtake Armando's position in second. As we just catch up with Tamil Martino's last wave, a 7.67. That's going to be the highest wave score of the heat. So he solidifies himself in that first place. He'll be moving through, but it is a chase for second place. Jason's last score coming in at a 3.77.
Oh.
Not enough. Just a 0.2 off of what he needed. So
Yeah.
very, very tight. And we're going to go to Tamil Martino with a post-heat interview down there with Matu.
Hey guys, I'm with Tamil Martino, winner of heat number 2, and you know what? I felt like it was a repeat of yesterday. 2 great scores over 7, so similar score than yesterday's repechage heat for you. How was it out there?
Well, it was fun, the second round. Kind of slow in between the sets. So I take the first wave in the first second of the heat and the last wave in the last second. So finally I get that score, no? 2 sevens.
Yeah, you look stronger and stronger after every heat, so sounds like you're all fired up for the rest of the competition.
Yeah, I'm here for make the all that I can. Happy.
I know you have a special supporter watching from home. Maybe you want to say a word to Pascal.
Yeah, Pascal, un saludito, mi causa Pascal. Aquí estamos. Hija.
Pascal is the Tamil's 3-year-old son. Thank you, guys. See you in a bit.
You. Gracias.
Thank you so much, Tamil. Congratulations. That was maybe the quickest post-heat interview we have seen, and straight into heat number 3. Rachel Tilley here, joined with Dave Bainey. As we see the first wave up and riding, Alberto Castellanos representing El Salvador. We have France, Chile, Spain, and El Salvador represented here in this heat. Benois Carpenter, a former gold medalist in this heat. So a really great mix of surfers here. It's a stacked heat.
Yeah, definitely. So obviously Benoit, one of the standouts yesterday. So it's pretty exciting to see him back here in action. And also Gabriel Salazar from Chile and Juan de los Reyes from Spain, the backhand goofy footer. We've already had some great surfing this morning. I got to watch from the sidelines there with our perfect view in our station here. And yeah, it's straight into Heat 3. And the waves are still pumping. Hey, Rachel.
Yeah, they have been. We have a really high tide this morning, so it has made wave selection really crucial for these athletes. You know, we see a variety of the point of difference for the wave selection is really those waves that offer that opportunity to run down the line. A lot of waves at the moment kind of getting sucked onto that inside reef and shouldering off, not providing that opportunity for the athletes to really put anything on rail or critical for the judges. So it's been the two standout surfers, Tamil and Tao, who were the heat winners of the first and second heat, were the ones that were able to find those waves that ran down the line. But only a couple of them out there, lots of waves in general, but those quality ones are few and require good wave selection. As we see a paddle here for Juan. He's not going to take it, but it's going to be Alberto taking off on this one. This is his second ride. Nice opening maneuver, gets a little hung up, works to get back into it. You can see that longer board. He has a lot of weight on it and working to just fling it around a little bit more on that smaller wave. A little bit difficult. He already has a 1.83. So that's going to go into his scoreline at the moment. He has two waves already in his scoreline. So that one quickly dropped at 2.33.
Yeah, Alberto staying busy already with his two waves. And yeah, like you said, choosing a little bit bigger board. You know, there's some advantages to that. You know, you get a lot more paddle speed. You're able to catch the waves easier, obviously. And we see Benois in red up and riding. Benois up and through the lip right there. Yesterday he chose to wear a hat. He's going hat-free. So let's see what he could do. Sets it up again. Nice carving, swooping cutback right there. Benois just looking nice and smooth, in control here. Kind of surveying his wave, see if he should fade left, go right. Boom, up and over into that lip. So Benois getting that closeout section at the end.
Really nice. So all three of those surfers that were still battling for priority went really deep for that wave. And you know what? That actually put him in really good opportunity to have critical section after critical section to really lay it on rail, showing that he's really comfortable out in this lineup and even getting that opportunity to hit that final maneuver. That is what he's looking to open up his campaign with. So we can see our past SUP surf champions, Benois getting his win here in El Salvador back in 2019.
Yeah, and also Luis Diniz from Brazil, won in 2022. And then the current reigning gold medalist, as we'll say, Max Torres in 2023. So all former gold medalists are here. They're still in the draw, and they all were standouts in round one.
So everyone else still really waiting to open up their account. We do have those two small scores for Alberto, but those are probably two waves that he's still going to look to replace. But let's take a look at this replay. First two maneuvers, just so impactful, Dave.
Yeah, I love this swooping cutback he sets up. You see him just kind of patiently waiting for the wave to form up and just times it so good. Just laying into the rail right there. And, you know, I had to do a double take after he pulled out of this wave. You know, as you mentioned, they were super deep, and can't really tell on the screen here, but after this last maneuver, this is kind of a look we haven't seen all competition long, this kind of closeout section into, you know, kind of pulling out left. So I actually looked behind myself into the window to see where it actually was, and it was really deep. So it was a cool wave. I mean, great selection.
I loved his patience, especially on that first maneuver. He cuts it a little bit short because he sees this running ahead, and then here really lays it on, wraps it all the way around, banks it. Just demonstrating so much patience, even though it had so much speed, power, flow. you could see he was just relaxed and reading, giving and taking with that wave and getting that final closeout maneuver. But really, if you had that kind of wider angle, Dave, as you were saying, it was actually just this little peak that popped up in front of him. It wasn't that end closeout section on the shore break that we've been seeing some of the surfers make it into.
Right. And we got Juan de los Reyes from Spain on his backhand.
Wrapping it around. See, this one being one of those more shouldery ones that the athletes are, it's kind of a struggle to see out the back when you're taking off on these waves to know if it's going to randomly give that opportunity like Benois got or if it's going to shoulder off. So having that coach and that strategy with your team before paddling out and identifying what are those waves and what do they look like when you're on the takeoff. Scores in for Benoit a 7.83. That is the highest single wave score of the day so far. So showing his knowledge already back up onto a second wave. Gets a little bit hung up and stuck, but manages to get his board speed back up, wraps it all the way around, banking off the whitewash. Love that turn. Wow. Took his time on the bottom. Really love that extension that on his bottom turn that then allowed that speed on the top turn. Great backup wave for him, Dave.
Oh, yeah, Benoit's feeling it. That wave was insane. It kind of got better as it went on. You know, he opened it up with that first lipper where he kind of got hung up on the lip, but then quickly dropped into there and just started opening up with 3 or 4 more carves. And I can't wait to see the replay.
And I feel like, Dave, you know, as he was paddling back out, he wasn't all the way back out in the lineup yet. So just opting with 10 minutes and 50 seconds remaining to have that quick second score already on the board, as now he'll probably make his way back out and be a bit more patient.
Yeah, for sure. So here's a replay. Here's that first turn where he kind of had to navigate back into it, almost loses it, but right here he just starts forming it up, and you see him switch the paddle because you could just tell he's going to do this big swooping carve. Benoit's got great paddle technique. You know, a lot of the paddlers will kind of, I feel, put the paddle on the wrong side too early and just boom, look at him just extend through that one. And then you think it's over, but no, here's another one and just fans it out the back, just laying into it. So Benoit kind of just, you know, just kind of kept on flaring out. And here's another styly little snap. And I love how he just switches the paddle right there. A lot of guys will do it much earlier. He kind of doesn't when he needs it, right? And it, even aesthetically, it just looks a little better to my, you know, in my opinion.
Yeah, a lot of style in that wave, and I loved his extension on his bottom turns. He was really patient on the bottom and laced it on the top right when the wave allowed. So we'll wait for those scores to come in. I think that will be a really healthy score as well. Really beautiful to watch. So we see
Coach Jake. Yeah, Coach Jake getting ready for his heat from Canada. He'll be in blue. Leco Salazar, Sebastian Gomez, and Mateo Arieta up next.
You can see how rocky it is on the beach. During that low tide, a lot more sand exposed, but here during the super high tide, only a little bit of beach exposed, pretty rocky. So we're still waiting for those scores. As far as the rest of the exchanges right now, Alberto in second position. He recently dropped a 2.27. Juan de los Reyes with a 3.33. Alberto looking to build upon his account, a smaller wave. Gets up to the lip. Gets a nice second slash, a bit more critical on that one. One more opportunity, unfortunately, getting unstuck.
Yeah, Alberto finding a smaller ride, but the thing walled up for him. Got a couple turns in.
And scores are in for Benoit, a 7.93. So that actually extends his lead, goes above that 7.83 that he opened up with. He'd be feeling really confident with that. At first, with that opening maneuver, Dave, you know, when he got a little bit hung up, I thought, I don't know if that's going to go, if it's worth it for him to actually stay in this. I can be a competitor in my own mind sometimes. If I miss that opening section, that opening nose ride or a little wobble, sometimes I'll just cut straight out. But he did really well to stay with it. I think with that mindset of just thinking, I'm going to get a backup wave, and then took it for everything that it had to offer.
Yeah, he did such a good job. Like after the fact, you kind of forget he did that.
Exactly, exactly.
Kind of mentioning it. Oh yeah, he did have that little bobble because the whole pace and the just there was no kind of downtime in that wave, so he just went straight into each maneuver, and like you're saying, he kind of just forgot about that first maneuver, and obviously so did the judges. 7.93, so excellent range for Benois.
So we see Juan having a paddle on his backhand, switching that paddle immediately over. Quick slash as he's trying to maintain that speed, coming from it a little bit deep. Nice hit. Can he make it back around this section 4 more? He's losing his speed a little bit, but opting to stay with it. Using that paddle, and that open face meets him back up again, wrapping it around.
Yeah, Juan from Spain. Definitely, I love seeing his little board. I want to catch up to him and actually see what size that board is. But I want to say it might be the smallest, shortest board in the competition. And you can see the shorter board. Juan's able just to throw it up in the lip. He's got that one good maneuver out the back. So we'll see where this score comes in for him.
Yeah, something we were talking about yesterday, Dave, was that equipment selection. As we can see, a vast difference to Alberto's bigger, longer equipment. But let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah, and you can see Juan just kind of setting it up. He's got that low center, wider stance, and right here he just kind of leverages off the bottom and just throws that little board through the lip, and that was sick.
Yeah, that is the score that he's looking for. That comes in as a 5.0. So really that main of the score coming from that outside section, not much more given through this inside section. But that skyrockets him into second place. Benois holding that first place really quite comfortably. Everyone needing a combination of scores to even touch first place. So right now it's a battle for second. But with 5 minutes remaining, he puts the pressure on Alberto and Gabriel, who need a 6.0 for Alberto, an 8.33 for Gabriel, but we haven't even seen Gabriel open up his account yet. He's been staying really patient, but putting that pressure on himself. I think he really needs to get a wave now if he even wants an opportunity to get that second score.
Yeah, unfortunately for Gabriel, he's kind of getting that priority curse where you just it's so easy to be over patient, and then before you know it, there's 4 minutes and 30 seconds left, and you're stuck needing a wave, and you haven't gotten one. So, the ocean's gone quiet for him as well. Not much out the back here. So we'll see if he at least gets to, get one shot at it, because there are points to be had, between third and fourth for team points.
Mm-hmm.
So you definitely want to, try your best. Even if you don't advance, third is better than fourth, just as far as the points in the team's ranking. So
absolutely, great point. So we see maybe an opportunity. Again, it's Gabriel who has that first priority, so he's going to have first pick at these waves that are coming through. You can see to the right of your screen, Alberto having an attempt at a 6.0 right now. Nice opening turn, but doesn't really offer much more. After that, he's going to cut out and try and find one more opportunity. Gabriel finally opening up his account. Nice opening turn we saw in the back there. He's adding it up. This is a great wave, allowing just opportunity after opportunity to rack up these maneuvers. Gosh, such powerful, great surfing. You think that'll go up there right now, close to Juan's 5.0 maybe, or at least just lowering that requirement of an 8.33. Will he have time, though, Dave, to make it back out the back to now only needing a 4.01? Judges are quick, drop a 4.33. So he's finally in the heat now with 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we got heat leader Benois. getting a little loose. But yeah, like you mentioned, Gabriel drops that 4.33. Lucky for him, his last wave kind of ended in the middle of the lineup, so here he's going to get another opportunity. So let's see this with 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Gabriel gets a second wave, does not hang on to that one. And then Juan battling back, going up and over on this backhand, looking for this section. Foam climbs it, but he falls as well. So there's still opportunity here. Nice little battle. Juan de los Reyes trying to hold on to that second place, and Gabriel Salazar looking for that 4.01.
Gosh, it's a shame that he only just opened up his account now, because, you know, that really changes the situation for him, going from needing an 8.33 to a 4.01. That requirement really quite small. So we can see maybe a wave picking up in front of him. I wonder if this will offer an opportunity. 1 minute, 52 seconds on the clock. He's going to paddle over that one, not opt for that one. So basically at this point, they're both just crossing their fingers but hoping for opposite things. Gabriel's hoping for an opportunity. Juan is hoping that there is not another opportunity, as he's trying to protect that second place. Still waiting for a score to drop for Juan, seeing if he improves upon his score line. A 3.33 is what he's looking to replace and up that requirement for Gabriel.
Yeah, and it looks like Gabriel might be trying to go after this one. Yeah, and he does. So blue, Gabriel, he's a 4.01. So racing down the line here as Gabriel is looking at this section. Up and over, nice little floater. Fortunately for him, he's getting stuck behind that peak. Let's see if it kind of reforms. If he sticks with it, he'll probably make it through. So Gabriel getting low, trying to make it to the shoulder. It's looking kind of fat for him. Let's see what he could do. Nice little snap. Getting close to shore here.
I mean, I think he did everything he could have on that wave in particular. Whether that one maneuver was enough to be that requirement, a 4.01 is what he is looking for.
Yeah, and yeah, like you said, he did everything he could on that wave. What was offered up. Wave was pretty flat, you know. He set up that floater and then kind of got stuck behind the entire ride. So we'll see if that one floater impressed the judges enough to give them that 4.01. You see heat leader Benois just cruising in. Benois, another master class, 7.9, 7.8 in his scorecard.
So scores are in. It is not enough, a 2.77. As we see our heat leader Benois coming in. We'll take a quick break. Stay tuned with the action. Heat 4 coming up.
Welcome to day one of competition for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship.
So live action there from Lucci, putting on an absolute masterclass there. 2 great turns to kick things off. In this wave, waiting patiently for things to stand up. A huge turn off the lip on her backhand. Again, so starting things off as she did on that first ride. Stands up again for her. What she got for us, another turn. Top of the wave, so fantastic.
I've been training here for a couple of days already. The wave is not easy. I think we were okay, and there were waves on the heat, so I had fun.
Yeah, taking off on this ride. Look, this wave looking nice for Izzy. Again, gonna go up the top of this wave, pushing hard on that tail, so this wave standing up for her.
Tamil Martino, Team Peru, off the bottom. Nice stylish carve back into the pocket right there. Off the bottom again, snap. Really using the rail nicely.
just pacing himself, waiting for it to stand up, brings it around again, straight up into the lip. Ray off the back of his board there, and again puts the board up into the lip.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of SUP Surf here in Surf City, El Salvador.
Welcome back to day 2 of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, as we see Team Chile coming together as a team, supporting their last surfer in that heat. As we just saw Gabriel put in a good effort, unfortunately not able to get the score he needed at the end, but it is all about team camaraderie here as we see the surfers in this next heat. Alex Salazar from Brazil, Jake Collard from Canada, Sebastian Gomez from Peru, and Mateo Arrieta from Argentina. We have seen great action so far. Rachel Tilley here with Dave Bainey. Speaking of that great action, Benois, former gold medalist, he is on the glass right now.
Hey guys, thank you very much indeed. I'm with Ben Carpentier, and just like yesterday, he scored the best waves so far. Amazing scoring, amazing composure. I have to say I'm very impressed with how patient you are with the waves, how you vary between speed and waiting for the right time to attack. Sounds like all the nerves from yesterday are gone.
I was still a bit shaky actually this morning. First heat and not an easy one. I tied, so super slow and not many waves to come through. So I had to be really focused on that heat. And yeah, I guess there wasn't many waves, so I just caught like 2 good ones. So that was it. The job was done after 10 minutes. So just stoked to go through, and now it's game on, you know.
You know, I'm very impressed with your wave reading. There's one particular section that might have been unnoticed, is how you avoid a huge whitewater section with speed just to slow down and wait again for new maneuvers. Is that a signature move of yours?
Well, I know the criteria. I've been combining for so many years, and I know that you better do a few big turns than like 100 of turns on the wave, you know. So I'm just taking my time. This wave is slow. You need to breathe. You need to take your time to hit the right section at the right time. So the spray comes out, and the judge happy, you know. So I'm trying to make the judge happy.
Thank you, Ben. Sounds like we've got a pretty smart Frenchman on the water today. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, as we see live action happening right now in this heat. Opening up his account, Alex Salazar getting 2 good sections out the back. You know, in these first few minutes, a lot of the surfers are battling all the way far up the point, so he's coming from deep. Had to make it around that whitewash, but he does make it around, and he finds a few more opportunities to finish off that wave with a bang. So we see more lines out the back. Doesn't look like anyone is quite in position for them. As we see Green up and riding now. Nice opening turn, gets under the lip, a little shower over his head, wraps it back around. This wave standing up nicely in front of him, putting on a good show for Salazar. Putting it on rail, nice use of his paddle there. Great opening accounts for both Salazar and Gomez there, Dave.
Yeah, Sebastian Gomez looking pretty nice on that ride. Nice and fluid style Sebastian's got. You know, I love his rail work. Of course, Leco, Alex Salazar from Brazil, known for his backhand. And you can see right here, it's both in their minds. They want to. There's a little bit of a paddle battle going on here. It might not look like too intense, but whoever gets the line up first will get a closer priority. So they're definitely watching each other right here. But yeah, Leco, known for his backhand, got a really nice opening ride. Still waiting on the score for that. And Sebastian Gomez got a pretty, you know, flowy exchange. So here we goes Leco. We missed the first part of this wave. So here's the replay, up and over the big old section. Backhand just really in control. And you can see Lecco with that dry hair. It's his first wave. So I love how he just keeps carving into the whitewater section here. Lecco does a good job just stacking a little bit more points into this wave. And then right behind him, we saw Sebastian Gomez drop in.
Wow, that was a great opening maneuver on that one. Talk us through that, Dave.
Yeah, it just looked like, you know, the timing of Sebastian hitting that lip must have kind of been with one of those backwash warbles. So he kind of got a little fluttered up there. But like you said, did a really good job staying compact and just kind of powering through it. Here's another angle you see right here. Just off the bottom, straight into that lip. And just like a little bit of an awkward section, but just does such a great job maneuvering through it. And then just, you know, signature Gomez flowing style straight into a couple cutbacks. And what good insight from Benois in his interview. I wanted to go back to that only because he mentioned, you know, he's been competing so long. And the quote that I took from that was, "I know the criteria," right? So he goes out there, you know, with a specific plan in his mind, which we've talked about in the past year, the last couple days. And he knows what he's looking for, and he goes out and executes it. And I mean, it's obviously working for him.
Absolutely. Excellent score for him yesterday in the 8s that we saw in the commercial break between these heats. A couple of 7s in his scoreline today. So he's right. He knows exactly what the judges are looking for.
Yeah, and he made some good comments. You know, he said that, you know, this wave in particular, you need to be patient. I like how he said he's all, you know, you have to let it breathe, you know, be patient and kind of let it form up and then time it correctly where you could, you know, really throw it into the lip. So good insight. I hope, you know, the other competitors are taking notes. Benoit's definitely a little bit of a blueprint on how to surf this place.
Yeah, and he won his last gold medal here at Sunzal in 2019. Other surfers who are trying to take that from him, though, right now as we see action.
Yeah,
Mateo up and riding. A smaller wave, though, opts to cut out pretty quickly. Scores are in for Gomez and Salazar. 5.67 sends Sebastian Gomez straight into the lead. A 4.5 for Alex Salazar. So they open their accounts healthily, putting the pressure on Mateo and Jake to open up their accounts. Only 11 minutes remaining, so we should be seeing both Mateo and Jake really open up their accounts. A 1.43 for Mateo, not one that he's hoping to keep. You can see him trying to get through this impact section. He's gonna hop on his board. It's been hard for them, looks like, to really find their footing out there. Now that priority actually is established, makes it easier for the athletes to sit where they want, but it seems like some of these sets that have been coming through, they haven't quite been in the right position. As we saw even Alex's wave before, with that 4.5, he came in from really deep and just kind of got that one opportunity outside maneuver. But they've been moving around as we see Luis Diniz getting his equipment ready, Dave.
Yeah, sticking up, getting ready. Luis Diniz, no stranger to this wave as well. He's a former gold medalist. He'll be up next. And yeah, I got to catch up with Coach Jake before this heat. We see Sebastian Gomez going for this one. Drops in late. Foam climbs up and over that one. Here it comes. Gomez wraparound. Nice stylish turn in the pocket here. Off the bottom, nice big old snap. So Sebastian looking really good this heat. Staying patient with it, and he's going to pull out. So good to see Sebastian. He's looking confident. His first heat, I feel he's felt, you know, a little uncomfortable, but he looks great right here. Here's Coach Jake.
Wrapping it around. Looks like this one's standing in front of him a little bit more. But he's having to stay super patient as this wave is losing its energy. He's trying to make the most of it, but opting to cut out, and probably a good decision because that didn't offer those opportunities on the outside that really allow that scoring potential. Judges drop a 2.5. But it was this late takeoff by Sebastian that was so impressive. And paddling back out, he managed to just turn around quickly on this one. And this turn, so electric. Look at how powerful it wraps it all the way around. Full control and use of that paddle throughout that too, Dave.
Yeah, I just love the flow of maneuvers he had on this ride. You know, he dropped in from that late drop straight into that kind of foam climb, and that had so much, you know, just smooth transition into that next carve. So just a really good rhythm to this wave.
And really standing up on that bully section throughout multiple maneuvers. So it allowed every maneuver to feel quite critical. You can see he was underneath everyone on that takeoff, as we see Jake taking off on another one, a smaller one again, but potentially has a line in front of it. Nice opening hit. Will this offer more potential? He's trying to stay in that pocket. It does not. So he's going to cut out. Judges quick to drop that one as well at 2.57. So he's looking for a 2.81 to jump into the second place advancing position. This is an elimination heat, Dave. Yesterday we saw main round 1 take place, was non-elimination. We then saw the repechage rounds take place yesterday afternoon. But here on out, it is an elimination round, each one, all the way till that grand final, putting that pressure on the surfers.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually got to catch up with Jake last night, and he was just telling me, he's like, oh man, I got a tough one tomorrow with Leko and Sebastian. And so he was just talking strategy a little bit. So it took him a little while to get his first wave, but he's doing what he said. He wanted to stay patient, make sure he gets good waves, because his first heat, he felt like he had terrible wave selection. But yeah, out the back, looks like Alex Leko Salazar, backhand, the Brazilian, off the bottom, straight into the lip there. Carves around this section. Nice little wrap. Working through this midsection as we've seen all week. Leko, another wrap around. Sticking with this one. Wave's going a little flatter. And he pulls out. So who we got up? We got Mateo Arrieta from Argentina.
On a smaller one, but it looks like it's lining up a little bit to offer some opportunity. He's trying to build upon his score line. Only a 1.43 is his highest score at the moment. Really nice turn. Some of these waves just have this really nice bowly inside section, and he's taking complete advantage of it. This will absolutely go into that score line. As he takes it all the way to the sand. Continues to go and cuts out right there on the shore break. So a really nice ride for Mateo. Really necessary, Dave, at this point in the heat. 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. It takes about 4 minutes from the beach to paddle out, get back out there. So he will have time, as long as he stays pretty active and consistent, to make it all the way back out the back. But we're waiting for that score from Leko as we watch a replay of this one from Mateo. Talk us through this, Dave.
Yeah, Mateo, you know, he got a smaller one, but like you said, it walled up nicely for him. And he's got that small, snappy little board, so he's able to kind of jam it around on these flatter sections, throwing the tail out there. And it's pretty cool from this angle. You can see the kind of the shadow on his rail. That board's got a nice angled rail on it. So what it does is it allows a thicker board to have a more sensitive rail in the water line. And Mateo definitely using the rail all the way to the beach here. And like you said, literally right on the sand. It's a cool angle. I don't know if we've seen that angle all week yet. Directly below the tower.
And scores are in for Sebastian Gomez, an 8.17, the first excellent score we have seen of the day. And Dave, that wasn't even on that set wave. So really indicative that it's possible to go excellent, not on the biggest wave out here, but those medium ones offering a lot more critical opportunity.
Yeah, and he definitely did, you know, quote unquote, the formula. You know, he went into the lip, but there's a lot of that flow element, speed, power, flow. He definitely had that flow, like directly into each maneuver, and he gets rewarded for that.
With first priority, he's having another look right now. Paddling into this one, looks like another beautiful wave. First wave of the set, maybe some opportunities behind it for the other surfers too as we take our full focus into this wave. He hits the eject button as that closes out in front of him. Leko going left on this one.
Oh, I'm loving this.
On his front side. Wow, this one really standing up. This is the first scoreable left we've seen of this event, but he is making the most of it. Wow, what a beautiful ride. It'll be interesting to see where the judges go with that one. They have to reward and score that, although this is a right point. He just found a left that wasn't just a one-hit wonder. That offered lots of opportunity.
Yeah, as a fellow goofy footer, I know how it feels. You see a nice left come into the lineup, even though you're telling yourself not to go. It's just magnetic force on a scuba footer. We have to go, and it's going to pay off for Leko. Look at this, just slams the cutback straight into the lip. Nice power hook. It bowls up, he throws it up there and just gets thrown into the section again, straight into another slash. And one thing about the left, I caught a couple last night, and it's almost like as the wave goes on, it gets faster and faster. It's actually a really nice wave. They're just hard to get the good ones, but obviously for Leko, he knew what he was doing here. I love this turn right here. Just late, but kind of just gets up and over and airdrops straight into this one. Just boom, more power from Leko. And just he's got a ton of speed just up and over that section, and he's stoked.
5 maneuvers on that wave. He's definitely super stoked. It'll be interesting to see where the judges go with that one. Really nice to see him on his forehand too. A lot of the goofy footers not really having any opportunity to go goofy, and the judges love it. The wave you are watching him surf right now, an 8.67. Judges go excellent. That is the highest single wave score of this heat now and of the day so far. Wow, Dave. Judges really rewarding the critical nature and the variety of maneuvers that he was able to do on this left.
Yeah, and I'm loving all these replays. We got the angles everywhere. We got the production team set up throughout the whole beach here, and yeah, we're not going to miss any of the action. Leko stoked, and he's already back in the lineup. That was another thing I was going to touch on. It is risky taking those lefts. You get kind of stuck in the bowl over there, and it's hard to get back out. When there's a set coming. I've been a casualty of that the last few nights testing it out. But Leko, the left paying off big time. 8.67 for the Brazilian.
And with a minute to go, that pressure is really on for the other surfers. Mateo needing a 9.34. Jake needing a combination of scores. So unfortunately won't have time to get both of those. But let's see his last ride here as he takes this one in to finish out the heat. Goes for a hit, unfortunately gets unstuck. Almost had so much speed that he went out the back of that one. So that will not help his account. 25 seconds remaining. This one really being held by Sebastian and Leko, both getting 8s in their score line. Sebastian having an 8.17, not as high as the 8.67 that Leko has, but he has the higher backup score with that 5.67 as well. So he's holding on to the lead, and that rounds us out. Heat finished. Peru and Brazil advancing forward into main round 3. That was a great heat, Dave.
That was so fun to watch. 2 8s by 2 different riders. Congratulations to Sebastian Gomez and Alex Leko Salazar.
Thanks for watching as we watch this beautiful 817. Keep in tune. Heat 5 coming up.
Start to pick up the pace. Saw you on the stage light. all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Hello and welcome back to day number 2 of competition here. The 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. Coming to you live from Surf City, El Salvador. One of the best locations to showcase SUP surfing, which is on today. Men's heat number 5 in the water of round 2 competition. Guillermo Carcedo of Spain in the red jersey. Luis Denise of Brazil in the blue jersey. Nainoa David of Tahiti in the green, and Franco Bono of Chile in the white jersey. Bo Nixon back in the booth with Dave Bainey to call the action. Luis Denise, 3-time gold medalist in this heat. It's going to be great to see him hit the water.
Yeah, absolutely. We got 2 goofy footers, 2 regular footers. Now that Leco Zalazar kind of opened the door for those lefts, I'm curious to see what Luis Denise and Nainoa do with the left. And if you notice now, since Leco got that score, I don't know if it's because they saw that left. Every paddler in this heat has gone deeper than we've seen previously. They're kind of sitting on the left right now.
Well, yeah, definitely they're sitting really deep on the peak. I actually think Leco caught that wave. I watched it live, and he actually caught it a bit wider to the left of screen, and it ran along the inside of these competitors. So they are sitting really deep. I think they've pushed each other for that priority position to start the heat off. 2.5 minutes already gone on the clock in this heat, and they've pushed themselves right across. If I just glance over my shoulder, there's actually waves on the point, but not where these surfers are. As you can see now with that wide angle shot, you've got waves coming through the lineup, and then really that top right of screen are where the athletes are. So really good, good shout, Dave, and really good observation that they are being pushed very deep.
Yeah, I do think that's more of the case, like you're saying, trying to get that priority. That's a good call. And they're kind of psyching each other out, pushing each other up the point. Now they're all out of position. And it looks like Nainoa is a little bit keener onto that and is making his way down a little bit closer to, the original peak.
And I think with the conditions out there today, Dave, you've surfed here over the last couple of days. What kind of board would be your preference out here with these conditions?
Yeah, I think it's funny because there's a lot of wave face to the wave, but you would think like maybe a smaller wave, kind of fishy board. But I think something with a little more pulled in, a little more grip off the bottom, so you could really kind of leverage the bottom turn and throw it into the lip, would be a nice carvy looking kind of board. I think matches well with this style of wave.
Blur V3?
Yeah, that could be pretty good. And you saw Sebastian Gomez working that design pretty nicely. And yeah, I think obviously different feels for different people. We've seen guys riding 4 fins, we've seen guys riding 3 fins. So yeah.
Yeah, and we're gonna throw it down to a post-heat interview with the winner of the last heat, Sebastian Gomez.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Sebastian Gomez, winner of the last heat. 2 top scores from 2 different favorites, but Sebastian Gomez had the best backup wave. Congratulations, Sebastian. You're through to round number 3.
Bueno, gracias. Muy agradecido con Dios por la oportunidad de estar aquí, poder disfrutar y compartir estas olas increíbles haciendo lo que más amo hacer. Y nada, feliz de pasar y vamos a la siguiente.
I'm going to translate that. So basically, thank you, God, for allowing me to surf these amazing waves right here. I'm very happy to go through to the next round. You have the Infinity board. What can you tell us about the your gear? You've got the Infinity board and Infinity paddle.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite boards now in English. This is one of my favorite boards. This one Dave Bainey made for me, and it have a tail fish, so it's kind of like wider than usual I use. So it's kind of more loose, and it's my best board now. So I'm gonna keep competing with this one.
All right, let's hope we see more 8 and 9 and potentially 10 with you, Sebastian Gomez. Back to you guys. Yoo-hoo.
Great surfing from Sebastian Gomez as we catch up to live action. Franco Bono taking on that incoming section. We did see also up and running Luis Diniz very quickly, and also during that interview, Guillermo getting a ride. But a huge set has broken through the lineup, Dave, and actually all athletes were out of position for it.
Yeah, it's be interesting to see where those scores come in, because I thought I might have saw Luis go left.
He did go left.
You see, I know quickly in and out of that one.
So now everybody establishing some kind of priority out in the lineup. We'll get the priority judges to get that over to you, but Nainoa David having a look at this one. Is he in position for it? It looks like he's going to commit to this ride. Just a quick check turn as he generates some speed down the line. Nice carve off the top. Now he drops to the bottom and gets up into the lip on his backhand, getting that board above the lip. And again, beautiful carving maneuver off the top of that wave. And again, backs it up with a paddle switch. Nice top turn and carves it back around into the white water. And I know he was a standout for me this morning, Dave, as one of the free surfers before competition got underway. And it looks like he's backing it up nicely.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying Nainoa's backhand attack. Like we mentioned in the first round, I haven't seen him go backside that often. Obviously, he's from Tahiti, and I always just see him in the barrel going left. So not surprised, but I'm really impressed. This backhand turn was sick. So he sets it up, shaves off a little speed right there to set this up, and watch him just big old bottom turn, but right here just throws it up into the lip and does a good job controlling that backwash. And then this carve, just swooping, so much power, so much rail. And yeah, Nainoa's looking awesome.
I love that Nainoa is riding a slightly longer board than other competitors, so it really is a point of difference for the judges when he gets that board above the lip. It just looks like, he's getting more vertical than other competitors. So Nainoa there. Great start to this heat for him as we see a replay here of Franco, Dave.
Yeah, Franco gets a wave, and this goes for this big old lip bash. Unable to pull that off, but okay, here's the sneaky Luis Diniz left. Big maneuver. Fortunately for him, just only one maneuver. And I was hanging out with one of our ISA photographers, Sean Walker, last night. He was showing me some photos, and there was a big old air photo of Luis Diniz on a left. So we'll see what happens as we see Franco Bono on his backhand again, working the inside section. Does a good job again throwing it up into the lip, but unable to hang on and right out of that one.
As we start to see scores dropping through for our competitors after that first exchange. Still waiting, of course, on Nainoa's score to drop, which is definitely going to change the situation. But Guillermo Carecedo dropping a 5.83. Luis Diniz a 5-point ride on that left-hand wave, Dave. Just that one single turn, getting him a 5-point ride. Franco Bono, just a couple of small scores in his scoreline. And as I mentioned before, just waiting on the judges to lock in Nainoa's wave. Definitely going to be taking a look at the replay of that, because I think that's going to set the scale in this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. They are taking their time to think about that one. See the next heat getting ready. That's
Kowalski of Poland. He is in the blue jersey, coming up against our reigning gold medalist, Maximilian Torres of Puerto Rico. He's coming up against teammate Dave de Armas as well from Puerto Rico, and Juan Bernini of Costa Rica.
Ooh, and you remember in Dave DeArmas's interview yesterday, I guess he's been borrowing Max's board, and he was like, and Mathieu asked him, what are you guys going to do if you guys get in the same heat? He's like, I don't know. Good question. So
see if Max plays nice and lends him the board.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
As we just see the score dropping now for Nonoa, 4.83. So judges seeing that Guillermo and Luis got the better of the exchange there. I thought maybe it'd come in a little bit higher, but judges realizing maybe it was a smaller wave, definitely compared to Guillermo's and Luis's wave. So 4.83 dropping for Nonoa puts him up into second place at the moment. Luis Denise Francobono in third and fourth, just needing some small scores. Franco, 4.08 currently, sitting with not much in his scoreline at the moment. 9 minutes, 15 seconds left on the clock in this heat. Now all the athletes have moved back over to the point there, Dave. They've moved back from where they were super deep.
Yeah, they're definitely closer to the more proper lineup spot. It does seem they're kind of, you know, on the northerly part of it, but you see them right there in the middle of the screen. So, yeah, they're definitely figured out the lineup and settled in after that first exchange of waves.
So Luis Denise, 3-time gold medalist here, the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. He won back in 2022, I believe, in 2017 and 2018. So Luis showcasing that he wants to go for a number 4 gold medal for Team Brazil. Team Brazil looking strong. We saw Leco Salazar making his way into the next round of competition. Sebastian Gomez took the win in that heat. I'm Bo Nixon. Dave Bainey here from Infinity joining us in the booth. Fantastic to have Dave here with us. All your insights into the equipment, but also the athletes as well. And of course, you know, you've been in the sport for so long. You know a lot about SUP surfing.
Yeah, it's been fun. I love the sport. You know, SUP surfing combines 2 of my favorite sports in the world, paddling and surfing. So might as well do them both at the same time. But yeah, glad to be back at the ISA. And man, it's been fun to watch all the athletes surfing. And like you said, it's fun to check out all the different equipment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've had some amazing waves for the SUP surfing this week, and looks like we're going to continue to have waves all the way throughout the week. Of course, the racing discipline's coming up. You've got a few races on your team that's going to be competing in that. It's going to be exciting in and out through the waves.
Yeah, and I mean, we're excited for SUP surfing, but honestly, I'm very excited for the racing as well because of that surf element, and that's what's awesome about the ISA. We go back to surf racing, which I feel, you know, takes the most skill. The most well-rounded athletes have to be able to know how to ride a wave. Obviously, good with all the paddling skills, and the setup here and the venue we have for that format is just insane. You can't think of a better spot. Just the way they're going to place the buoys and the opportunities to ride waves all the way in. I mean, it's going to be really cool. And the forecast is just to top it off. It's going to be an amazing week. I'm having a blast.
Oh, it certainly is. We're going to be kicking off with the racing tomorrow afternoon on the schedule. Subject to change, just depending on the conditions, but do stay tuned to isasurf.org for all the updates, and on Facebook, of course. Dave, that wind picking up now from the west, that northwest wind. We've seen that wind be a bit onshore this morning, but super light and variable, just creating a few bumps on the face, but now the wind really picking up.
Yeah, it's interesting how the wind has kind of come and gone. So it's curious to see how the wind stays throughout the day. But at the moment, you know, not bothering the surfers all too much. It's kind of cool how we're set up in this cove. I haven't really seen the wind like just completely obliterate the lineup. But yeah, definitely brings another element into this heat. All of a sudden, you got to start thinking about, you know, placing your turns a little bit differently, like on the fly.
Definitely. So Luis Denise sitting out there in first priority, currently in third position in this heat. Remember, first and second will move through to the next round. Third and fourth eliminated from competition. So Luis with priority in a good position to choose the next best wave that comes through. Does look like we have red Guillermo having a look at that one, deciding not to go. Not going to be able to get onto it. He was with second priority, but judges deeming that that was a concerted effort to paddle for that wave. So he moves down into fourth priority. Noah David up into that second priority now. He will be looking to back up that 4.83 that he dropped for his first ride. All surfers really just having that one score in their surf line, in their line. But Franco was a couple of small scores. All surfers wanting to back up that score. As we take a look at the wind picking up there, and Guillermo trying to get into position. You can see here, Dave, super glassy. And now that wind, you can see that draft on the surface of the water moving across there, coming through from that westerly direction, which is straight up the coastline here of El Salvador. And then it's kind of just closing in on the competitors there.
Yeah, that's a great shot. You can definitely see the wind line, and it's pointing directly at them. So it funnels in right there, and it comes in quick.
It certainly does, and it changes so much as well. I wouldn't be surprised if it backs off. Live action in the water we have, Red up and riding, but he has to give way to Luis Diniz. He is got the first priority, a wrapping maneuver. He's just looking to really back up that 5-point ride. Only a couple of small turns on that wave. Nothing of consequence, but it will improve his situation. It does. A 2.83 moves him up into the lead. Guillermo Caracero in second place now. Nainoa David drops down to third, looking for a 1.44. Franco Bono of Chile looking for a 4.84 to progress through this heat. And as we see another wave approaching, Luis has to give way to Franco. And Franco up and riding on his backhand. Beautiful start to this one. Carving maneuver. Back to the pocket. This wave stands up in front of him. He's got a bit of lip to work with. A bit late up to the top of that wave, so he goes down.
Yeah, and you gotta admire the go for it from Franco. He knows he's in a tough heat. He's got to go for it. We see Luis Diniz snapping back on that left. Slams that end section, rides out of it. So it's been an interesting heat. There wasn't a lot of action, unfortunately, for these guys, and it left Luis Diniz searching for a second score. You can see he's kind of in a, not a panic mode, but definitely aware that he needs that backup score. So he stayed busy the last minute or so. Here's a replay of Guillermo. Guillermo gets this kind of long, drawn-out right, leans back on that rail, sets up another turn.
So this score will go into his top two rides. You see that wind picking up there. Use the spray off the back of that wave. It does well to connect a few turns along the inside here. The judges drop in a mid-range score for that, as we see Luis Diniz's left.
Yeah, and I like that fade back into the lip that sets up this closeout section. And so now we're looking at Nainoa only needing a 3.0 with 2 minutes left. So real close heat still. And we see Nainoa out the back. Looks like he's the only paddler out there with a nice set wave coming in.
Yeah, let's see if he can get onto this one. It looks like it's got a long wall on it, and if he does manage to be in the right spot, it could be good. Luis Diniz on the inside. He's looking to improve upon a 3.87. A couple of wrapping and maneuvers. This wave disappearing. Nainoa David on the outside. The Tahitian surfer cutting this wave all the way into the back to the white water, as we see him just waiting patiently for things to stand up. The wave standing up on there with just a bit of a shoulder to work with. Nainoa realizing that time is ticking down. He's going to stick with this one. Surf it all the way through. He is looking for a score. We are waiting for Luis Diniz to drop a score, so we will update you on what his requirement is. But still wrapping those turns all the way through the inside. Franco Bono as well on the inside there, but he's looking for quite a big score in order to advance through this heat. We'll see if he got anything done on the outside, but putting some great turns together as he makes his way through to the end of this wave. Right on the shore break, he's going to finish off with something. He's going to decide to kick out of that wave. And that will be the end of the heat there for Franco. We'll see if there are any further waves ridden, but judges yet to lock in scores for Luis Diniz, Nainoa David, and Franco Bono. And it looks like Guillermo Caracero trying to have a look at this one. Repositioning himself across a little bit more. He is able to catch this one with 30 seconds left. Carving that board back around, extending that back foot to push the tail of the board. And again, beautiful wave selection here. The wave stands up for him, gets up into the lip. Does very well to redirect that board down the face. And again, switching the paddle for a cutback. You see that body language. He's happy with those few combination of maneuvers on the outside. Luis Diniz hasn't had the best wave selection in this heat. He's only really had a couple of turns on each of his waves. We'll see if he is able to improve upon his backup ride. His body language seems like this wave not really offering him too much on the inside. That will be the end of the heat, and we'll have to leave it in the judges' hands, Dave, to see how they decide.
Yeah, and you can kind of tell Luis Diniz doesn't feel comfortable with his backup score. You know, he kind of scrambled towards the end of that heat to just try to find something to get a bigger score. He knows that Nainoa got that set out the back, and he's just like Nainoa, he's waiting for that score, and he's hoping it wasn't enough. So judges are still thinking about that one, and we'll see any moment now. But that would be, I would call that a huge upset if Luis, you know, gold medalist, gets a limit right now. So, you know,
Yeah.
it's a tense ending right here.
It certainly is. It certainly is. Like you said, Luis had to really scramble toward the end of the heat. Guillermo Carrecedo, I'm going to say he's going to improve upon his situation. He had a fantastic last ride. So he looked like he will solidify his position in first. But it is this man on screen, Nainoa David, waiting for a score to drop to see if he can overtake Luis Diniz of Brazil. Like you said, Dave, he took off on that set, a bigger wave. But was it enough done on the outside section to get a score? It looks like Luis Diniz locking in a couple of scores there. Here we go, replay, Dave.
Yeah, so Nainoa got this set wave, and unfortunately for him, it's a little bit crumbly on this one. So even though he hit the lip, you know, he wasn't able to really get super vertical. And then, you know, this wave gets pretty sleepy through the midsection and towards the end of the wave. Like, you can see him just kind of cruising, reading the wave, hoping something's going to form up. He does a good job, you know, like manufacturing some maneuvers right here. Nice little rebound. He's going to get, I think he gets one or two more, but, you know, those aren't giant maneuvers. They're just kind of buttoning up his ride. So it's all about those first two maneuvers out the back. And were those enough to make that four?
So Luis Diniz only drops a couple of 2-point rides for his last scoring, so that's not going to improve his situation. Nainoa only looking for a 4.05. It's going to be right on the cusp, I think, Dave. Those outside maneuvers on that bigger wave definitely going to help his scoring potential, but still a 4-point ride. You really need to have something a bit more critical on the outside. You can see Matsu there just showing Nainoa the scores about to drop from the judges. We'll see if it is going to be enough. Guillermo Carrecedo currently in the lead. He's going to be moving through. But is it going to be Nainoa David or our 3-time gold medalist? Are we going to lose him from competition, Dave?
Yeah, well, very, very uncharacteristic of Luis Diniz. Fortunate for him, he got that 5, but he was struggling to find a second backup wave. And judges are taking their time. This is critical.
So let's compare it back to Nainoa's second wave, that 4.83, where he had those linking maneuvers on the outside, a bit more critical. His last wave, not that critical, had a bit of a slopey face on that wave. It's going to be close.
Yeah, and Nainoa's first wave, you know, you and I were a little surprised on the score. We felt it could have had potential to go a little bit bigger. So, you know, based on that, it's not going to be enough. There's the score right there, 3.67. So great effort by Nainoa David from Tahiti. Luis Diniz and Guillermo Carrecedo will advance in this heat. Wow.
Yeah, wow. Tense times at the end of that heat. Don't go anywhere. We have a lot more action coming up. We're going to be kicking things off with heat number 6 of men's main round 2 after this short break.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Hello and welcome back to day number 2 of competition here for the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. Beautiful surf city El Salvador. Moving through to heat number 6 of men's main round number 2 of the SUP surfing. We have reigning gold medalist Maximilian Torres of Puerto Rico in the red, Przemysław Kowalski of Poland in the blue, Juan Bernini in green from Costa Rica, and also Dave de Armas in the white jersey representing Puerto Rico. So 2 surfers of Puerto Rico matching up against each other in this heat. They're going to want to try and go through together to solidify those team points for Puerto Rico. But of course, tough times because they're up against a couple of good competitors. Juan Bernini put on a good performance yesterday to find himself here in men's main round number 2. But that wind really coming into play now, Dave.
Yeah, this is probably the most wind we've seen all events so far. And it's got that nice, or not nice, but it's got that nasty cross chop, which makes the wave surface obviously a lot more bumpy. And
yeah, and we're going to throw it down to a post-heat interview with the winner of that last heat, Guillermo.
Yeah, thank you guys. It was a hard-fought hit indeed, and Guillermo Caracero came on top. There was a bit of a cat and mouse game going on with Luis Diniz and Nainoa David from Tahiti. How was your game plan in that hit?
Well, I told you that I have one more rhythm that I can make. I think I made it. So now I have to keep it on that rhythm for the next hits. It was a hard hit with a lot of mental game of trying to have the priority on the best ones. For me, competing with these guys is awesome. Luis Diniz is 3 times world champ. It's awesome to be with him in the water, and even more to win it with him. So for me, it's an honor. I'm really, really happy and really motivated for the next hits. So let's go for more.
Fantastic. What can you tell us about the difference between of conditions between yesterday and today?
Well, today now the main round is with high the tide. So waves are entering slower than yesterday. So you have to play a lot with the mental game. The wind is changing. Yesterday was blowing really strong offshore wind. Today is like quite a bit onshore even. So you can even go more vertical because the wind is not going to take your board out. And I changed my mind totally because I want to do rail to rail. It worked for me 5 years ago. So I think I'm going to keep on that way.
We'll look forward to it.
Yeah.
Good luck, enhorabuena for the next round number 3. Back to you, boys.
Y un besito para toda mi familia, mi novia y mis amigos.
Team Spain there, Guillermo moving on through to the next round of competition. As we saw a couple of waves ridden during that interview from Maximilian Torres and also Dave de Armas. A couple of great rides actually, Dave. It looks like they found themselves some good waves amongst the wind out there that's come up. We'll take a replay of Dave's wave.
yeah, Dave de Armas, Puerto Rico. Nice snap out the back. Gets into another swooping turn here. Dave just pacing this one. Boom. Nice layback out the back of that wave. Straight into another one. This wave really lined up for him and gave him those sections that just gives you those maneuvers to, or the opportunities just to throw it through the lip. And Dave rode this one all the way to the sand, basically. And then Max Torres, dry hair, don't care, up and through the lip. Slashing back. This wave forming up really good as well. So we got a slow-mo of this first foam climb. Love how he used it to go up and over to the section to set this one up and just wraps it around on the rail. Max Torres, definitely known for his power. Oh, and goes straight into a lip ride. That was a beautiful turn. So Max great variety on this one. Just keeps going through the middle section here. And as you've seen before, a lot of times these waves start kind of flattening out right about now. But look, Max just keeps going. Wraps it again. You see him look down the line as he's mid-cutback. And it just keeps going up, going for him. Look at the bowl just set up and just snap. Max keeps just running through the inside here. Here's another one. He's basically on the beach right now. Pulls that one. He's like, should I do one more? I see the rocks. I see the wall. Yes, boom. Lays back into another one. You see him take a quick look to the beach. He's like, should I? I'll just do a cowabunga kick out. Yeehaw! Max, oh my gosh, that wave was insane.
Love that commentary, Dave. Fantastic. Epic. As we see Juan Bernini up and riding of Costa Rica, cutting back on this one into the white water, switching the paddle for that bottom turn, really rotates and really kind of redirects his upper body. It was live action there. Unfortunately coming unstuck, but Max Torres dropping an 8-point ride for his first wave. So an excellent scoring ride there from Max Torres. And I love what you mentioned on that wave, Dave. The variety of maneuvers he was able to complete on the outside section is what garnished that excellent ride.
Yeah, I love that lip line kind of tail slide he was able to pull off. And it was done so well with flow, like straight. A lot of times you bust out the tail like that, you kind of get hung up and, you know, reset, but his went straight in to the next maneuver, and yeah, it was really nice surfing to watch.
Of course, we saw that replay of Dave de Armas. He had a couple of really great turns as well, so we're looking for a good score to drop for Dave, which is going to change the situation. Once that score drops, we can update you on how the standings are in heat number 6. 12 minutes remaining in this heat. Of course, the top 2 competitors moving on through to the next round of competition. And 3rd and 4th place eliminated from the event. And we can see, looks like Max Torres just hovering about halfway out. Maybe he has identified that the waves are a little bit better there. Score drops for Dave de Armas. It betters Max's wave, an 8.27. So now Dave in the lead, Max Torres in 2nd place, both from Puerto Rico. And they'll be happy with that as a team.
Yeah, Dave de Armas just dropping a huge score. Yeah, you see Max Torres just kind of being sneaky on the inside. Pretty amazing. You just see him kind of rise up from the water there for a second while he stood there. I mean, the water was up to his belly button. Just shows you how low the volume is of these boards, some of the top guys. And Dave de Armas gets that 8.27.
So one thing I noticed between Dave's wave and Max's wave, that Dave, he kind of had a little bit of, I guess he reset between each maneuver. It wasn't kind of linking between, but the maneuvers he did were powerful. They were critical with speed. So I think that's where the judge is really rewarding that. But I did notice that to just keep break flow between the maneuvers, as we see Max on the inside, live action, looking for a backup score for his 8-point ride. This wave just on the inside, nothing too critical at the moment for Max. I think just looking for a backup score. He's going to make his way through the inside here. Interesting to see Max's decision making on this. He's going to head back out, maybe switch boards. Interesting decision with 10 minutes remaining. Dave, any insights?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little confused as well. He doesn't look like he's in any kind of rush to do anything. Look at him, he's just kind of cruising on the sand. Like, I'm curious to see what's going through his mind right now, because he did stay in the inside and he caught that wave and he didn't seem too interested in it. So why would you ride it all the way to sand and be here, on the sand right now? So very, very interested in what's going on with Max at the moment.
Maybe just timing the paddle out.
I mean,
with the sets.
He's quite casual about it.
Very casual.
As we see sets out the back coming in, Max just on the beach. So we'll try to find out what's going on there. But Max did get another wave. Here's a replay of Dave. This was behind Max's wave that we watched. So Dave gets another open face carve right there. Comes straight into this maneuver. Another little snap. And a big old close out maneuver, but comes unglued.
So that's a 4.33 for Dave as he's back up. So ahead of Max. Max just dropping a 3-point ride for that last score. Max still on the inside, making his way back out. Maybe conserving energy, Dave, because if the athletes do move through today, they're surfing 3 times. And especially in the heat of the day, the length of ride, the energy they have to expend, maybe just Max conserving that energy.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be the answer, right? You know, there's really no other reason for him to be just kind of cruising, but I think he kind of maybe takes a look at the bigger picture, what's going on in this heat. You know, him and Dave, his teammate, they both have huge scores with those 8s. The other guys don't really have a large score yet, so you know there's only 8 minutes left to go. So I do think that's what's kind of going through his head. He's like, hey, look, I'm sitting pretty with my 8. There's no threat of, you know, with 3rd and 4th place at the moment, so there's no need to panic. Let's just regroup, breathe, and take my time. So,
and Juan Bernini of Costa Rica up and riding. This wave, not too much of a wall in front of him, so just a single little cutback there. And then we also see, I've just got an update on pronunciation, Przemysław Kowalski of Poland, now dropping down into 4th place. Przemysław looking for a very high score, an 8.9 in order to advance through this heat. He did a couple of surfs yesterday to move on through to this round of competition. And Juan Bernini of Costa Rica looking for a 7.83. I've seen Juan competing over the years. Very solid backhand rider. Hopefully he can find himself on another ride. And we've just looked over our shoulder, and on screen right now, Max Torres, he is actually sitting about 10 feet from the sand, Dave.
Yeah,
I'm not sitting, standing.
Yeah, I mean, I think Max just, that's his version of, you know, calling the heat. He's sitting on the inside just waiting around.
Oh, Przemysław finding himself on a beautiful ride here. Unfortunately, just getting caught up the top of that wave in the bump and just going down, but he had a lot of speed along that section as we see our current heat leader, Dave de Armas of Puerto Rico, up and riding, switching the paddle, carving that board back around to the white water. Just patiently waiting for things to set up on the inside. His body language seems like thinks he's done enough, but we'll see him another beautiful carving, searing maneuver on that ride as he again just pushes hard on the tail of his board, bringing it through. Probably seeing Max just standing on the inside there. Maybe we'll hang out with him after this ride.
Looks like the Puerto Ricans are going to have a team meeting on here on the inside. Or maybe they're going to, you know, they are riding Max's boards. Maybe it was kind of a plan like, hey, 2 waves, let's switch boards. Who knows? Maybe they're going to switch equipment right here.
Quite possibly. But Dave looking very comfortable if he is riding one of Max's backup boards. Just coming down to 5 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. Now, current advancing surfers, Dave and Max, sitting on the inside, which leaves Juan Bernini at the back, looking at this ride. Is he able to get into it? Representing Costa Rica. He's paddling hard, unfortunately, just with that bump, goes down. And Przemysław of Poland as well on the outside. They're just having a chat in there. 5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah. How'd your heat go? It went pretty good. How did yours? I mean, I got an 8. Oh, cool. So did I.
Thanks for translating. Oh, perfect. So, looking like Dave and Max realizing that they have quite a healthy gap between 3rd and 4th place, but it's never over until the buzzer goes. Of course, we could see a couple of scores, more scores being dropped from our surfers at the back. That's if a wave does come through with 4 minutes left.
Yeah, and also, you know, for 3rd and 4th, there is a battle for team points, right? You at least want to try to finish as high as you can for the overall medal competition we have here.
So this is our athletes area. What an amazing location here and setup that we have for the athletes. You can see the palapas down there on the right of screen. The athletes having their own little area to relax and stay hydrated there. They've got the ice baths just to the top left of screen. And of course, all of the nation's flags laid out along the shoreline here. And it looks like a lot of athletes showing up today to support their teammates competing in the SUP surfing division, for both the men and the women coming up as well later on today. We see all of our countries represented there. Fantastic drone angle we can see of the athletes, and they've got massages happening as well, board storage down there as well, Dave. They've got fresh juices and coffees, and it's all catered for.
Yeah, I went down there and checked it out myself, and I was like, okay, where's the massages? Okay, so, and then I saw the ice bath, so I was just kind of setting up, my sneaky little wellness attack. Hopefully I could get in there as well.
2 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock. Juan Bernini with first priority in the water there, so he'll have choice of the next wave that comes through. Shomislav will have to give way. We'll see Juan's teammate, Jose Ruiz, coming up later on. Straight after this, actually, in heat number 7. Shomislav having a look at that one. Be great to see these competitors get another ride before this heat closes out. But it does look like it will be Dave and Max moving on through to the next round. And the shot here of El Sunzal, our competition site for this week's ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. You see Club Salvadoreño just at the bottom of screen there where the opening ceremony was held. If you missed the opening ceremony, make sure you go back and watch it. Fantastic scenes from this location at Surf City, El Salvador. All the nations represented there. As we can see Team Puerto Rico. We'll listen in. Very happy scenes down there on the beach. The two teammates making their way in very early on in this heat. You can still see there is some time left on the clock. We'll see if Juan has an opportunity here with this wave coming through. Looking for a 7.84. He's up and riding on his backhand. One turn there to kick things off. We'll see if he is able to find a bit more scoring potential through the inside. This wave standing up a little bit more here for Juan. Just again, switching that paddle with that rotation. Another carving maneuver to bring this one through to the inside. Not seeing like it's going to be enough for that 7.84 he needs to advance. So maybe some smart surfing there from Dave de Armas and Max Torres, conserving energy as they go throughout the day today. If they do make it through the next heat, there will be 3 times they will be surfing today. So good call.
Yeah, it is a good call. I mean, they got those 8 so early in the heat. It was really interesting. I mean, we were confused for a second watching Max on the beach with, about 8 minutes left.
He didn't even paddle all the way back out after his 8. He just paddled halfway out and got a 3.
Yeah, just to kind of get his 2 scores in.
Shomislav.
Yeah, Shomislav is going to ride this one in.
So good to see him get another ride before this heat finished. Representing Poland. So Team Poland will be coming up later on in the week in the racing divisions. Well done to those competitors, but it will be the man on screen, Dave de Armas, taking the win in that last heat. Powerful scenes here, powerful surfing. Don't go anywhere. We are going to be coming right back with heat number 7 of the men's main round.
welcome everybody to the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Beautiful SUP city, El Salvador. I hope you have a great competition. And when the competition is done and it's over, everybody goes home as an ambassadors of beautiful, the smallest country, Central America, El Salvador, with the biggest heart. Muchas gracias, everybody. I hope you have a good time.
Hello and welcome back to day number 2 of competition here. The 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. Surf City, El Salvador providing the goods for SUP surfing today. We are still in men's main round number 2. Heat number 7 in the water. Franco Fachin of Argentina in the red. Mathieu Carpentier from France in the blue. Jose Ruiz of Costa Rica in the green. And Jesse Cohen representing Canada in the white jersey. We have Jose up and riding of Costa Rica. See him just wiggling that board back toward the white water, leaning on that paddle for a second turn. You see his paddle caught in the leash, so he has to lift it out of the water, untangle that, and he has an oncoming section. Hits that perfectly, very well timed. He's very happy with the finish of that wave. Now let's throw it down to the beach with the winner of the last heat, Dave de Armas.
Yeah, thank you guys. Dave de Armas next to me. It was 2 Puerto Ricans in that heat, and I'm wondering if it was a big national clash or just a big Puerto Rican party. How was it for you, Dave?
If I'm being honest, it was just kind of a catch the feeling of the conditions heat. It's kind of windy, so we really wanted to see how it was, and we have 3 heats today if we do pass them all, so we're just... First heat was just conserving energy. We both got out of the water early, so just kind of make sure we're not tired throughout the whole day. So yeah, pretty much.
Yesterday you were using Max board for your heat, and you were with him, next to him, so were you using his board again today?
Yeah, I was. He's got like 4 or 5 boards, so he does not have a short of his board. He's actually using a 7-1. He likes a little bit more board for the waves, and he weighs like 20 more pounds than me, so his smaller boards are working pretty good. So yeah, still on his boards.
You two left the water pretty early, like with 2 minutes to go. Is that a good sign of confidence?
Not really confidence, just more conserving energy. It's a long day, so yeah.
Okay, well, you're through to the next round, so good luck with your competition today. Back to you, boys.
Thanks very much, Mathieu. The 2 Puerto Ricans moving on through to the next round of men's SUP surfing. Still gaining those valuable team points for Puerto Rico. Team Puerto Rico looking strong, especially as we move through to the racing divisions. Mari Carmen, of course, one to look out for in that division. As we take a look at a replay of Mathieu Carpentier, Rachel.
Yeah, this one came through as a 4.83. A nice opening ride for Mathieu. It's a smaller wave, but standing up really nicely. And those are the waves that we've been seeing are actually the nice picks of the lot this morning. Sometimes those bigger sets, although they like look nice on the initial takeoff, they end up being a little bit fat, not offering as much opportunity. So he did well with this one, only riding it about halfway in as well. A 4.83 opens up his account nicely, and you can see that look at Franco's opening ride as well, a 3.9. So a little bit slow off the takeoff, but that hit getting an opportunity to go critical as he looks for another opportunity here.
Yeah, back into live action here. We see Franco wrapping a couple of turns on the outside section, switching the paddle here, that wave going flat. Looking at Kapono Fakura representing Japan coming up in the next heat. He'll be up against Leonica Merigodani and Kevin Vides, the local El Salvadorian surfer. Team Japan there on the beach, ready to cheer on their teammate Kapono. Definitely one of my underdog picks for this event.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been seeing him prepare for the last few weeks. He got here really early. Of course, Tao, his teammate, won his heat early this morning, first heat of the morning. So that would have Team Japan really pumped up with energy, knowing what to do. Conditions looking really different as compared to when Tao was out there this morning. Wind has picked up. You can see all of that texture on the water now.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the conditions change again within the next hour or so. Seems like yesterday we had the wind kind of bumping up here and there, but in general it was offshore for most of the day. Today we see that side shore, that westerly wind coming in. We have our water patrol out there taking care of our athletes, making sure that they also have the competition area clear of free surfers. Team Canada, of course, supporting Jesse Cohen in this heat, currently in the water. Still yet to open up his account. Still waiting on a wave to drop for Jesse. We've got all rides locked in for the judges now. So Franco Fachin of Argentina, a 3.9, a 2.63, sees him in the lead. Mathieu Carpentier, just a single score of a 4.83. And Jose Ruiz, we saw that big hit on that final section on that wave. A 3-point ride was what he was scored for that wave. So that is your current standings with 13.5 minutes left on the clock. And there's Leonika preparing for the next heat. Got the cool shades on. Actually, this morning when he was out free surfing, he was ripping. So I'm really interested to see how he's able to adapt to the changing conditions out there. We had the really glassy conditions this morning. Bit bumpier now. So it'll be great to see if he's able to switch gears a little bit and adapt to these conditions. Of course, the lifeguards, Rachel, tell us about the lifeguards here because they've helped you in the past.
They have. Sometimes on this really high tide, big swell can make the shore break situation a little bit difficult. At the earlier ISA for our longboards this year, we had a hectic day of shore break against that seawall that those lifeguards were just standing on there, and they were a huge godsend in helping.
We see Jesse Cohen of Canada up and riding. Great little top turn on that one, and is able to redirect his board back to surf the left on this one and just opts to jump out. So that'll get his campaign started for Team Canada in this heat. Yeah, speaking about those scenes, Rachel, of you in the longboard, we actually had a look at it last night. 134 million views. If you haven't seen it, go and check out Rachel Tilley's Instagram, and you will be able to
scroll back a little bit now.
Scroll back a little bit, yeah, for sure. But yeah, dramatic scenes on the rocks here, for sure. So it is such a pleasure to have you watching. Really want to thank you if you're tuning in at isasurf.org, YouTube or Facebook. You're joined by Bo Nixon here alongside current ISA gold medalist Rachel Tilley and world WSL longboard champion as well. She surfed here, I think she said 9 times, which you know this break very well.
Yeah, well, Surf City and ISA have had a really great partnership over the last few years, bringing longboard back year after year, World Surfing Games, the juniors, and now the SUP. It all started with the SUP and Paddleboard Championships with the ISA back in 2019. So it's really great to see this discipline back here too. It's a great venue for the SUP surf, of course, these first few days. Being this big right-hand point, we now have a big bay off to the side as well. That will be great for the racing disciplines coming up. So it's just an awesome venue for so many styles of surfing, and it's great to see ISA continuing to partner with Surf City and bring us back here year after year, because El Salvador is so welcoming to us every time we come.
Oh, certainly is, and definitely the best waves in the world to showcase all of the different disciplines of surfing that the ISA covers. So we take a look at Team Japan again on the rocks down there. Kapono Fukuda coming up next. 10.5 minutes left on the clock in this heat. Situation still the same out in the water. Jesse Cohen locking in a 1.77, so he's still in that 4th position, looking for a 3.07 to move into advancing position. And Jose Ruiz, a 1.84 in the lineup is needed. And just let's talk about your recent world longboard title. You had to surf 6 times. So if I'm correct, they have the top 8 world longboard surfers from the previous events come to El Salvador to compete for the title, and you had to surf 6 times in order to win. Yeah,
I was coming in as one of those, as a lower seed into the finals of our qualification, and yeah, it was a really big day. It was one of those days that I was going, technically a possibility I could win, but not probable. And so the fact that it came together, I think I just went out with going, all right, I just know this wave like we were just talking about, we've spent a lot of time at this wave over the last few years. So I just tried to use that knowledge to my advantage, and fortunately it came through. And, you know, seeing that reflection into this event today, we saw Benois, who won the gold medal here in 2019, get excellent scores in his first heat today. So seeing that knowledge of the wave is pretty crucial. That time spent out in this wave, those surfers that have been spending a lot of time in their practice surfs over the last few weeks is really showing in the ones that have been standout in these opening rounds.
And these surfers, if they are to move through the rounds today, they will surf 3 times, not matching your 6. But how do you prepare between that time where, you know, you are between heats? How do you prepare? Because it's a long day of surfing.
It is, and the water temperature and air temperature, both 85 degrees once we reach the middle of the day. So those are really tough conditions, just physical conditions to be in. So hydration and food are really, really important.
A 1.84 needed from Jose Ruiz, up and riding in the water. That's his second turn on this ride, cutting it back to the whitewater. Again, he's found that section that is able to stand up in front of him. So very similar to that first ride that he was able to find. Definitely going to be that 1.84, but it is Jesse Cohen up and riding as well. Team Canada, you can see him just extending that back foot there to be able to redirect his board down the face of the wave. So a couple of turns already, finding the shoulder of the El Sunzal point break here as he makes his way through. You can see a lot of bump on the face of that wave now, as Jesse's now trying to generate some speed, redirecting across to the left to stay with the pocket of this one. He makes his way all the way through, just catches a rail there. It's a little bit too much weight on the front of that board. Of course, Team Canada, lots of cheers. Not sure if you can hear that at home at the moment where you are watching, but lots of cheers happening down on the beach for fellow teammates, and almost getting onto that one, Franco Fachin, current heat leader, but deciding not to go.
Yeah, interesting seeing those 2 waves between Jesse and Jose on that last one, both needing scores in their score line. Jesse's coming in as a 2.47, so that helps his situation by lowering his requirement, now only needing a 2.37, but Franco up and riding live action.
Yeah, current heat leader, great first turn up into the lip as he rebounds off the whitewater for his cutback, and again just switching the paddle and just gets caught up in the whitewater there. It's surprising how powerful that whitewater can be, so you really need to be timing it right when you are rebounding off the whitewater. Looks like Franco Fachin might improve upon that 2.63. We'll see what the judges determine.
No one really running away with this heat so far. The high single wave score of 4.83. We know there's opportunities for excellent scores out there. We saw both surfers from Puerto Rico in the last heat get 8s into their score line respectively. So interesting to see. I feel like we haven't even really seen the wave opportunities yet come through. Conditions we know rapidly change as that tide drops out throughout the morning. So sometimes for these surfers, you know, they would have been watching that heat previous to them going, okay, there's lots of opportunity. And then it can honestly change every 20 minutes. So
well, we saw a left from Leco Salazar in 8.67. So that came out of nowhere.
Really came out of nowhere. That was a great spot, you know, spur of the moment reading, and it reflected in an 8.67. So incredible to watch.
So a slight situation change, but we are still waiting for a score of Franco's last wave to drop. Once that does, we'll update you on the situation, but Jose's last wave, a 3.97, so definitely helps his cause. It looks like Jose and Franco will be sitting in the top 2 advancing positions, but it is Mathieu Carpentier with the highest wave score so far of the heat, just needing a very small 1.7 so far. I'm going to guess that will change once Franco locks in his last score. We'll wait for the judges to decide that, but it is just under 5 minutes now remaining in heat number 7. Surfers in the water looking and hoping that a set is going to approach the lineup shortly.
That situation change really putting the pressure on Mathieu. He has that single wave score of a 4.83, so his requirement is really small, a 1.7, but previously that 4.83 had him still sitting at least in the advancing position. Jose getting that 3.97 pushes Mathieu out of that advancing position. So sitting out there with first priority, 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, he's looking for a score.
Yeah, his score just that he needs is just bumped up slightly at 2.14. So Franco Ficin locks in a 4.07 on his last ride. Jose Ruiz now in second. Mathieu Carpentier in third. It is current heat leader up and riding. Doing some acrobatics there to put himself in a position to land that first maneuver as we see Franco again just wrapping that board back toward the whitewater. Staying really close to the pocket. Some smaller rides in this heat being surfed. We haven't seen the larger sets rolling through. As we see Franco just trying to link this wave through to the inside, looking to improve upon a 3.90. Getting a lot of maneuvers done throughout this ride as he brings it through to the inside and just found like a little corner on that wave. Was able to push the tail as he wraps that one back. A lot of turns being done, lots of power surfing on this ride. So Franco riding through, 3 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. Probably just enough time for him to get back out before the buzzer goes. That's a long paddle back out to the top of the peak. And it looks like we also have scores to drop for a couple of other surfers. So looking like a few surfers are up during that exchange.
Yeah, and the score needing to drop so quickly for Mathieu makes me think that was not, wasn't the long ride that he was probably looking for as backup. As we see live action, another left today.
Another left. Jesse Cohen up and riding of Canada. Dave Bainey, fellow commentator, would have been happy about that. He loves the left out here as well. So last score of Franco Ficin is quick to drop. A 4.93 does improve his situation. That is now the highest wave score of the heat so far. So he's currently sitting in the lead. Jose Ruiz in second, but it is this man in third, Mathieu Carpentier, looking for a score in order to progress through this heat. It looks like he's got a couple of great turns done on the outside of this wave. A little bit of a bigger wave as well compared to his competitors. But of course, this wave shouldering out, he's having to really surf across to the right-hand side of screen in order to stay with this one. You can see him just creating a bit of space as he is able now to get some more work done as the wave is starting to stand up on the inside section, switching the paddle really nicely. He's got a smooth style. He's found an end section as well. He's going to hit it off the end. Oh, and right up onto the sand. That's a mix of rock and sand on there, so I hope he's okay. Mathieu Carpentier throwing it all on the line there at that end section. He did need to manufacture a score, but it is Jose Ruiz now who's going to answer back. Switches the paddle for that first turn. Nice carving maneuver for the second turn. Finds himself right in the pocket of this one. Beautiful carve back toward the power section. And as he, again, just flicks the tail for another turn. So lots of maneuvers done already for Jose. Unfortunately, just going down. I think he got a lot of work done on the outside section. You can see Mathieu just checking his arm there. A few scratches from the rocks, so hopefully his equipment is okay. But we're going to wait for the judges to lock in those scores for that last exchange. Tense times between Jose Ruiz and Mathieu Carpentier. I also think that Franco might even be in the hot seat as well.
I was just thinking that, there's opportunity for both Jose and Mathieu. Franco has a 4.07 and a 4.93 in his scoreline. That's not necessarily running away and being completely safe. So it'll be interesting to see how these next few scores. I think Jose was on his way to improving upon his situation. It'll be, I think, a close one to see if he does, if he hadn't fallen on those last moments.
So Franco Ficin now drops down to second. He's up and riding currently. Can he get back into first place with this ride? He's looking to find a bit more open face on this one after getting caught behind the whitewater after a couple of turns. Not looking like there's going to be much on offer on the end section. So when he dropped to second, that meant Mathieu Carpentier went up into first place with a 4.63. Jose Ruiz, his last score, a 3.53. So now it looks like we do have those final rankings in play. Still waiting on the last score from Franco, but it will be Mathieu Carpentier and Franco Fachin moving on through to round number 3 of the main event. And unfortunately, losing Jose Luis of Costa Rica and Jesse Cohen of Canada. So it really switched a lot there in the last final moments of that heat, Rachel.
Yeah, it did put the pressure on all of them. It was exciting when it comes down to the end there.
And we are going to be back with more action to come of men's SUP surfing. So that will be Mathieu Carpentier moving on through. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back to call more action right after this short break.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Hello and welcome back to day number 2 of competition here for the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are moving through into heat number 8 of men's round 2. Capono Fukuda representing Japan in the red. Leo Nica of Italy in the blue. Mehdi Udani of Morocco in the green. And Kevin Vides, the local El Salvador representative. You'll see a paddle here from Leonard, but not being able to get it. So it is Capono Fukuda getting the first wave of this heat. Capono, young surfer, representing Japan. Nice little carve there. You can see him hopping and bouncing this board along, generating speed. Looks like something in standing up in front of him. Gets his board up into the lip, snapping maneuver to finish off that ride. So Capono getting a quick start here. As I looked over my shoulder before this heat began, a lot of competitors moving their way deep on the point here. Before we get any more action in this heat, let's head down to the sideline interview with the winner of the last heat.
Hey guys, we have 2 Carpentiers for the price of 1. We've got Mathieu Carpentier as the last-minute replacement for Clément Rosero, who couldn't make it to the Worlds. And you know what? It's a good bet for our Team France. Mathieu is through to round number 3. How was it out there, Mathieu?
Well, it was nice. It was. I had a really good start with a 4.83, and then I waited a bit too long. I caught my second wave with 4 minutes remaining, and it wasn't a good one. But luckily, there was another really good one just after, so I managed to get two good carves, and then I waited because I didn't know the score of the guy from Costa Rica, so I did a re-entry. I finished on the sand, everything, but all good, and yeah, stoked to make it through.
Can you tell us about your selection with Team France? How did that happen, and when was it decided that you would represent France in the SUP surf?
Well, obviously, just 2 days ago, just before the competition started, because we were supposed to have Clément Rosero, which is a crazy guy, so talented. He would have been so pleased to be there, but he's also the world champion in big wave, and he's training right now in Nazaré because there is a really good swell, and he wants to claim it one more time in Nazaré. And we had another option, which was Gabriel Bachelet, the French national champion, ripping too, but he had some stuff to do, so, well, I'm in. I do my best.
Are you doing well? What are your expectations for today?
Well, to survive the day, because it's going to be tough. The level is so high, and you see the wave is really, really nice. Just perfect right unders. It's a wave you want to do stand-up paddle. Well, obviously for goofies, maybe they like this one as a left, but it's a perfect spot. And thanks Surf City for bringing us here. It's a pleasure, and the wave is just amazing.
Thank you, Mathieu. Good luck for the rest of the competition. Sounds like we're going to hear the last name Carpentier a lot today. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mathieu. 2 Mathieu's down there. Mathieu Carpentier moving on through to the next round alongside his brother Benois Carpentier, gold medalist from 2019. Saw a couple of waves ridden during that interview. As we see live action here, Kapono Fukuda. He is looking to improve upon that first ride. Just goes down in that first section. We saw Mehdi Udani as well, representing Morocco. Just as that interview started, he put together some really nice maneuvers and finished off with a really good hit off the lip at the end.
Yeah, a long wave that allowed a lot of critical opportunity. So as we take a look at this first ride for Leo. A slow start at first, just trying to build up that speed as he sees it lining up down. And this is where the action really starts to happen. Nice spray, pushing that back foot around. Still having to race it, coming from deep. Nice hit, finding that opportunity to go critical above the lip. Foam climb, bringing it back down. Nice control throughout this. This has been kind of a messy wave, bumpy, but he's done really well to find every opportunity to take advantage of it. A long ride for him too. So everyone having a nice opening exchange. Kevin a 0.27, but he is out the back, seeing if he can open up his exchange with something of more consequence. Having a look at this one, doesn't make it into that one. Kevin, the local, though, knows the lineup really well.
He certainly does, as we see Mehdi representing Morocco. A beautiful carve back to the whitewater there, really leaning on the paddle, utilizing that as a kind of balance and brace tool. As we see him sticking with this one through the inside. You can see Mehdi wasn't sitting on the outside peak here. He took off on this wave about halfway out along the point here at El Sunzal. And nothing's going to be on offer on him on the inside, but it's going to be a little backup score for his first ride. Still yet to drop from the judges. We do have Kapono Fukuda locking in a 5-point ride for his first wave. That's really going to set the scale in this heat. The judges will be referring back to that ride to see if Mehdi's first wave was above or just below that score. We see Kevin on screen making his way back in. So I spoke to our kind of technical director, contest director, Anthony Vella, this morning about SUP surfers lying down on their board. They actually do time how long they're lying down for. You asked me this question yesterday, Rachel. It is 15 seconds that they're looking for. And there were 4 warnings issued yesterday. There was 1 penalty interference, which is what happens if you get a second warning. And that was issued to one of our competitors. As we see live action, Leo Nika up and riding on a set on the outside. Great first turn there from Leo as he switches the paddle. Just waits patiently to find a bit of a smooth face to wrap that board back around to the whitewater. This wave providing some goods for Leo as he does another turn on this one. And again, the 4th turn, wrapping that board back around. You can see him just compose himself there, just switching the paddle, just getting really low over his front foot to hold that speed and just wait patiently for some more scoring potential on the inside. He's found a great ride that's going to offer him some more turns through the inside of this one. Decides to kick out just before the sand. Great wave from Leo. That's definitely going to help his situation. Team USA, Anthony Maltese on screen. Surfed with Anthony yesterday. We kind of drifted over a little bit to the left, which is not the left that they've been surfing, but a little bit further on. And he's got a few good long rides over there, but he's looking forward to today's competition up against Indy Rose of Australia. You saw you go and shake his hand. Good sportsmanship down there. Dave Bainey, of course, supporting Anthony. Anthony riding for Infinity. Campbell Carter there on screen as well. Soren Preston. They're going to be coming up in the racing portion later on this week. You know that all too well. USA!
USA! Yeah, some of the other countries have some really beautiful chants that they do. Peru, Costa Rica, both come to mind. Even Australia. USA, we kind of only have that one chant of just going USA. It's the one that we do too on longboard and shortboard do as well. But it's effective, you know.
It is.
It's all just about bringing the team morale together. That's something really cool about the ISAs that you don't get in any other tours that we compete in other competitions, is that opportunity to be on a team, you know, and be not just competing for yourself, but competing for overall team rankings. All of these countries are working hard and working together to fight for that world championship as a country. That overall team gold medals, really, really special to bring back to your country.
It certainly is, as Team USA have a few young competitors this year. Of course, Soren and Preston going to be in the junior girls or junior women division of the technical racing. Campbell Carter just on the outside of that junior division. He'll be coming up in the racing divisions later. So good to see USA sending some of their younger athletes to represent their country. See if Team USA can move into the medal rankings. They dominated in previous years. It was USA and Australia for a number of years earlier on in the SUP and Paddleboard Championship. Of course, Candace Appleby from Team USA definitely holding the flag there. Sean Pointer in the men's SUP surfing as well. So a very strong field of athletes from Team USA. As we turn our attention to the water, 9 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. We do have situation updates in the water, but we're going to catch up with Mehdi on this wave. He's just fading his way back on that one, deciding it's not going to give him the score he needs. As we see Kapono Fukuda now dropping into third position, but he's only just got that one ride. This one's going to be a backup for him. So you see a couple of turns, and it looks like there's absolutely nothing that he was paddling on there. He does well to link it up with another inside section. And look, he's found himself up into the lip. So Kapono reading this wave very well, sliding the tail there on a slashing maneuver, switching the paddle now, rebounding off the whitewater. Does very well to surf this wave through to the inside. That's going to be another good score to drop for Kapono. That will help his situation. Mehdi finding himself on another ride just behind Kapono as well. You can see him leaning on the paddle there, just using it as a brace tool in the whitewater, just to hang on through this bumpy section. As he again switches the paddle, tries to get a little bit more scoring on the inside, but decides to kick out of that one. It is Leonard Nica from Italy currently in the lead, but I feel like Kapono's going to overtake that.
And it looks like this is turning into a three-person heat. As we saw early on, Kevin coming in, I don't think we've seen him return back to the lineup. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. Kevin representing El Salvador, an incredible longboarder, has represented longboard, or sorry, has competed in longboard, has represented on the world stage, and only just picked up a stand-up paddleboard recently in order to participate and represent the country in this one. But I was chatting with him yesterday. He was just happy to be participating and excited to now learn a new craft that he hasn't spent a lot of time on yet. So I think he was stoked to just have the opportunity to even make it into main round 2.
I think it'd be super cool if Kevin sticks with it and just, you know, continues SUP surfing, and to see him, you know, progress through the years if he is going to represent El Salvador again at an ISA. It'd be great to see stand-up paddlers getting more and more popular here in El Salvador, of course, but definitely a big surfing destination. Lots of fantastic waves all along the coastline here of Surf City. You'll find El Zonte as we're looking up to the west, northwest, or the west.
It is, yeah. Yeah,
Very
you
confusing.
think it's north and south,
Yes.
but we're a south-facing country right now, and so even this swell direction that we have today, southwest, so it's pretty much coming just a kind of that right angle into the point, which is why on that higher tide sometimes we see it a little bit more shouldery. Those straight direct south swells, the ones bringing kind of more of those longer rides. So once that tide goes a bit lower and you're able to use the reef a little bit more, we start seeing those better lines, such as a wave like this. Let's see how this goes.
Leo finding himself on another set wave in this heat. He's already done a nice turn again, goes up into the lip. Look at this wave offering up some nice wall in front of him. Wraps that board back around to rebound off the white water. And again, very little downtime on this wave as he makes his way through the midsection. You can see him staying close to the pocket, waiting for this wave to set up on the inside. And just starting to really push hard now on those turns to maximize that power that the judges are looking for. Again, another cutback maneuver. And he stays low, holds that bottom turn for a turn off the top. That is a very well surfed wave. Looks like he will solidify himself in an advancing position right now. As we take a look at the replay, Rachel.
Yeah, you can tell that he, like you said, is trying to solidify that advancing position. He's sitting now in second place, and he is pushing those turns so hard, using that paddle, wrapping it around, trying to do everything he can to make that third and fourth position all that much harder in their requirement. So a really well surfed wave. Love that he cut it all the way back there and got patient. That was really important in order for him to be in more of a critical section for these last few maneuvers. And, you know, most of the scoring potential does come from the outside, but having that opportunity to surf all the way through just like that and get those more critical sections on the inside is really helpful to a score.
So this score coming in at a 5.33. It is his highest wave score of the heat so far, mixed in with a 5.13. Leo currently sitting in second place. I really think Leo has improved upon his surfing in recent years. He's looking a lot stronger, but also surfing a lot smarter, just being patient with wave selection and also where he's placing his turns. Definitely like he's come a long way with his surfing. Been working hard. He lives in Portugal, representing, of course, Italy here, but surfs a lot around the Peniche area. And as we see the 6-point ride that dropped in for Kapono Fukuda, Rachel, talk us through this one. He manages to surf through this section that wasn't even there.
Yeah, I mean, a 6-point ride, you would think at this point, okay, his wave's over, but really utilizing that paddle and getting his board speed up, this wave stands up really nicely, and he pushes it really hard, putting a lot of finesse and energy into every maneuver, switching that paddle around really seamlessly between each maneuver, everything looking quite fluid. So having that outside section, but really it was this inside that offered all of that major scoring potential. And as much as it is part of the wave, it requires the surfers that are getting above that 5-point range that we've both seen from Kapono and Leo are really pushing those turns extra hard. You know, you can see it's outside of just those carving turns. They're finding those opportunities to slash it and really use those legs. And that's reflective of the spray that we're seeing push off of their rail. So we see Mehdi trying to get into that advancing position now.
Oh, it gets super vertical on that turn. He was looking for a 6.79 and he was on his way to that with that turn. That's the first time I've really seen a really vertical re-entry so far. So Mehdi putting it all on the line there. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. He is currently in third position. He might just have enough time to at least get himself on the outside there for another chance, but he will be having to fight against the priority of Kapono and Leo sitting out the back now. And Kevin, of course, seeming as though he has made his way back into the beach. He's in a combination situation. Just under 2 minutes now remaining. You can see Mehdi there, just off his board. Quite bumpy, I think, out there. Maybe a reason Kevin came in as well, just having to deal with those bumps. As we get a view of El Sunzal, our point break here, offering up fantastic showcase of waves for our SUP surfers. And I do see some lines starting to approach the point here, Rachel. And at this point, my heart's usually in my throat. At this point, with one, coming down to a minute left, like, uh-oh, I have to perform. especially if you are Medi. Can he get back out there? But it is going to be Kapono Fukuda having a look at this one. Current heat leader, already with a 6 and a 5-point ride. Can he extend that? He goes vertical on that first turn, falls off in that foam as we see Leo Nika on the outside, spinning for this one. Another set wave. He's found himself on 3 set waves in this heat, so done very well to be able to be in rhythm with the ocean. Mehdi Udani on the inside just cuts back and loses it on that one. We'll stay with Leo as he rides through. You see this set pushed really wide, so in that deeper water, offering not much of a steep face for Leo, but Kapono has found himself on a great looking wave. Great turn to kick things off. You see him just pushing hard with that back foot, drawing that board back around to the white water again, switching the paddle, cutting back. He's going to stay with this one. Another cutback maneuver. So he's going to start to mix things up with a bit more variety on the inside. You can see holding the paddle in front. He's going to, again, just hold that paddle behind him and switch it up for another roundhouse cutback, rebounding high on that foam. And again, another cutback maneuver as he pushes hard on that back foot. That will be the end of the heat. Heat leader Kapono Fukuda looking like he's going to improve upon a score. We'll wait for that to come through, but it looks like it will be Kapono and Leo Nika moving on through in heat number 8. Still waiting on a score for Mehdi to drop, but we did see him fall off the back of that wave, so don't think it's going to be any score of note to push him up into advancing position. Still looking for nearly a 7-point ride.
Yeah, Team Japan looking quite confident there, having both of their surfers advance so far in this main round 2. The men that are advancing right now will have the opportunity to surf 3 times today as long as they continue to advance. So with Kapono finishing that one out, we only have 1 score left to drop for him, but he has secured that top advancing position.
Yeah, Team Japan moving on through. We will be losing Mehdi Udani and the local Kevin Vides from competition. We're going to go to heat number 9 straight after this short break, and we'll bring in Dave Bainey to call the action.
Welcome to day 1 of competition for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship.
So live action there from Lucci, putting on an absolute masterclass there. 2 great turns to kick things off. On this wave, waiting patiently for things to stand up. A huge turn off the lip on her backhand. Again, so starting things off as she did on that first ride. Stands up again for her. What she got for us, another turn, the top of the wave, so fantastic.
I've been training here for a couple of days already. The wave is not easy. I think we were okay, and there were waves on the heat, so I had fun.
Yeah, taking off on this ride. Look, this wave looking nice for Izzy. Again, gonna go up the top of this wave, pushing hard on that tail, so this wave standing up for her.
Tamil Martino, Team Peru, off the bottom. Nice stylish carve back into the pocket right there. Off the bottom again, snap. Really using the rail nicely.
Just pacing himself, waiting for it to stand up, brings it around again. Straight up into the lip, Bray off the back of his board there. And again, puts the board up into the lip.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of SUP Surf here in Surf City, El Salvador.
Welcome back. Those were the highlights of day 1. We are now into day 2, main round 2 of the men's SUP surfing. Action straight away as this heat is just kicking off. Natua representing Tahiti, opening up with a nice account. Finding this wave selection has been super crucial in these morning heats on the high tide. Finding one that is standing up all the way for him on the inside. Finding opportunity after opportunity with a stacked heat here. This is the way that you would like to kick off a heat. Look at these lines. Dave, welcome to the booth. Look at this.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. We got 2 riders up in blue. Indy Rosa, he's from Australia, and out the back, USA surfer Anthony Maltese on a slightly bigger ride. both backhanders getting multiple maneuvers through the middle section here. Looks like Indy Rose is gonna pull out. Anthony's still working away on his ride. Cuts back, little tail slide off the foam. Anthony made a little board switch. I was surfing last night and he was out there. That's kind of his old faithful that he keeps around. And we're gonna drop it down to Matu for interview, Team Japan.
Thank you very much, guys. Down on the beach with Mr. Kapono Fukuda, the winner of the previous heat. There was a tight battle with Leonika Omedeto. Kapono, that was pretty good out there.
Yeah, it was pretty good waves, but a little bit windy. And then I got the last one was a pretty good one.
Yeah, tell us about the condition. That wind. Yeah. How does it change the texture of the waves?
The waves, like I choose the most green one, okay, and then most biggest one. I found the last wave was the most green and the most biggest one.
And they look pretty bouncy too. Is that because of the wind?
Yeah, I think so. Though, because of wind, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. My lighting, yeah.
You came out of the water pretty tired. You gave you everything in that heat.
Yeah, I'm getting better, but yes, this heat was very exhausted. Yeah.
Well, make sure you recharge. You are through to the next round. Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Kapono, working hard to solidify that heat win. A really great performance. I liked what he was articulating there, Dave, of choosing the most green wave. I think really indicative of choosing those bigger ones that are outside of that foamy section. You can see on your screen right now, all that white foamy section towards the right makes it harder for the surfers to kind of navigate through and really engage that rail. So finding those cleaner waves that ride all the way in, and that's exactly what Kapono's last 717 looked like. But it's Natua opening up his account. Talk us through this one, Dave.
Yeah, Natua from Tahiti. He's got a nice flowing style, and it's pretty cool. Natua, he's riding a twin fin, so one of the twin fin setups in the draw this week. And you can see the board is just flowing pretty nicely through these sections. I love his nice smooth cutbacks. And Natua, he's a fireman out in Tahiti. He gets to compete in the fireman games they have. I think he was just in Oahu for that. And does really well in competitions at home. So it's good to see him out here representing Tahiti. We got a replay. This is the 2-for-1. We got Indy Rose and Anthony Maltese. Great shot from our guys from the production crew. And looks like Indy had kind of a smaller shouldery wave. Anthony's got a bigger one. Managed to do a couple big cutbacks.
It almost seems like from this view, it's been nice to watch them side by side. It seems like Indy's was able to stand up with a little bit more energy, where Anthony's had a little bit more downtime, kind of flattened out. It was bigger and looked like it was going to run more, and then suddenly hit that deep section and flattened out a little bit more. So my guess is that nod's going to go towards Indy, as we see the drone angle of Anthony now, with a lot of wind now out on the water. You can see that bump that he's navigating from this angle really nicely, and just being really patient.
Yeah, and speaking to Anthony in the lineup last night, I saw him on this board he's currently riding, and I noticed it was a equipment change, so he was feeling it out. This board he feels it's a little lower volume, so he feels he gets a little bit more grip on the face. So with the wind picking up, you know, he has a little more control and traction through his turns. So it's cool to see the athletes kind of run through the quiver and make those decisions.
Well, and you mentioned Natua's opting for his twin fin. Can you talk a little bit about what are the surfers feeling in those equipment differences? We're seeing a couple twin fins, not many though. We see a lot of thrusters, maybe a couple quads.
Yeah.
Talk us through that selection process.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, it's all personal preference and what you feel, you know, is working for you in the conditions that are provided. But, you know, twin fin, as you see Natua go on this one. You know, and it's kind of like not a true twin fin. It has the 2 uprights with the trailer. But, you know, twin fin provides a little bit more free speed, right? You don't have to work the board as much. It kind of flows freely with speed. And you can see Natua's, you know, he has a nice quiet style, right? So he kind of just flows with that board. And twin fin, you know, tends to feel a little looser. So you could able to snap the tail out at the end of the turns maybe a little easier. You know, sometimes, you know, people think like on the backhand it's maybe a little disadvantage to kind of go vertical on, but obviously he's on his forehand, so I think it fits this wave pretty nicely. I think Anthony, now that you mentioned, I believe he's riding a quad in this event, so, you know, kind of the opposite of what Natua is riding, and I would suspect Indy's on a thruster. So, yeah, it's all kind of, you know, what you're used to and what's kind of, you know, the feel you're trying to get. We see Indy up and riding right now.
Yeah, working his way to make it around this section. Huge hack to start out, back to the bottom, brings it around. Nice slash into the whitewash, utilizing that angle on his backhand. This has been a nice ride, looking to back up that 483 straight onto that next wave. A really nice way to open up his account early on. 11 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So sometimes we see the surfers not getting their backup wave until 5 minutes remaining because it's such a long ride. Can see Indy maybe trying to catch his breath there. It's a lot of work that these surfers are putting in and only getting maximum 15 seconds to spend on their stomach until they have to jump back up onto their feet. So real athleticism that we're seeing from these surfers, and you can see him needing to keep his board speed up. So talk to us a little bit about that, those smaller volume boards and what that feels like when you are on the paddling side. We know it offers that freedom on the wave, but all the rest of this, having to paddle back out and maintain that balance out there, the disadvantage that maybe that lesser volume would cause.
Yeah, like the low volume boards, I mean, you got to give these athletes credit. Like, it takes a lot of skill, a lot of stamina, a lot of you know, just training your legs to be able to paddle these boards straight for 20 minutes. You know, the stand-up rule that they have implemented with the in the you know, the rule book, you know, it's there to help give a little baseline for boards, you know, because the boards are getting so small, so tiny. So where's that fine line? Is it a short board yet, or is it still a stand-up paddleboard, right? So it kind of gives a little bit of a governor on the design, which I think is good. But it all of a sudden it gets to that point where you're like, man, this is a really small board, and you can see these guys, if they stand up, they're sinking to their stomach, and you know, when it gets bumpy and windy, you got to start choosing equipment wisely, because it's that much harder to stand on a board when it's choppy. But you know, that's the give or take, like you're saying. The lower volume boards, they sure feel good on the wave, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's always a hard decision, because the, you know, paddle speed versus, you know, performance is what you're looking for.
As we've been getting a look at all the women gearing up to kick off women's main round 2, next heat. So we see them all preparing and watching. We've seen sights at Team Japan, Team Poland. There we have our surfers all getting comfortable. 9 minutes remaining. So they've been watching what the men have been doing all morning and how those conditions have been changing too. They obviously see that wind, how that's been affecting. It looks like the wind's actually starting to back off a little bit, something that we saw happening yesterday as well, of that wind kind of pick up and back off multiple times throughout the day.
Yeah, the women getting ready to go. It's going to be their show here pretty soon. We are in Heat 9, main round 2 for the men. First place right now is Natua from Tahiti. He's got that 5.0 and 4.20. Indy Rose from Australia with that 4.83, 4.37. Anthony Maltese, Tuan from the USA, 3.93, has failed to get a second score. And then Karsten still waiting for his first score. He's got to be careful, 8 minutes left. We have seen the time management come into play more than a few times during this event. You see Gabby Steinfader and Coach Americo. Americo is famous for his influential coaching. He's always there. He's a very passionate paddler, very talented paddler as well. Team Brazil looking solid as always.
A quieter heat this one has been. Not a lot of action. Blue and green both just having 2 waves in their score line. Still waiting for Anthony's backup score and waiting for Karsten to open up his account entirely.
Yeah, and if I'm Anthony, I'm stressing just a little bit, you know, because my only score isn't as big as the guy in second place. So he knows he needs, you know, he pretty much needs 2 really good scores to be confident.
So we see a beautiful view. That's El Tunco there. In front of El Tunco, that beachfront there is La Bocana, a beautiful A-frame wave. Lots of restaurants and shops all throughout this town, and you can see all into the hinterland there. All the greenery, hills, volcanoes. So much to offer and explore outside of these amazing waves too.
Yeah, last night was fun. Me and some of the crew got out there a little bit. We went to go support our buddy Benois. His alter ego is DJ. He was DJing at one of the local little bars last night. Real mellow atmosphere, real fun. And yeah, the village just, it has that cool, you know, obviously that village feel, like you're in the jungle, and so much to do, as you said. And such a beautiful coastline right here.
Did you try some pupusas yet last night?
No, but they were talking about that, so I got to do that.
That's got to be on the docket for your trip. Pupusas, fantastic. Love my favorite, beans and cheese or chicken and cheese.
Yep.
You know, just really a delicious local cuisine.
Yes, I love going to different cultures, and that's one of my favorite things to do is explore the local food. Team Japan, they're having some local food right now. They're feeling good. Surfers through to the next round.
As we see a paddle of live action. Karsten looking to open up his account. Will he get into this one? He does on his backhand. Building up that speed, just getting comfortable, waiting for this section to stand up, switches that paddle around. Brings it around, a lot of downtime on this wave. There we go. Nice turn. Waiting for this to stand up as it does in front of him, coming off the bottom. Brings it back around again. Representing Germany. Looking to keep that board speed up with 5 minutes remaining. This is his first wave of the heat, and so he's trying to really make everything that he can of this wave. He'll have just enough time to make it back out after he cuts out of this one. And that inside section offered a lot of extra little opportunities and cuts out right at the sand. So if he sprints, he'll make it back out. Takes about 4 minutes to paddle back out, so might get one more opportunity.
Yeah, with any luck, he might find that kind of in-between set wave midway through the lineup. And we saw as he was taking off as well, it looked like Indy Rose snagged a left out the back, and he did. He managed to get a 4.83 on it. Here's the replay. So Indy, the goofy footer, loving the left, slashes back, gets a nice roundhouse, comes off the bottom right here. Nice little speed carve. And this wave, here comes the section, boom. Oh, that's a money turn right there. Unable to stick that one, but got a good score. And here's Karsten from Germany with his replay. And he had just a nice, smooth surfing style with this one. Gets was able to do several smooth carves. Karsten was able to ride this one all the way to the sand.
Yeah, nothing overly critical that we saw in this wave, but a really long ride. So he could have himself potentially in that mix. Right now he needs a 9.13, but that's because he has nothing in his scoreline right now. So regardless, that requirement should be going down. However, we did just see Natua up his overall heat total with a 4.2. So he's sitting in the lead, still waiting for that last wave of Indy to come through.
Yeah, but now we're down to 3 minutes left. Anthony Maltese has held on to that first priority for quite a while now. It's nervous time for Anthony. He's only got that 3.93, and he needs a solid score of 5.27 to turn this heat here after Indy's sneaky little left. You see his teammate, Anthony, that's Joe Vantes, representing Team USA, eagerly waiting to see if Anthony can get a set wave. You see him there in the red. 2 minutes left. Anthony stressing out.
It would be a bit of an upset to see Anthony go down this early in the event, wouldn't it, Dave?
Yeah, Anthony, he's one of the characters that, he's pretty intense. He takes this surfing seriously. He trains and he just gets fired up. He's just one of those guys, it means a lot to him. And so he's just a good guy to root for.
Potentially an opportunity coming in here. It's a wider one. Seeing if he can get on it. He does not. It looks like maybe Indy having a paddle there on his backhand. Not opting to go left this time, staying on the right. A really bumpy wave. You can see him navigating that. Remember he's riding that smaller board, which looks really flary under his feet. He's trying to improve upon a 4.37 to protect that second place position that he has right now. He goes down. He did a lot of work on the outside. I don't know if that will go into a scoreline. It doesn't. Still waiting for that score to come through. He has a 3.43 that he's throwing away. So a minute 20. Anthony being super patient with that first priority this whole heat. Right now he needs a 5.27.
Yeah, so Anthony hoping that Indy didn't up the score, and he's also hoping at least one more wave comes in so he could get an opportunity.
So Indy does not improve his situation, gets 4.37, which ties his second highest score in his score line. So that requirement stays the same, a 5.27. Potentially some deeper lines coming in at the moment. We'll see if they come in time for Anthony. So we see on the inside, Karsten Kromis making his way in on a smaller one. His requirement is a 5.93. 25 seconds remaining. Natua turning around on this one. Doesn't get it. Anthony paddling hard out the back as we take our focus to White coming in. 13 seconds.
Yeah, this is good to be Anthony's final chance. Let's see what he decides to do. He's going to go right off the bottom. Nice carve back into the pocket. Another good one. So Anthony getting a couple maneuvers. Third one, nice little rebound. He's going to reform to the left a little bit, let this wave form up for him. Here comes another opportunity. Let's see what he could do. Another swooping cutback. This wave staying, it was kind of flat through the whole thing, but he stayed busy. 5.27 is what he's looking for. Managed to surf that wave pretty solidly all the way out the back to the inside. It's always a question when you don't get that one signature maneuver on a wave to really set that, set that impression. He had some decent carves, but not one that really stood out. You could see he's bummed. He's bummed that he had to come down to that last wave. So we'll see what happens. A 5.27, I think, is it's a big score for this heat. The waves didn't serve up all that much opportunity, as you can see.
It would have to be the highest single wave score of the heat. So judges will be comparing it to Natua's 5.0, seeing if they think it's slightly better than that. So you see Indy going up, giving him a high five. Good sportsmanship across the community here in the stand-up paddling and paddleboard championships. So they're standing on the beach waiting for that score. Let's watch this replay So he really made the most of it, pushed it hard on this outside. This one stands up a little bit more. That was a nice turn. Wraps it around. This is then where it got a little bit quiet, and you could see he has so much energy in his body. He really wants it to stand up to be able to unleash. It looked like maybe it was going to here, and just as quickly as it stood up, kind of backs off again. Scores are in a 4.27, so just shy of his requirement by a point. So it is confirmed Natua and Indy advancing on to main round 3. A really great effort from our participants, USA, Germany. We will head to a short break. We'll be back with women main round 2.
Hello and welcome everybody to the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Beautiful SUP city, El Salvador. I hope you have a great competition, and when the competition is done and it's over, everybody goes home as an ambassador of beautiful, the smallest country, Central America, El Salvador, with the biggest heart. Muchas gracias everybody. I hope you have a good time.
Welcome back, the ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships. It is day 2. We are entering main round 2 of the women's SUP surfing. As we see on your screen, participants in this heat: Nimse Garcia of Puerto Rico, Aya Yurikusa from Japan, Gabriela Stemfader from Brazil, and Elvira Nandi from Poland. We just saw men's main round 2 wrap up. 9 heats of action so far. It has been a great day. That tide is going low rapidly. Conditions are changing. A little bit of bump today as we've been seeing that wind pick up. Rachel Tilley here, joined with Dave Bainey in the booth.
Yeah, Rachel, it's been so fun to watch the action so far today. Finally get into the women's draw. And we got still some nice conditions here.
We potentially see some lines coming out the back. All the women jockeying for that inside position right now. No priority is established. So you can see a bit about the break there. Sunzal, a long right-hand point. Just is a swell magnet. I've never seen this place too small. A great place to book a surf trip to, because you know that you're going to have the opportunity to surf some incredible waves.
Yeah, not only just this break, it seems like every little nook and cranny up and down the coast has some sort of wave. And just wave-rich coastline here in El Salvador.
So we see another paddle from Aya. She's paddled for a couple now, not quite able to get into them. And you can hear those whistles in the background right now of teams seeing on the beach that these lines are coming in. Some beautiful sets. We'll see who is in position. Sometimes these sets come in and the surfers that are deep are maybe too deep, but it looks like Gabriela was having a look at that one. Opts not for it. Aya potentially having a look here. Can she get into this one? She cannot. And Gabriela now in prime position to kick off her account All right, first ride of women's main round 2. Starting off mid-face carve, switching that paddle around, going for that roundhouse, bringing it back. And that wave is lining up really nicely in front of her, slashes it back. This wave offering some nice opportunity for her, keeping that speed up. Wave selection has been a difficult one for the surfers all day today. Moving that paddle around, you can see her really trying to demonstrate everything the judges are looking for, that speed, power, flow, and use of paddle to increase that degree of difficulty of turns, getting an opportunity to finish it off on the inside. So that is the opening account of Gabriela. We're going to send it down to the glass for the winner of that last heat, Natua.
Yeah, thank you guys. There's one Tahitian left in the competition. His name Natua Teri Tahi Manuia Natua. How was it out there for you?
Good. I was on the rhythm and I catch my first wave and I'm feeling good and catch the second and good, better than yesterday. Yesterday I have not on the rhythm and today I'm good feeling and yeah, going step by step.
Can you tell us where you are from in Tahiti? Where you are from in Tahiti?
Yeah, I'm from the East Coast, from Mahina.
Oh,
yeah.
Mahina.
Yeah.
Okay, so the good waves over there?
Yeah, only beach break. No, there is a reef break, but all the spot is only like a beach break. Yeah.
Do you get to paddle Te Aupo as well?
No, not for me. This is for Benois, for the David guys.
All right. Well, ito for run 3. Back to you, boys.
Thank you so much. Maddie on the glass, doing a great job having those conversations with the athletes all day. So we've been seeing some action happen on the women's, in this women's heat throughout that post-heat interview. Nimsi making her way all the way in. A more shouldery wave on the outside, but it was able to link into the inside as we see her eject right before that shore break on the inside there. So going to wait for a couple of scores there. Aya's first wave comes in as a 2.17, still waiting for that ride of green.
Yeah, we see the women getting these first rides, getting some long rides to open up this heat. Looks like Aya Yurikusa has got a score with a 2.17 so far, waiting for scores for Gabriela Steinfader and Nimse Garcia to drop here. Both really long rides.
Yeah, we can see the women already of that next heat preparing, watching where the women are sitting. You know, that's something for me. I love not being very first heat of my round. You can watch the men all day, but it's kind of nice when it switches over to your round and you get to watch the way your fellow women competitors are reading the lineup and how they're reading the waves. Just kind of gives you a little bit more insight.
Yes, that's true. It's always nice to spend some time on the beach, checking out the conditions, seeing how the sets are forming up, kind of come up with a game plan, you know, where to sit. We've seen a lot of competitors sit a lot deeper today. We've seen a handful of lefts being ridden today, so lots of opportunity out there.
And Dave, we've been having some really awesome conversations about equipment. You know, obviously coming from the head of Infinity, you know so much about equipment, so much about a lot of the equipment that that surfers are riding here. So many surfers opting for Infinity. Can you talk a little bit, you know, we've been talking about volume and what the men are riding, those smaller volume boards versus bigger. What is the average difference that you see maybe the women riding as compared to the men?
Yeah, well, luckily women are much cuter than us, much smaller, and also much lighter. So, like the little boards I make for Vanya, for example, they're so tiny. They're literally like big guy shortboards.
Wow.
And it's funny when she gives me a trade-in or something like that. I don't sell them to another Santa paddler. It's literally like an old guy like myself. Oh, this is a sick
really nice shortboard.
Yeah, so all her old trade-in boards are literally bought by men who shortboard. So yeah, they're rad. They're you know, they're all about 7 feet, you know, 6'8" to 7 feet for her standard boards, you know. They ride really narrow boards. It always seems like women have better balance than the men, you know. And so, you know, they're down in the 23-inch wide range, which is a proper width for, you know, a surfboard, a longboard. You know, you don't need to put a handle in them. You can put your arm around them, all that kind of thing. So, yeah, volume, you know, as low as you can go. Obviously, the performance is going to come up. You are sacrificing paddle speed, stability, and, you know, when it's conditions like this where it's a long paddle, it's hard to paddle into the wave with the wind. You know, that's stuff you got to consider. So, like in the men, you see a lot more variance in the size of boards, and women all seem to be riding kind of their, you know, their go-to shapes. So it's cool to see the difference.
So we see into this heat, Gabriella getting a 6-point ride for her opening score. Nimsey getting a 4.5, so that puts them into first and second. Alveria having an attempt at that one, unfortunately getting knocked off. So we potentially saw some action on those sets outside. Both Gabriella and Aya opting not to take those ones, a little bit bumpy. So we see Nimsey on another wave, looking to add to her 4.5. Unfortunately getting knocked off there. So both her and our surfer in white in the impact zone there are going to be making their way back out to the lineup.
Yeah, Nimsey with that backup score moves into first place with her 4.5 and 2.67. Gabby dropping that 6.0 with that opener. Only with one wave ridden thus far. Already 9 minutes left in this heat, so this heat is more than halfway over. We did just see a casualty of time, Anthony Maltese, in the last heat, so Gabby's got to be mindful of the time clock.
Yeah, absolutely. It came down to those final minutes, and we didn't see Anthony even have his backup ride yet until he got one with 10 seconds remaining, and unfortunately it came up just short. However, it did improve upon his situation, so had he had more time, it could have turned into a different heat. So staying busy, not getting stuck with first priority for too long. As we've actually seen some of the better scores come from those medium ones that maybe under first priority you wouldn't pick. However, we're seeing some beautiful sets right now, seeing where Gabriella might be setting up. Looks like she was a bit deep, got knocked off her board for that one. See if anyone will have the opportunity to take one of these sets out the back. White having an attempt.
Gabby's board get tossed over the lip as we see blue. Aya Yurakusa, Team Japan, dropping in on a big one. Makes her way to the shoulder. Looking to do a little cutback here. Fades back in. Staying with this one. Bottom turns.
Cleaning up a lot more than some of the other waves we've seen, Dave.
Yeah, that wave face definitely was a smooth one. Doing a good job to stick with this one. You can hear Japan in the background going crazy.
She's looking for a 3.84 in order to move back into advancing position. So yesterday, the main round one was a non-elimination round for these surfers. Now moving forward, we're in main round 2, and here on out, it is elimination. So stakes are high in order to keep yourself in the running for that individual medal and adding points to that overall team medal conversation. So Gabriella was out there. She had first priority, but maybe was a little bit deep for those few sets that came through, having to go underneath them.
Yeah, it did look like she kind of went for the first one, was unable, or maybe decided not to take it, and then we saw her toss her board over that big set. Here's a replay of Nimsey Garcia from Puerto Rico. She gets a couple nice smooth backhand carves here.
Yeah, really beautiful, smooth surfing. A smaller wave. She's looking to build upon that 2.67 and add to that 4.5 in order to go into a stronger leading position. And it was Aya who was able to get that set. Gabriella too deep for this one. Aya sitting out a bit wider, paddling out, was able to take advantage of this one. We're still waiting for the score to come through, but it was a beautiful wave face. No bumps, and she took advantage of it. Not really finding that opportunity to really put it on rail, so to speak, but surfed it nice and clean all the way to the inside.
Yeah, she definitely did a good job reading that wave. It looks like Gabriella grabbed one. Oh, this is the replay of her 6th opener. So she gets a nice turn, gets another cut back. This one forming up. Leans into this one, nice little slash. So Gabriella putting together multiple turns here. Another little carve. Switching her paddle over to swoop back another roundhouse style cutback. And looks like she works this one all the way to the inside. Lays down another carve. And here comes the inside section where you got to make some decisions. Do I go for it or not? And she kind of halfway goes for it.
Yeah, she goes for it. Kind of shows the judges, hey, if there was more room before the beach, I would have landed this, but I'm opting to jump off because the sand is right there.
Yeah, that was a smart decision.
Yep.
You land that and your thruster will probably come up looking like a twin fin.
Exactly. So surfers, all 4 making their way back out. Gabriella and Aya, the only 2 with allotted priority so far. You can see red and white towards the right of your screen making their way back out. 4.5 minutes remaining. So again, we're talking about Anthony in that last heat only having that 1 single wave score up into that below 5-minute mark. Same is happening for Gabriella. So she's still in that advancing position right now.
Yeah, fortunately for her, 3rd and 4th have not put up a significant score quite yet. But, you know, you're allowed to have 2 top scoring rides. So you definitely always want to have 2 scores in, you know, on the board. So she's definitely going to look to solidify her position in advancement. There's no reason to kind of leave it to chance. 3 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Gabriella's still hanging on to first priority. Looks like she's kind of having a look at this set right here.
Started having a paddle and then opts to not complete it there. Aya using her 2nd priority. This is a smaller wave. It's interesting having that different angle from the drone angle to what we see straight in front. You can see another wave behind it. We see Gabby paddling into it there, but it's Aya that we're watching right now. Nice turn in the pocket. She's trying to get a 3.84, so both of these surfers battling for that 2nd place position right now. But we saw that hit from Gabriella out the back. Just looking to add to her score, so she's looking to improve upon that requirement. Aya having a really nice wave here. Arguably her best wave of the heat so far, really pushing it all the way to the sand. So could see a bit of a change up in situation from both of those surfers. 2.5 minutes remaining. Dave, what was your take on that exchange?
Yeah, well, we didn't get to see the complete ride of Gabriella, but what we did see in the corner was that big kind of re-entry. So that's going to be a nice maneuver for her. Aya did a good job, you know, reading that wave again. She looks like she's got a lot of good wave knowledge. She was able to hit the lip a couple times and a couple cutbacks and ride it to the sand. So she's probably going to improve her score. We'll see if it goes into, she needs a 3.84 to go into advancement. So we'll see if she has enough to do that. And more importantly, we're going to wait to see the score from Gabriella Steinfader. Just under 2 minutes left. Heat leader Nimse Garcia in red on the screen right there, looking for one. We see Gabriella grab a small one on the inside.
Gabriella needs a 2.43 in order to get into that leading position. So expecting that she got that, it'll be Nimse going into that 2nd position. She got it. It comes through as a 4.77. So it's now Nimse that is trying to hold on to that advancement position. But that requirement goes high. Aya needing a 6.23. We're still waiting for that score to go in, but it would have to be the highest single wave score of the heat. I don't see it going in that direction, but a nice shake up from all of the athletes in these final minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. So Gabby getting the second score of a 4.77, so she's got the 2 highest scores of the heat. With 50 seconds left to go, Nimse Garcia finished off at her ride. She might get a little as a surfer from Poland going for a ride. But it does look like Gabriela Stammvater is firmly placed in the lead. Then the goofy footer from Puerto Rico, Nimse Garcia. Aya Yurakusa, you see her right there in the blue. Trying to find one last ride.
Unfortunately, the athletes that finish in that 3rd and 4th position will bow out of the SUP surf division here today. It's been great to see Elviria representing Poland, a country like Poland competing in the SUP surf division. Just seeing those countries really widen and broaden their teams and how they're represented.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations to Gabriela Stammvater from Brazil and Nimse Garcia. 1 and 2, they'll be moving on to main round 3. As we continue with the round, heat number 2 coming up. And we'll be back with more action here from El Salvador. You're watching the 2025 ISA, SUP, and Paddleboard Championships. Don't go anywhere.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Hello and welcome back to day number 2 of competition here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship in Surf City, El Salvador, the 2025 edition. We are moving through to heat number 2 of the women's SUP surfing. It's going to be a stacked day of action. We're going to finish out round number 2 of the women's, then moving into round number 3 of the men and women. And then even finishing the day with round number 4 of the men. So athletes who do progress through will be surfing up to 3 times today. As we see the beautiful coastline and the hinterland of Surf City, El Salvador. The volcanic region there, the black sand beaches of El Sunzal and El Tunco there down to the right. You see the town there. Great surf spot here, El Sunzal, long right-hand point break, offering up the best waves for the best SUP surfers in the world. And of course, the SUP races and prone paddleboard racing later on this week. They'll be going in and out through that surf break. As we can hear the hooter for heat number 2 getting underway. Lots of action to come. We do have reigning gold medalist Luchi Cosletto in this heat. She was the 2022 and 2023 gold medalist. Can she go 3 times in a row? Of course, there was the hiatus last year of SUP surfing. So can she go for 3 in a row here in El Salvador? As we see her taking off on the first wave of this heat. Luchi Cosletto representing Argentina. Nice size wave for her. That first turn, that slashing maneuver. Switching the paddle now, cutting it back into the white water. I thought she was going to hang on to that one, but unfortunately just goes down. More action behind her. We have Lisa Richard representing Canada up and riding on her backhand. Does well to navigate the bumps on this one as she brings it all the way back around, and just can see Lucci there maybe connecting with Lucci underwater. We'll see if both those competitors are okay and if there are any calls there. I'm Bo Nixon, joined in the booth with Dave Bainey. Dave, that was a close call.
Yeah, Bo, you can see them kind of, looks like their leashes might have got a little tangled, but they both look fine. They're both paddling back out. They're going to get back out there. So
we're going to throw it down to the sideline interview for post-heat interview with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with Gabriela Stamfatter. Parabéns, Gabriela. Took you a while to get your backup wave, but once you got it, you were in front. Congrats.
Thank you. It was a really tough heat. Like, there's not too many waves today and a lot of wind. A little difficult, but yeah, we have to have good choices, you know, and yeah, great for that.
Yeah, can you explain to us how the wind bothers you exactly?
What?
How does the wind bother you exactly?
For us to like be standing up in the whole heat, it's like difficult. We have so much pain, hurt, and yes, winds turn difficult more.
All right, well, you're gonna recharge now for run number 3. You ready?
Yeah, I'm gonna go eat some acai and then to the next one.
That's the Brazilian food for you. All right. See you guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Gabriela there. Moving on through to the next round of women's SUP surfing. And I did manage to go downstairs, Dave, and have a quick look through some of the boards down there of the athletes. A lot of the women, I heard you and Rachel speaking about the equipment the women are riding. A lot of the boards in the 6-foot range.
Yeah.
Under 7 feet.
Yeah, they're getting tiny for sure. And it kind of seems like they've settled in right around, you know, the 6'6", 6'8", 6'10 range. So, yeah, you're absolutely correct. The 7 foot, even for the guys, you know, a lot of them are right around that 7 foot, 6'10 range. So getting quite small. You see Lucci Cozzoletto up and right in again in red.
It's falling off the back of that one. But yeah, those smaller boards making it harder in the wind out there today as well, and the bump and the chop.
Yeah, I think so, you know, because obviously if you go smaller, you know, you have to go thicker or wider to have enough volume for you to stand up and paddle. So when you go shorter and a little thicker, obviously it's going to be more on top of the water, maybe not grip the faces as well. There's a few design things you could do to kind of, you know, help with that, like do some sort of step rail, you know, pull in the tail. But it's all a give or take. You start pulling in the tail, pulling in the nose, then all of a sudden you start losing some stability. You know, if you start going thinner or doming the deck, and, you know, then you start losing some stability as well. So a lot of things come into play. And when you're at that fine line of performance versus stability with the volume as low as it is, you know, small changes make a big difference.
They certainly do. As we are just under 16 minutes in heat number 2. So we have Lucci Cozzoletto from Argentina out in front at the moment. Lise Richard with a small score representing Canada. We also have the 2 Italian SUP surfers, Laura Dal Ponte and Claudia Postiglione. These 2 representing Italy, looking to get some valuable team points, hoping to get a couple of scores underneath their belt. We saw scenes of the athletes getting ready for the next heat. We'll have 2 Chilean surfers coming up in that heat as well. So as we move through this draw, we'll see teammates matched up against each other. But it is Lucci Cozzoletto with a small 2.83 and a 1-point ride out in front of the moment. You can see her positioning, Dave. She's opting to sit on the inside, even without priority.
Yeah, Lucci, obviously a seasoned competitor. She probably just likes the feeling of being on the inside, you know, always trying to be in position. You know, even if you don't have priority, she definitely probably has her markers, like on the beach. She knows where she wants to be. So, you know, staying true to the game plan here. We have a paddle from surfer in yellow. That's Lise Richard from Canada.
Yeah, up and riding again on her backhand. Other competitors deciding not to go this wave. So Lise under priority, getting another wave. See her cutting that board back toward the whitewater, staying with this one and standing up again on the inside. She's able to get that board up into the lip, but she unfortunately can't hang on. As we see Laura up and riding now, just fading her way back and just cruising up and down this wave as now she finds a little bit more open face and she's able to get a few maneuvers done as she surfs top to bottom, and you can see Luci Cozzoletto behind her, carving back around to the whitewater. We'll stick with Lara as we move through this wave here. You can see her just fighting off the whitewater that was created from the set wave in front of her. So things a little bit bumpy as we move through to the inside of this wave for Laura. And she's making a lot of work getting done on the inside. She did quite a few turns and opting to kick out before that shore break. A good choice there. So it's a long ride. Happy with that performance to open up the heat for Laura, and Luci Cozzoletto on that wave behind looked like she got some great surfing done.
Yeah, definitely a nice little exchange we saw there. Laura DuPont, Italian surfer, able to connect all the way through. Her wave was pretty nice. She got a couple good turns off the top. And then this was the one we missed of Luci behind her. So she drops in on a big set right here, gets that forehand carve. Carves back in, banks it off that whitewater. Setting this one up. Nice timing here. Leans into the rail on that turn. Switches the paddle over. Arcs a nice roundhouse. Luci's still going. Another carve right there. Love the power she put into that one. And then smooth exit. And we also got a replay. This is Laura Del Pont from Italy. Really like her bottom turn, Bo. She's got a good technique off the bottom there. Able to get the real nice positioning into the lip. I like that turn right there. Nice solid carve.
She utilized the whole wave face on that ride as well, going from top to bottom. And I think the judge is going to really like that surfing. Not a whole lot of power in her turns, but definitely controlled, smooth, flowing turns through that outside section. And trying to link a few maneuvers on the inside, Dave.
Yeah, she rides this one all the way in. You see her when she pulls out. She's stoked. She gives a high five or, you know, fist bump to her team. So Laura managing to have some fun as well in the intense competition.
A 3.5 dropping for Laura's first opening ride. So she's currently sitting in second position now. Lise Richard dropped a 1.9, so improving her situation slightly. She's looking for a 1.61 to move up into second. Still waiting on Luci's last wave to drop in, but she's going to stay in the lead in this heat with that score that drops through. As we see Claudia Postiglione trying to get into that one. Unfortunately, just missing that wave. So she's going to head back out. That's probably going to bump her priority down. As we see now Luci Cozzoletto, her sister, also competing in this event, Cecilia. She'll be coming up later on in this round. And they have a very similar style, the Cozzoletto sisters.
Yeah, we kind of did a double take when we first saw her sister. So it's cool to see the siblings both on Team Argentina representing their country. That's got to be a lot of fun for them and their family.
And lines approaching El Sunzal here, so it looks like we're going to get a bit of a set coming to these competitors. Like we said, Luci has first choice of if she wants to take off on the wave. Claudia in second priority. She'll have the next choice. It's always a bit of strategy coming in to decide if you are going to use your priority, if you are sitting with first priority to catch the right wave. And we'll see Luci just go over that small one. She's going to let this one go, possibly. See if there's any more behind that, as we see now on the inside there. Claudia trying to use her second priority. She's quite wide, which means that she's quite far away from where the peak of the wave is. So she's going to miss that one. And that means that priority will move up to Lise Richard of Canada. So she'll be sitting with second priority now. Have you surfed many heats, Dave, with priority? Or did that kind of come in after our...
Yeah.
we were competing?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've surfed a handful for sure. It's one of those things where, you know, you're sometimes you're stoked to have it, sometimes you're not, you know, depending on the time of the heat. Like Of course, you love it if you have a solid score and there's a couple minutes and you could kind of control the last few minutes. But, you know, having priority kind of in the middle of the heat and you don't have a score yet, that's when you start, you know, second guessing yourself. Like, do I take this wave? Do I sit here? You know, what do I do with priority? So, you know, it's good and bad. And I think, like you're saying, like, you know, coaching and practicing and having those situations, thinking them through, you know, obviously it's there to be an advantage for you. And yeah, I think it's split down the middle. I think some surfers love priority. I think there's a lot of surfers that would rather not have it, you know. So yeah, it's an interesting factor in these heats, but I do feel it's better than not, you know. Otherwise you see a lot of hassling and the interferences and things like that. So it just cleans up, you know, the surfing for everyone. So
gives everyone an opportunity to do the best surfing on the best wave that they want to select. And of course, we've seen athletes use their priority on waves that, you know, aren't going to give them the score. So definitely a lot of strategy coming into it. And like you said, with priority, it can become stressful, especially if you're sitting there without a score. We saw competitors earlier on as well. I think it was it a Salazar, Gabriel Salazar?
Yeah, I know Anthony Maltese had priority for a long time and didn't get away until 10 seconds. Unfortunately, it was like a small one.
Of course.
So, you know, Lucci in the lead in this heat with a 7.83. She has priority as well. I don't think she's too nervous with her priority at the moment, dropping that huge score.
So, current situation, yeah, she dropped that 7.83, puts her well into the lead, but only small scores needed for third and fourth place at the moment. A 1.61 for Lise to move up into advancing position. And Claudia just needing a 3.51, still yet to open her account. So sitting there without a wave yet, 7 minutes, 10 seconds remaining in this heat. So that can definitely play on your mind a little bit. Of course, it's about a 4-minute paddle out. So she's going to need to get a wave soon if she's going to have 2 waves in her scoreline. We'll take a look at a replay of Lucci's 7.83, Dave.
Yeah, this was a great ride. She starts it off with a nice little snap. You see this wave start forming up. Getting back to this section there with her signature roundhouse. Love how she bashed the whitewater. Here's another little power hook. Love that turn. And this wave just keeps building. Another swooping cutback. You see her set this one up again. Another cutback. Right past her competitors. Puts a little bit more power into that one. A lot of spray coming out the back. And then just does a nice clean pull out and 7.83.
Another drone angle replay of that high scoring wave, almost going into the excellent range. The judges definitely keeping scores reserved in that excellent range for excellent surfing. You see Lucci here. I love that second turn, the timing of that rebound on the cutback, throwing that spray as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That combination right there in the middle of the ride was super fun to watch.
I thought maybe she had a bit more opportunity on the inside there to get a couple more turns done, but opting to kick out, maybe getting out the back a bit quicker, realizing that she's done the best turn she can already on that wave.
Yeah, and I like that decision. We saw Benois do that quite a bit. You know, he pulled out, he had a lot of the shorter rides in the event, but some of the largest scores. So, yeah, I think a lot of the damage is done out the back with the waves bigger, a little more walled up. And, yeah, 7.83. I'd be stoked with that score any day.
Oh, certainly would be. Certainly would be. So, Laura Del Pont currently in that second position, that advancing position, but nipping at her heels is Lise of Canada and also her Italian teammate, Claudia. Still yet to catch a wave in this heat now. 5 minutes left. That 2.5 minutes went very quickly. We can see a couple of waves approaching the lineup. We'll see if Laura decides to take this one. She does not. She definitely needs to get a backup score if she is to solidify her place in second to advance through.
Yeah, Laura Del Pont definitely in a position that she's vulnerable. She's got that 3.50, but no backup score. Small scores that take over advancement, 1.61. You know, you think about that, that's basically dropping into a wave and doing a little cutback. So not a big ask. So Laura definitely vulnerable, looking for that backup score.
Especially sitting in 4th priority as well. She's able to kind of move around the lineup and select waves that other surfers are, but you can see Lise now having a look at this one. So Lara is going to have to let Lise go because she is in a higher priority. So Lise up and riding now. You see Laura stepping out of that one, allowing Lise to go, only needing a 1.61, so really interesting to see that Laura tried to paddle for that wave. Lise definitely getting the score already.
Yeah, that's definitely a little, definitely a mistake from Laura DuPont. Now she's, you know, stuck in the impact zone. She's going to be, you know, stuck in there for a while. You see Lucci get another great wave, but yeah, a little mental breakdown, I would say. Like, why even look at that wave to risk getting stuck there? So Laura DuPont, we'll keep an eye on her, but we got Lucci Cozzaletto working this one all the way to the inside. Heat leader. Wants to back up that 7.83. Just kind of cruising. I think maybe resting the legs a little bit. By the time you ride these long rides, your legs are fried and burning. Lucci just cruising into the sand right here. She might take it all the way. Working it.
Will. So Lucci opting to come in, I think, now with 3 minutes left on the clock. Maybe she will decide to go back out, but she definitely will back up that 7.83. That's going to be another good score in her scoreline. So we will wait for scores to drop for Lise Rich's last wave. I feel like it is going to improve her situation. It does. A 2.33 drop. So now Laura DuPont moves down into 3rd position. And her teammate Claudia in 4th. We'll watch a replay of Lucci's wave, Dave.
Yeah, Lucci out the back. Managing that wind chop down the face as this wave starts smoothing out. You can see kind of a little bit of a cross chop in this ride. Works it back on that cutback. Rebounds off that whitewater again. I love how she just completes that arc. There's her signature kind of power turn. Another one leans into that one. Really relying on that paddle to give her that leverage. And then you see she's just kind of working this one all the way. She ends up riding this one to the sand. So Lucci looking confident, looking strong and solid. No surprise here. Gold medalist. Gives a little signature snap on the inside here. And nice casual all the way to the sand. Job well done.
Judges still yet to lock in a score for that ride. But you can see Team Argentina down on the sand there, supporting Lucci, moving on through in this round. I think she's going to be comfortably moving through in that 1st position. However, it is a fight for 2nd at the moment. As we take a look over, Laura DuPont is in 3rd position, needing a score now to move up into 2nd. She's looking for a 0.73, so literally just take off.
Yeah, so Laura, you know, unfortunately got stuck on the inside, but she's got a minute left to try to get a 0.73.
And waves approaching as well. We do have Claudia in 1st position. Laura taking off on the inside in the whitewater. We see Claudia up and riding on her 1st wave of this heat. She's taken it a little wide, so she will end up off the back of that wave. And we see Lise now up and riding. Can she improve upon her 1.9? Unfortunately, she's not going to improve. Lara took off in the whitewater, Dave. Will that be a 0.73, or will the judges deem it a 0.5?
It's interesting you say that, because a 0.73, I saw her paddling for that ride, and, you know, basically got to drop in and, you know, kind of not do much just to get that score. And she happened to drop in and the wave closed out. She didn't do much anything else. And then right behind her, Lise had her opportunity to put a stamp on this one, and unfortunately goes down as well. So we'll see how this shakes out.
Well, I think judges locking it in. Laura drops a 0.40, not enough. So it will be Lucci Cozzaletto, your gold medalist from the previous 2 years of SUP surfing, moving on through alongside Lise Richard representing Canada. We are unfortunately going to lose both Italian surfers in this heat. We're going to be right back after this short commercial break with heat number 3 of Women's SUP Surfing Round 2.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Hello and welcome back. You are looking at Team Canada celebrating Lise Richard moving on through in that last round, heat number two of the women's main round 2. She'll be moving through alongside Luchi Cosoletto of Argentina. That was a very close fought heat. Only tiny scores separating second, third, and fourth. As we see Ibaya Moreno searching for a gold medal here at ISA. She's had a couple of silvers in the past. You can see her switching the paddle there, wrapping this turn all the way back to the white water. A bit of work done on the outside there. Ibaya always quick to her feet when a heat starts, always looking for that first wave. Quick slash of the tail there. Gonna fall off the back of that one, but like we said, a quick start for Ibaya, representing Spain. Also in this heat, Chilean surfers Antonia Gutierrez, Carla Medel, and then Janina Witulska representing Poland in the white jersey. 18.5 minutes remaining. We'll wait for that score to lock in for Ibaya to set the scale in this heat. But very close in that last heat, Dave. Just tiny, tiny scores.
Yeah, that's pretty intense right there towards the end. And yeah, it all came down to a tiny score, and unfortunately, Laura Dupont was unable to convert and not moving on, unfortunately.
So we see some lines approaching here. We'll see if there are any waves ridden. Surfers opting to sit a little bit in the deeper water, a bit wider of the point. We have seen some really nice waves standing up there. Looks like these lines approaching El Sunzal, breaking a little bit further on top of the point. Still waiting for judges to lock in the first wave of our surfer in red. And while we wait for that, let's head down to a post-heat interview with Luchi Cosoletto, the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, guys, it wasn't easy for the other athletes, but Luchi Cosoletto, two-time ISA world champion, got the job done. A 7.83, a 6.23. Pretty solid scores in your opening heat for today. How was it out there?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to pass my heat. Well, but at the beginning it was not really good for me. I couldn't find a good wave, but then I think that in the minute number 8, 9, I could find the first good wave, and now in the last minutes I found another good wave.
Yeah, very different conditions from yesterday. What do you make of them?
Yeah, but it's like my home. Oh, really? So yeah, it's not good for here, but I feel confidence. I just want to catch 2 good waves in the heat. So I go with this in my mind and to do the work. So it's this.
All right, you're gonna look for your sister's score coming up?
Yes, she's now. I'm nervous.
Okay, we've got 2 Cosolettos in the game. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Metu. That's right, 2-time gold medalist Luchi moving on through to round number 3 of the women's SUP surfing. Ibaya Moreno currently in this heat, dropping a 3.67. Now Ibaya has been a standout performer from Spain, competing since 2013, Dave, in just about every ISA, and also winning a medal in most years as well.
Yeah, Ibaya definitely has the experience on lockdown. She's a longtime competitor in multiple sports, her and her sister. And, you know, someone like Ibai who has so much experience in the wind, you know, a day like today, you know, you would think she has, you know, some sort of advantage just as far as like reading the wave, maybe even, you know, positioning and just thinking about the wind blowing you out of positions and things like that. Stuff that kind of is second nature to her, where the other competitors, you know, might not have as much experience. So Ibaya getting that 3.67. She's all the way. You can see she already has like the inside position, even with her fourth priority. So she definitely has a plan, and her experience is showing here a little bit.
Yeah, if you're unsure of Ibaya's background, her and her sister Data, I think they have over 30 World Championship windsurf titles to their names.
Yeah, and that, you said 30, not even 13. Like 13 sounds like incredible, but it's literally like 30. And if you think about that, they've like won the world title the last 30 years. Like if you're the competitor, you just show up to the beach like, you know, what am I gonna, you know, what am I even doing here? It's really incredible how dominant they have been as a duo.
Certainly is. We'll look to get a start here from Antonia. Can she get on top of this one? Unfortunately not, but there is a wave behind Ibaya sitting in last priority, so she will have to give way if anyone else would like to take this wave. No one else looking like they are going to, so Ibaya slashing off the top there. You can see her just navigating a loose board there. Again, a nice turn off the top. You can see Ibaya really has great wave selection. Another great turn there from Ibaya, and again, 4 major maneuvers on the outside of this wave as she switches the paddle and rebounds off the white water. Just goes down on that one, but a lot of work already done on that wave. Judge is going to reward that.
Yeah, I'm loving Ibaya's style right now. She really got to open up on this wave. And yeah, unfortunately for her, she goes down at the end, but the damage was already done, Bo. I love that. I think it was like her second or third turn. So great position on that wave. Obviously, awesome wave selection. Lucky for her, none of the other competitors were in position to kind of steal it from her. So we watch her drop in, gets a nice little carve around her fellow competitor to get it going. Then this is where she really turns it up. Nice little speed carve. Deep bottom turn, big old slash. Nice rhythm to it. Leans into that one a little bit more and gets this carve. I think she goes down right here, but right through the middle. I love this angle right here, Bo.
This third turn is the money turn. So just a little turn there, just you can see trying to surf around Antonia there. Second turn, but I love this next turn, Dave.
Yeah, right here she times it perfectly and just boom, snaps it. And I'm loving the way her board's looking. It's got a good grip to it. You know, a lot of the boards look a little too, you know, bouncy. That one's got a really good grip and line. She's on that SMIC board.
Antonia Gutierrez of Chile up and riding. A couple of nice turns already done on this wave. Unfortunately gets caught up in the white water there as the wave progresses through toward the inside. So we'll wait for the judges to lock in a score for her. That's going to put her in second place. Still waiting for Carla and Janina to get their heat started. 12 minutes, 15 seconds left on the clock. And of course, judges deliberating on Ibaya's last wave as well. You can see Lucci's sister, Cecilia, on screen there. And she's going to be coming up in the next heat, trying to help Argentina move through for valuable team points. But she's got a tough round up against some big names as well. Vanya Torres, of course, one of your team riders, Dave. And the 2 New Zealand surfers as well, who put on some great performances yesterday.
Yeah, definitely some stacked heats throughout the day we're going to be seeing. And Ibaya drops a 7.0, Bo, for that last ride.
Ooh. So 4 turns, she fell on the 5th, but got rewarded with a 7-point ride. Good turns on the outside there. Janina there, unfortunately, still sitting a little bit too far away from the peak of the wave, so unable to paddle into that one. And you can see priority still waiting to be set between those surfers who haven't caught a wave yet. As we see Antonia making her way back out into the lineup. She locked in a 1.77. So up into second place, still not going to feel confident or comfortable with that advancing position just yet. Almost halfway through this heat now. We have a paddle on the inside, but unfortunately Janina not able to get onto that one either. Carla sitting kind of the left of screen there in the green jersey. She only needs, alongside Janina, a 1.78 to move into advancing position. Top 2 moving through, Dave. Bottom 2 eliminated from competition.
Yeah, absolutely. You see heat leader Ibaya. She's sitting the deepest still. She's looking for those peaks that start way up at the top and kind of roll all the way through.
Do you think the competitors should be watching where Ibaya is sitting and taking note of that she's got 2 good scores in her scoreline now, and that they should be moving their way across there?
Yeah, I mean, when you're surfing your heat, obviously, you know, you could choose your peak and come out with your strategy, but you definitely pay attention to the other competitors, what's going on, you know, and a lot of times they'll be like, wow, you know, the wave looked pretty good over there. Maybe I should, you know, go over to that wave. Especially someone like Ibaya who's got a lot of experience. You know, yeah, it's always in the best interest to just see what's going on and learn from the best. Ibaya, in perfect position for this wave, decides not to go for it.
So that's because it looks like Janina on the inside is paddling for it. So Ibaya recognizing that she needed to give way, but Janina not able to catch that one. So 9 minutes, 15 seconds remaining in heat number 3. Now we do have some sets approaching the lineup now, so this is going to be interesting where the women position themselves to catch these waves, and if Ibaya might be too deep now with these bigger waves approaching.
Yeah, from this angle, it does kind of look like she's got to scramble a little bit. You're going to see her just scratch over that one. Looks like blue Antonia's going to go for it. See if she's too wide, and she is. Ibaya's stuck in the whitewater with this one up at the top. And this wave is kind of tricky. You know, when it kind of shoulders off, you actually have to point more towards shore to actually catch this wave. And it's one of those things where, you know, your brain's telling you not to do that, but that's why a lot of these paddlers are missing these kind of shouldery waves, because they're paddling directly into shore when you actually have to angle a little bit more in.
Antonia Gutierrez of Chile up and riding, getting on rail on her board there to whip that board back around into the whitewater. She's going to stay with the power section of this wave, which is where that whitewater connects with the open face. We call the pocket, and she's staying right there to be able to continue riding through this wave all the way to the inside. Lots of paddle switches happening. We like to see athletes using the paddle to leverage their turns. So that will be a second scoring ride for Antonia, a 2.23. Judges quick to lock that score in. And now making things a lot harder for Carla and Janina. A 4-point ride needed from each surfer in order to move through. It looks like we are going to have someone on this wave. Just unfortunately, Janina falling off the back of that one. So lots of attempts to catch waves, but just a little bit out of position.
Yeah, with 7.5 minutes to go, Ibaya still hanging on to the lead with that big score of a 7.0. Still waiting on the first rides from Carla and Janina. As you said, just a little bit out of position this heat for them, unfortunately. Looks like Ibaya's trying to scratch to the shoulder here. She's going to get caught again.
So as that tide starts to drop out, low tide here at about just after 2 p.m. in the afternoon local time, the wave's going to start to break a little bit further out. Fortunately, Janina going down there, Carla still not in the right position to catch a wave. If I think back to yesterday, Dave, I saw Carla take off really late on a big drop. She almost hung onto it at the end, so she's got the skills in these waves, and it looks like there is a wave standing up behind her. She's now in the right position. We're going to see Carla Medel of Chile up and riding on her first wave of this heat. And we see her again just positioning in the pocket there, just like her teammate was, but unfortunately going down. Now Ibaya Moreno up and riding behind her. Probably got a lot of work done on the outside. She goes up into the lip, manages to hang on, stays on her feet throughout this foamy section. You can see Ibaya eyeing off another section down the line as she pushes hard. Just waiting now for things to set up. A little foam climb there. She, again, goes back up into the lip. So Abaya utilizing that whole wave face, going top to bottom. And he's going to kick out before the shore break section. That was a long ride from Abaya.
Yeah, another nice ride. Another nice flowing style of surfing from Abaya.
Feel like that will probably... We didn't see what happened on the outside, but might improve upon her 3.67. Let's have a look, Dave.
Yeah, so she gets in a little bit of a late drop, but again, just sets that rail. And I'll mention again, the board just looks really connected to the wave, fits her style very nicely. Gets another turn right there, and the board looks like to have a little bit more of a flatter rocker, so it's getting a nice flow through these flatter sections. Abaya using all that speed. Nice off the bottom again, little carve. Just real smooth surfing from Abaya. She always surfs like really solid and in control. Climbs up the face again, and this wave lines up for her. And a smooth exit. So Abaya looking really nice.
Yeah, that wave had a lot of variety of maneuvers as well. I feel like it might even match that 7-point ride, probably up in that range of scoring for that wave. So Abaya putting together a great heat here, going to solidify her place in the lead with 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Antonia Gutierrez currently in that second position. Carla dropped to 0.57, so she's going to need a 3.43 to overtake her teammate. And Abaya drops a score. It is a 6.07, so improving her situation. Now out in the lead, everybody else in the field is in a combination situation if they want to overtake Abaya, which means they need another 2 scores. And Janina still yet to open her account, looking for a 4-point ride. And looks like she's paddling on the inside there. Can she go into this one? Unfortunately, just falling off the back of that wave. I think the conditions, you see the athletes moving in a little bit where it's cleaner, a bit smoother on the surface of the water, because it is quite bumpy at the back with that wind.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely trying to find a smoother wave, but it's actually harder to catch the waves on the inside there. Just, what we mentioned before, just you have to be real deep because the waves tend to shoulder off and kind of run away from you at a different angle. So you can see she's kind of pointing to our left, and it's just not going to be, the best positioning to try to catch that wave right there. 3 minutes left. Abaya 7.0, 6.07. Antonia Gutierrez, Chile, she's got the 2.23 to 1.77.
So Janina, when she's not surfing, Dave, she loves to dance. She loves to do the West Coast swing. So she's got the moves. Hopefully she can have the moves on the waves here. We've got 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Love to see Janina get onto a wave here. Trying to get some valuable points for Team Poland. Unfortunately, we saw in the men's SUP surfing division, both of their Polish surfers dropping out, but putting on some great performances. Of course, Janina qualifying for this event as the Polish national champion. And we'll see some lines approaching, but it looks like Antonia Gutierrez is in position. She's currently holding first priority as well. And she's going to get this wave, is she? She's paddling so hard, unfortunately. Just a little bit of deep water in front of her. That wave disappears and starts to bend a little bit back toward the point. Under 2 minutes now. We will see Abaya moving on through in this heat. But who is it going to be? Will it be Antonia Gutierrez of Chile or Carla Medel, her teammate? Or can Janina find a wave with 1.5 minutes left on the clock? Still lots of scoring potential out there. We've seen that 7-point ride and a 6.07 from Abaya. And as we said, Dave, athletes probably should be listening to those scores and where Abaya's been sitting and positioning themselves a bit closer to where those waves are breaking.
Absolutely. Abaya in a great rhythm this heat. Able to be patient, pick her waves. And obviously you got to surf them well, which she did all the way to the beach on both occasions here. 7.0, 6.07. 1 minute remaining here.
Both Chilean surfers hoping to move through, but it looks like just one of them will. And things going a little bit quiet out there for the last few seconds of this heat. This is heat number 3 of women's round 2. Top 2 surfers progressing through, and the bottom 2 surfers eliminated from competition. But still, as you've been mentioning, Dave, throughout the day, getting points for their team standings. Of course, Team Spain here defending their gold medal from last year in Denmark. And then before then, Team France were unbeatable for a few years. And then, of course, I'm going to shout out to Team Australia. They were a force to be reckoned with early on in the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. But that will be the hooter for heat number 3. It will be Abaya Moreno moving through alongside Antonia Gutierrez of Chile. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be coming back with the next heat. It's going to be a stacked one. The women's heat 4 SUP surfing round 2.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. This Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Hello and welcome back. You are watching day number 2 of competition here, the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are into SUP surfing rounds. The women currently in the water, heat number 4 of main round number 2. This is an elimination heat. We do have a couple of New Zealand riders in this heat, coming up against Peru and Argentina. This heat already underway, just under 19 minutes remaining. We saw a little bit of a slow heat previously. We'll see if there's going to be some more waves come through in this heat. Competitors positioning themselves out in the lineup. Bo Nixon here. We welcome Rachel Tilley back into the booth to call the action. There's been a lot of great surfing already today, Rachel, but conditions looking quite tricky out there. Talk us through, have you surfed this El Sunzal break like this before?
Yeah, you know, over the years, you get so many different types of conditions, and the wind can be a prevalent one, but we'll see how quick in and out for Cecilia. Yeah, the wind sometimes can make this break really bumpy, especially El Sunzal as a formation in the landscape it's a much farther out point than all the other breaks. So the advantages, it picks up a ton of swell. That's why it's so consistent throughout the year. But when that wind picks up, it's also the first to pick up the wind. So fortunately, that wind is a little bit more of that west direction. So we still can see some of those cleaner faces, but you can see, especially in this SUP surfing, something that maybe we wouldn't notice so much in a shortboard or longboard event is all the chatter in between the waves that these women are having to work through as they're just balancing, waiting for those waves to come through.
Stella Smith up and riding of Team New Zealand, getting a quick start in this heat, recognizing that that previous heat was a bit slow. And we see her teammate Emily Wink up and behind her in the white jersey. And a beautiful rotation there for that cutback to start things off. She's going to do another snapping maneuver there as she brings this one through. Not a lot of wall to work with on this wave, so that's going to see her fall off the back of that one. And as we see, Vanya Torres, the highest wave score yesterday surfed in the women's event. Can she back it up today? Doing really well to have a couple maneuvers already as she switches the paddle and places a great turn right at the top of that wave there, deciding to kick out of that one. Good call. 3 maneuvers done on that ride, and she's going to get back out to the position quickly.
Looking so composed out there. I think already she's gotten the advantage of that opening exchange. We're still waiting for those scores to come through, but you know, she was looking really lively, really in control, putting her board on rail, showing a variety of maneuvers, even just within those 3 turns. So a 4.5, that one comes through as. Waiting for Stella and Emily's waves to come through. New Zealand and New Zealand, both in this heat with Stella and Emily. So we take a look at this replay. Coming off the bottom, wraps it around mid-face carve. She's just setting up her wave. And here you can see her using that paddle, lifting that paddle out of the water on those bottom turns and then whipping around it as she cuts back. So judge is staying quite conservative, 4.5, knowing that she has so much more to give. As, like you said, she had the highest single wave score of the whole women's round yesterday.
Yeah, I think the highest heat total too, 16.77 yesterday for Vanya Torres. And just waiting for scores to drop now for the other surfers in this heat. And we've got Ibaya Moreno, the winner of the last heat, down with Matu for a post-heat interview.
Muchas gracias, guys. Ibaya Moreno's got the second best wave of the day with a 7.0. Well done for that. How was it out there for you, Ibaya?
Yeah, it was fun. Finally got 2 good scores, and I managed to surf them well. So I'm very happy about this.
Yeah. Are you not bothered by the wind?
I'm used to the wind, and at home in Fuerteventura we have wind every day, so I'm used to it. Just a matter of finding the good wave, the good pocket, and try to surf it as much as you can.
We're at a stage where we see the favorites really pushing much harder than everyone else. At least in the scores, it really looks like the favorites are very much at the front. It's going to be very tight from going forward.
Yeah, it's the level of the girls. It's amazing. Every hit counts, so you cannot be like relaxed in the water anytime. You need to find the good scores all the time, and in this spot, it's really 20 minutes is not enough to get even 3 waves, so no mistakes allowed, and try to surf as much as you can.
You're in your second year as a SMIC rider. Can you tell us about your gear?
Yeah, I'm using a Scott SMIC Custom Hipster Twin Pin. I'm really happy about this board. We have been using it for the last 3 years, and it's improving every year, and really happy with this.
Enhorabuena y buena suerte para run number 3. Back to you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Matu. Ibaya moving on through today's competition. She'll be coming up again later today in women's main round 3. Vanya Torres, though, from Peru, up and riding. Beautiful bottom turn, gets up into the lip on that first turn. A lot of commitment, a lot of control as well, as she cuts her board back into the white water for a second maneuver. And again, just going to stick with this one. She realizes she's done one major maneuver on the outside. If she can get a bit more work done, she'll bump up that score to back up her 4.5. And might even overtake that 4.5 because that turn was really nice on the outside, Rachel.
Yeah, and I think smart of her to get out at the point that she did, because that inside probably wouldn't have offered too much more opportunity. And so she just minimizes that paddle, then back out. It's kind of negotiating that cost versus reward. As we take another look, slow-mo of that opening turn, nice high into the lip, and brings it all the way around. So 2 nice opening turns of variety. I think you're right. I think the judges really like that. She just kind of finishes it out with an exclamation point here. Nice and control, but this won't add anything overly critical. It was really from those 2 first maneuvers that the judges will be reviewing. And they're looking at things like how on rail it was, you know, the use of the paddle to increase that degree of difficulty, the spray being an indication of how much power she put into that turn. So all those things that they're reviewing.
And a 5.5 drops for that previous wave of Vanya. So improving upon her 4.5. Now she sits out in first place. Second place, Stella Smith. She dropped a 3.17 on her first ride. Her teammate, Amelie Wink of New Zealand, a 2.5 for her first wave. So just needing a small score to overtake Stella. And Cecilia Cozzoletto still really yet to open up her account. She's sitting with first priority out in the water right now. So she does have choice of the next wave if she'd like to take it that comes through. But we saw Cecilia yesterday put on a great performance. So we know that she might come back in a strong way in the second half of this heat. Let's hope she can find a wave, as the time is 11 minutes on the clock in this heat. Vanya Torres currently in the lead of Peru, riding some of Dave Bainey's boards from Infinity. And it's really funny, Rachel. I saw Dave at the hotel a couple of days ago when I arrived, and he had a board bag, just a normal short board bag. And he's like, yeah, I've got one of Vanya's boards in here. And I was like, excuse me?
Yeah, he was actually explaining that when Vanya trades in her boards, he actually can't resell them to anyone else as a stand-up paddleboard, and actually it'll turn into kind of one of those older guy short boards because that's how little foam she has in her boards.
Cecilia Cozzoletto up and riding on this wave. You saw Stella Smith giving way to her with that first priority. So Cecilia managing to do a few cutbacks on that wave. It's going to open up her account. We'll be matching those scores of Stella and Amelie, so it's going to be a close call to see who takes second position after that ride. 10 minutes now left on the clock. Cecilia will paddle back out, start to think about her positioning. Obviously, she wanted to get a wave quickly, so she has more opportunity to get back out and catch another wave rather than just sitting with small scores. Now we see Amelie up and riding, switching that paddle, starting to showcase some of that power that she has. And we can see her cutting right back into the white water of this wave, setting things up on the inside. You can see her really stepping back on that back foot to draw that board all the way back around. Bringing this one through to the inside. This wave really flattening out though, not offering too much in the way of a steeper wall, which the judges will take note of. They really like to see those maneuvers done in more critical sections of the wave, so a bit more steeper face as we see a little bit more of a progressive turn, and decides to kick out right on the sand there before she gets to the rocks. She'll make her way back out, so definitely going to be the 1.21 she needs to move up into second position. But we are watching Stella Smith now apply even more pressure on her competitors. This wave looking very nice as she brings it through to the inside. Combination of great maneuvers already performed as she just sets things up, decides to kick out. Probably a smart move because looks like she already got a lot of work done on the outside.
Yeah, 2 nice waves. Amelie's wave comes in as a 2.83, so you're right, that was enough to send her into the second place position. Stella looking for that 2.16, which we didn't see the entire wave, but I do think it will probably reach that requirement at least.
I'd agree with that. But we're also still waiting for Cecilia's last wave as well. We're going to be, around that. I'm not going to say, I'm not a judge. I'd say around the 3-point range. We'll see. It was a smaller wave and a few cutbacks done on that wave. So I'm not sure it'll be the 4.36 she needs to progress up into second, but a good backup wave nonetheless, and she'll be able to get back out into the lineup with plenty of time left to find another wave.
The safe call is saying it's definitely going into her score line.
That's a very good call. I'll take note of that, Rachel. Actually drops in at a 2.07. So it is going to be in her scoreline. She's now needs a 3.26, but I feel like that's going to change because we are waiting on Stella's last wave to come through, and it looked like a really well surfed wave from Stella. So that's going to put her up into second place. I think Vanya Torres sitting comfortably at the moment in first position and also with first priority. Another wave coming through the lineup. She's opting not to go on this one. You can see the wave really standing up there, but then tapers off quite quickly. And there's not much of a wall on that wave, so really reading the waves very well out there, especially with this wind. So there we go. We have Stella's last wave. Comes in a 4.10, her highest wave score. So now Amelie Wink needs a 4.44 to progress into second place. And Cecilia Cosoleto of Argentina, a 5.2 is her requirement.
It's always a little bit of a bummer when two people from the same country end up in the same heat this early on. You know, you expect to see that closer towards the end of the event because that means everyone's made it towards the end. But this early on, you know, it's not something they can control. It's based off of just the way the seating works out for the event. But yeah, you ideally have you go out and you play your own game individually. Sorry, as we see live action.
A beautiful first turn there from Vanya. Maybe she got a turn down on the outside, but she backs up with another turn. So what we've seen so far, those 3 turns, but a really tight in the pocket maneuver from Vanya. We've been seeing her do those yesterday to get those higher scores, those excellent rides. And she brings this one through to the inside. 5.5 minutes left on the clock. That's definitely going to help her situation. And even if that wave doesn't go into her top 2, she is sitting in the lead at the moment. And we saw Cecilia Cosoleto just repositioning herself, but she's not all the way on the outside. She's actually about halfway out in the lineup now. And the reason we speak about Cecilia is obviously the sister of Luchi Cosoleto, 2-time gold medalist. And we saw Cecilia surfing yesterday, which really put her name on the map here. And we see her paddling into a wave on the inside, but doesn't look like it's going to offer up too much in terms of scoring potential. One carving maneuver and then having to kick out. So we'll see if Cecilia can get her way out to the lineup. A 2.13 drops for her wave, does not improve her situation. It does slightly. She needs now a 5.14 rather than that 5.2 to progress through. And Amelie Wink still looking for a 4.44. All surfers sitting just about midway out on the point break at the moment. As we see Stella Smith looking to solidify her position in advancement. Beautiful turn off the top there, at least getting caught in her paddle as she turns her board back toward the whitewater now, gaining a bit of speed, switches the paddle over, carving off the top of that, back into the whitewater. She sees that she's going to kick out of that one. So we'll see if that improves upon her 3.17, making it even harder for Amelie and Cecilia to catch up to her. And as you can see, I think, Rachel, what the competitors are doing is not opting to sit on the outside because it is quite bumpy.
Yeah, and you can see these inside ones a little bit more protected by all of the rocks. What happens with this point, the rocks, the cobblestones, you know, make this almost like triangle shape out, and where you can see towards the bottom right of your screen all of that whitewash. Well, that kind of calms the ocean a little bit and provides a buffer from that wind coming around. All of that froth is able to just kind of minimize that movement in the ocean, where the outside, very outside, is a lot more exposed to those elements. So not a bad strategy. However, I don't think Amelie or Cecilia, with the scores that they need, a 4.84, 5.54 respectively, those are pretty decent scores to try and get from that midway point out. You know, the waves that they really have been rewarding. Vanya's most recent one, a 5.9. Those are coming from the outside, so.
Yeah, like you said, if we are to compare it to Vanya's waves, they were on the outside section. So, yeah, Amelie and Cecilia need to take note of that, try to get themselves out into a better position here with 2 minutes and 15 seconds now left in heat number 4. It has been all about Vanya Torres, though, putting together some great backhand surfing. We've really seen some of the goofy footers shine today. We've seen a few lefts surfed as well. Probably no lefts being surfed at the lower tide in toward the rocks.
Yeah, probably not. It was even a surprise for us to see this morning an excellent ride, an 8.67 awarded to a left surfed this morning. First time I've ever seen that. I've seen left surfs at Sunzal for free surfs, you know, especially when you're trying to get away from that crowd, but not in a heat like that and not rewarded so well. It was an excellent wave to watch.
Oh, it certainly was. And then we saw athletes in the following heats trying to, you know, follow in those footsteps and surf the left, but not getting rewarded with the higher scores. Of course, the waves out here changing with the movement of the tide. As we get a beautiful drone shot of our surf break here of Sunzal. Vanya Torres up and riding, current heat leader. Beautiful slashing maneuver, switching the paddle, just pacing herself for another maneuver. And again, finding a wave that stands up and offering her some rail carves back to the pocket. And again, linking together another switch of the paddle as she brings that board back around. Things starting to slow down here on the wave, but she keeps that board moving. Judges like to see not much downtime when SUP surfers are up and riding. You can see her just really milking this wave all the way through, right to the inside, and banks off the whitewater again. So that's going to be Vanya Torres' heat complete there, with only just over about a minute left remaining. We'll see if it goes into her top 2 scoring rides.
Yeah, knowing there's only seconds remaining in your heat, it's a great way to make it from the outside all the way in, is being able to have that ride in. So a good victory lap for her. As we turn to the other 3 surfers, Stella holding on to that second place position. No priority awarded right now. None of the women are far enough out for that priority judge to feel that priority is earned.
And there you have it. That will be the hooter for heat number 4. So Vanya Torres, Stella Smith of New Zealand moving through. Bit of an upset there. We're going to be losing Amelie Wink and Cecilia Corzoletto of Argentina. As we see Amelie riding through here, I believe she was up after the hooter. So not going to go into her scoreline, but still beautiful scenes here from El Sunzal, Surf City, El Salvador. We're going to be moving through into heat number 5, and it's going to be a good one as well. Team Brazil with Aline Adesaka coming up. Multiple medalists. As we see Vanya, scenes of Vanya from her heat win there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action after this short commercial break.
Welcome to day 1 of competition for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship.
So live action there from Lucci, putting on an absolute masterclass there. 2 great turns to kick things off. In this wave, waiting patiently for things to stand up. A huge turn off the lip on her backhand. Again, so starting things off as she did on that first ride. Stands up again for her. What she got for us, another turn. Top of the wave, so fantastic.
I've been training here for a couple of days already. The wave is not easy. I think we were okay, and there were waves on the heat, so I had fun.
Yeah, taking off on this ride. Look, this wave looking nice for Izzy. Again, gonna go up the top of this wave, pushing hard on that tail, so this wave standing up for her.
Tamil Martino, Team Peru, off the bottom. Nice stylish carve back into the pocket right there. Off the bottom again, snap. Really using the rail nicely.
just pacing himself, waiting for it to stand up, brings it around again, straight up into the lip, Ray off the back of his board there, and again puts the board up into the lip.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of SUP Surf here in Surf City, El Salvador.
Hello and welcome back to the beautiful scenes here of Surf City, El Salvador for the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are moving through the SUP surfing rounds. Women currently out in the water. The main round 2 for the women, heat number 5. The local, Jocelyn Alabi, also in this heat. She's going to be looking to do her country proud and move on through. But she's got a tough one against Aline Adesaka, silver medalist from 2023. Is Isabella Campbell of Australia in the blue. We have Germana Bowen of Ecuador in the green. And of course, Jos of El Salvador in that white jersey. So another stacked heat as we progress through this competition. I think I'm going to be using that word quite a lot, Rachel. Very stacked.
Yeah, absolutely. And these women and men who are competing today have the ones that advance have to surf 2-3 times today. So it's a big day when you do advance, learning how to pace yourself and kind of recalibrate. We're about midday here local time, so that heat is building up.
And we're going to throw it down to Vanya Torres, the winner of that last heat down there with Matu.
Yeah, thank you guys. Vanya Torres next to me. Not as big a score as yesterday's, but still pretty consistent with a 5.9 and a 5.5. How was it out there for you?
It's tricky. I was having a hard time picking the waves, but you know, it's the same for everyone, and I could catch a couple of waves, trying to not to go crazy because we have to surf once more, and yeah, maybe I'll go crazy in the afternoon.
What made it so difficult for you to actually pick the right wave?
I feel like it's windy, as you can see, and it's kind of fat. So it's difficult to find a wave that has the pocket. Yeah, for me, I don't know.
Okay, you've been watching the rest of the competition and the favorites going through, just like you. What do you make of, what are your expectations for the rest of the day?
Just trying to catch better waves. It's like, if you surf, you're gonna make it though. So I want to catch better waves. I feel like I didn't get the waves I should have. So yeah, look at the waves and trying to get a better strategy.
All right, well, go rest, go eat, and we'll see you in round number 3.
Yeah, see you.
Yeah, back to you guys.
Thanks very much. Team Peru moving through competition there. As we turn our attention to Germana up and riding of Ecuador. Slashing a couple of maneuvers there on the inside. You see her just finish this ride. We also saw Izzy Campbell of Australia up and riding. And now live action, Aline Adesaka of Brazil up out the back. Beautiful turn to kick things off. And again, just backing it up with another turn right in the pocket of that wave. Switching the paddle now. Cutting that board all the way back to the white water. You can see her, no downtime at all, just continuously linking these maneuvers together. Decides to kick out to give herself a good opportunity to get back out onto the peak. And here we have our local surfer, Jocelyn, up and riding. She has opted to surf the starboard again today. We saw her surf that yesterday afternoon. Second turn there, unfortunately, going down. The bumps really coming into play now, Rachel.
Yeah, you could see her moving her feet forward and backwards as well, and to keep that speed up in between turns, which is great technique, but as she moved her feet back, she couldn't quite get that nose up out of the water, and that bump, like you said, affecting her continuing on to that ride. But Aline and Izzy, I think, getting the best of those exchanges. We'll see which person got the nod. We didn't get to see the entire ride of Izzy. So it was during that post-heat interview, Joss turning around on one on her way back out.
Yeah, picks this one up just midway out on El Sunzal point break. See her already one turn, now second turn, wrapping it back toward the white water. She knows this wave well, and I think it's going to help her that she has spent a bit of time out here. And you can see her selecting this wave, again riding it through, finding that wave with a little bit of a cleaner face, allowing her to get multiple maneuvers done on this one. So 2 waves surfed, just under 14 minutes left on the clock, so she's done well to pick herself a couple of waves up in the first kind of 6 minutes of this heat. Of course, still waiting on scores to drop for Aline and Isabella. And there we go, a 5.5 drops in for Izzy of Australia, so that puts her currently up into the lead, but still waiting on Aline's last wave score to come through. 5.5, a really great score to have as you start this heat off.
Yeah, absolutely. That would have gone into the score line or close to that of into that last heat of that advancing. So really great one to find. So we have a look at the beachfront there. That white building towards the top of your screen, that's our judges tower and the tower we're here talking to you guys from. You can kind of see that LED screen that's showing all the competitors, how much time is left, the priority standing. So these are all things, although they have technical beach announcing talking to them, updating them scores, updating them priority situation, they also can look back and see that priority as well, which is super helpful, especially on windy conditions like today. Sometimes can be a little bit harder to hear out there.
Giamara Bowen of Ecuador up and riding on her second wave. Great bottom turn there to set things up for a top turn. And this wave, again, just disappearing on her, so she has to kick out of that one. Only a couple of turns done. As we see Aline on screen, her first wave dropped in a 5-point ride, so she's currently in second place. Izzy getting the better of that exchange between herself and Aline. Aline opting not to go. We can see Izzy there just a little bit wide as well. Now Giamara drops in her second wave score, a 2.43. So that sees her up into first very briefly. Nope, there she goes, back up into first again. And of course, Izzy just looking for a tiny score, a 0.07 to move back into first, and Aline a 0.51 to move up into second. Now Jocelyn, she needs a 3.08 as we see Aline up and riding. Great turn there underneath the lip, trying to navigate the bumps on this wave. Again, switching the paddle over. You can see herself just waiting for this wave to stand up, staying next to the white water. She gets out into the open face now. She gets a turn in and again pushes hard on that back foot. And she's going to find a lot more wave to work with here as she switches the paddle, cuts that board back toward the white water, and kicks out again before the shore break. 11 minutes remaining. That's really going to help her situation. She'll probably jump up into first place. We'll see a replay, Rachel.
Yeah, her wave selection, you know, she spent so much time here. She was here before I even arrived 2 weeks ago. So she's been really acquainting herself with this break. And I think that's showing exactly here in her wave selection and ability to pick this out in and amongst all of the chop. And even having that experience to maybe surf it when it did get windy some of those days over the past couple weeks. So absolutely lacing this one, finding opportunity after opportunity to build upon that score, giving the judges a good reason to give her something healthy there. So we'll see where that drops, but you know, looking at she needs a 0.51 to get into that second position, and a 0.58 to get into that first place position. So we'll expect to see her jump straight up into the lead.
Yeah, definitely will after that last wave score to come through. And Izzy Campbell, her first wave, one word that comes to mind was just her surfing is very explosive, and we see that in her shortboarding as well. But you can see her really pushing hard and using that paddle, you know, as leverage to amplify her turns. So Izzy looking for a second wave score at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. Explosive, a really good word and description. So we see Camille getting ready. Another heat where there's going to be two people from the same country, two surfers from France, going out and preparing.
Yeah, Marine and Camille together representing France. They'll be coming up next.
The Frenchmen on the men's side this morning had some success. So you can see them all kind of chatting together and supporting each other. A really awesome component of the ISA is that team aspect.
Yeah, the two brothers, Carpentier brothers, Matu and Ben moving on through. You see the El Tunco rock there, the surf lessons happening down on the beach. Always lots of fun and action to be had down here at El Sunzal. As we fly across to our event site, Rachel, tell us a little bit about the places here.
I mean, here we have straight in front of us a bunch of different hotels. A lot of the athletes staying at some of these hotels that have great viewpoints of the lineup. Great place to come and stay when there's not a competition happening. You know, there's just so much action. As we see that low tide, all those rocks exposed during the high tide, none of that was exposed this morning. That water going right up to that seawall and turning straight out, looking at the women just finding their positioning in the lineup. All the sparkles on the water from that wind, making it a little bit bumpy, but from our viewpoint with the drone, looking really beautiful here. And the women opting to stay really quite close to each other at the moment. You know, oftentimes we've been seeing second and third priority maybe sitting a little bit farther in, a little bit wider for those wide sets that have been coming through. But right now, all three of them sitting quite clustered together.
Yeah, they certainly are. Izzy Campbell currently sitting with that first priority. She'll have choice if a wave comes through, if she wants to take it. Giamata in second priority, Aline in third priority. So priority situation in these heats, which does give surfers, you know, the chance to choose waves that they'd like to. Of course, if you miss out on priority in that first situation, you usually end up with priority at some time in the heat. And you do get choice of the next wave, but sometimes it can work against you, or it could work to your advantage. As you see Team France down on the beach, Marine and Camille getting ready for their next heat.
Finding strategy and seeing athletes use strategy when they are with their teammate out there can be really entertaining. You know, obviously, at the end of the day, it's an individual sport. Both surfers have to go out there to do their job, but of course the goal is for them to both advance together. So oftentimes you'll see them potentially, you know, do as well as they can over those first 15 minutes. And then in those last 5 minutes, if they're both sitting in that first and second position, or start looking at what does the overall heat standings look like? Can I help my competitor? Can I help my teammate in any way to ensure that we are both first and second?
Of course, we've seen that happen earlier on, especially with Puerto Rico in the men's. We saw Dave and Max moving on through. And now in the water, the women's heat number 5, Aline Adesaka locks in a 5.03 for her last ride, so she's up into the lead. Giamata of Ecuador now into second. Izzy Campbell just with a single wave score at the moment of 5.5, the highest of the heat so far. Only looking for a 0.07. Here she goes. She's got the 0.07. Let's see what else she can do on this wave. Great turn off the top there, right in the pocket. You can see her behind that white water, bottom turning around it to set up for another turn. And she brings this one through. Really great slashing turn there for her. Unfortunately, no more scoring potential, so she kicks out. And Giamara currently in second, up behind Izzy there. Getting a lot of work done on the outside. You can see the difference in boards that they're riding. Giamara on a really small board, being able to do those turns right in the pocket, but also having to use the paddle a lot to keep up speed with this wave. Does very well to link a couple of maneuvers together. This wave getting smaller as it moves through to the inside, but deciding to stay with it because she can find another turn off the top of that wave. And again, and now she goes up into the lip to finish things off on the inside. So that was a lot of maneuvers done on that wave. We'll see where the judges go with that. Izzy just putting a couple of bigger turns together, but only 2 maneuvers.
Yeah, you know, sometimes quantity does not mean quality. I think let's take a look at this replay. The thing that stuck out to me, a lot of great surfing, but it's kind of that same maneuver every time. Here she did switch the paddle around, but for the most part opted to have that paddle stay on the front side of her, so she has that kind of one-dimensional turn, you know, that doesn't really allow her to open up those shoulders as much as she went through the inside. So not a lot of wave to work with. I think she did as much as she actually could on this wave, but still kind of, you know, as we watch her come to the inside, there's there's not a whole lot of energy. You can see it's all coming from her legs there, but I think she made the most of it. I don't think it will be the score that she needs to ward off Izzy's 2 turns. Really nice turn in the pocket there. Refines her balance, leaning on that paddle. And going for one more turn here. So it was really just those 2 turns. Scores are in. Izzy gets a 3.87, so she goes back into that advancing position, putting that pressure on green. And Mara to get that 3.4.
Yeah, this is live action from Izzy. So let's see if that improves upon her 3.87. We'll see if it does. And she's in second at the moment. Xiomara only locks in a 3.4. So the best wave of her heat currently, but still needing 5.97. We'll see if Izzy's last wave is going to extend that score needed from Xiomara and from Jocelyn of El Salvador. Currently looking for almost a 7-point ride. So Izzy now sitting in second. Aline Adesaka still out in front in the lead. 2.5 minutes left on the clock in this heat. Aline sitting with priority and Joss in that second priority. So they will have choice of some waves that come through. But still waiting on judges to lock in that score from Izzy. As we move on through, 2 minutes, 10 seconds left on the clock.
It comes through as a 3.7, so that doesn't go into her score line. You know, again, kind of exemplifying that 3.87, just those 2 maneuvers, but a little bit more punch to them, a little bit more criticalness to their nature. It's Aline still sitting out in the lead. Although Izzy has that higher single wave score, Aline's found two nice waves that have allowed her to put on a good show.
I think you really described and differentiated Izzy's wave and Xiomara's wave really well. You know, Xiomara had lots of turns, but on that smaller wave, and Izzy, you know, putting together some more major maneuvers in the more critical section on a bit of a bigger wave. So that's why she got the highest score of that exchange. As we see Jocelyn up and riding. Great start for her on this one. Can she find a bit more face on this one? She looks like she is. Switching the paddle there. She's looking for 6.94 on this ride. 6.94 usually is reserved for those bigger waves, more major maneuvers out the back. We'll see if Jocelyn can find any more scoring potential on the inside to help her situation. We are under a minute left. But what a great performance from the local El Salvadorian surfer as we see Aline Adesaka, current heat leader, on a set wave out the back. Just navigating those bumps and doing it very well with control. Deciding to kick out of that one. She realizes there's a bigger one behind. And we see Jocelyn on screen. Did very well representing El Salvador.
Stuck out to me yesterday. Every wave that she took off on, she was smiling. You could just tell that she was so happy to be here representing her country. She said in her post-season interview yesterday she learned to surf at this wave. So really great to see the locals getting to represent their country on the world stage.
Aline Adesaka there. Just coming in with a victory lap from her heat win in heat number 5 of women's round 2. Moving on through alongside Izzy Campbell. We'll actually see if Xiomara got up in time. I don't think she did for this score to come through. She was looking for a 5.97, but I don't think that's going to be that score. So it will be Izzy Campbell and Aline Adesaka moving on through to the next round of women's SUP surfing, keeping the hopes alive for Brazil and Australia. A great performance there from Elizabeth Xiomara of Ecuador. And also Jocelyn Alabi of El Salvador. We're going to be moving through into the final heat of round 2 for the women's SUP surfing. And we'll bring back Dave Bainey for the call alongside Rachel Tilley. Thanks very much for tuning in wherever you're watching on isasurf.org We'll be right back after this short break.
Salvador!
Hello and welcome everybody to the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Beautiful SUP city, El Salvador. I hope you have a great competition, and when the competition is done and it's over, everybody goes home as an ambassador of beautiful, the smallest country in Central America, El Salvador, with the biggest heart. Muchas gracias everybody. I hope you have a good time.
Welcome back. We're straight into action. Heat number 6 of women's SUP surfing main round 2. There has been some amazing competition so far today. We've seen a full round of men's already into the first round of the women's for the day today, but we'll be seeing both men and women compete multiple times today. Already had a score from red, blue, and green to drop. We have the first paddle for white Rachel Cantori from the USA. Bumpy conditions today. Rachel Tilley here, joined by Dave Bainey. Welcome back into the booth.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. Yeah, the wind definitely has, continued to stick around. Yesterday we saw it kind of coming in and out. Definitely making it more challenging for these surfers today. You can see in Heat 6 we got Marine Cadrou from France, Camille Dubrana from France as well. Also got Alasne Areco from Spain and Rachel Cantori from the USA. Moving right along in main, round 2 for the women. And as you've been seeing, some of the paddlers been opting to go all the way outside. Some of them have been choosing to kind of hide from the wind a little bit from the inside. We see Rachel in white, Team USA taking off on this wave, Rachel.
Yeah, wrapping it all the way back around. Like you said, this is one of those more inside ones, but really smooth on that face of the wave. Gets a little bit high there, but is able to drop back in with speed, and unfortunately gets too high on that second maneuver to keep it going. So she'll make her way back out. Camille opening up with a 3.17. Still waiting for scores to drop for red and green. And just a 1.83 drop for Rachel there on that last one. So action getting started quick as we take a look at the replays of these opening rides.
Yeah, so this is Camille on her backhand from France. Camille getting a couple good turns. You see a lot of bump on these waves now. She's doing a good job, surfing nice and smooth, keeping it going to the inside. We see it outside. Surfer taking off, and also a third surfer. So 3 competitors up at the same time here in ISAsurfing. Looks like a Lasne out the back there. We're going to stick with Camille and Marine on the screen. And Marine gets a really long ride there. A couple cutbacks. You see Lasne still working it. She chooses to pull out on the outside. And Marine does the opposite, working this all the way to the inside. She sees the inside section and pulls out. Replay of Lasne, Rachel.
Yeah, she made the most of this one. Every surfer getting a quick start, which has been really crucial to those surfers that are advancing through these heats, especially in these conditions, can be harder to navigate and choose which are the waves that are going to provide those opportunities. So someone who did get the opportunities, we are going to send it down and hear from Aline.
Hey guys, Ubatuba represent. We've got now 2 Brazilian going to run 3 in the female competition. Congratulations, Aline Adisaka, for your win. How was it out there?
Thank you so much. Yeah, grateful to God again to make my hit. It was really tough out there. Out here, I saw that the wind was picking up, and it was pretty hard conditions for everyone, but out there, it's even harder. Definitely the wind, it's been affecting a little bit, but also we're trying for this. We're ready for this.
And the competition is going to get tougher. How are you going to recharge for run number 3?
Just same as everything I've been doing, just going to go do my stretching, drink water, eat my bananinhas, and just recharge, do my prayer, just watch the hits now, watch the boys. It's going to be super exciting, motivating also, so going to be there cheering for my teammates, and yeah.
All right, well, parabéns, and we'll see you in run 3 later on. And back to the booth, guys.
Thank you so much. Really nice to hear from her. These women surfing multiple times today, so as we heard, she's going to have to go and regroup. The men surfing 3 times today. For those that continue to advance, women opportunity to surf twice today. And in these types of conditions, the wind and the heat, it's not easy to always regroup again to surf again in that same day. As we look at a paddle from Marina, switching that paddle around, we're going to see her go for that roundhouse, bringing it back to the whitewash. Nice variety already. Nice slash. Really love this variety and how she's painting this wave. Looking to bring this one all the way in to the inside. Now she's done all the hard work that she needs to. She's going to cut out. She got a 4.5 for that opening ride. So a really nice backup for her with 12 minutes remaining. Let's take a look at this replay. Dave, talk us through even just battling into the wave on the takeoff like that.
Yeah, I mean, she had a lot of grit sticking with that one and able to pull it off and grab this nice wave. Fortunately for her, it ended up being a really nice ride. A lot of times you put so much energy to catch a wave and then, it doesn't work out, but she did a great job. Lots of clean surfing through the section here. Like you said, good variety. Real smooth surfer, Marina is. And it's always nice to finish off a wave, just smoothly with a casual kick out. That always feels good. Team Japan getting stoked as always. They're ready to go.
Looks like that's Tao getting ready for his next heat. Switching back into the men's after this heat finishes. He was in heat number 1 of the day, so really different conditions that he got to surf this morning before that wind picked up, a super high tide as well.
Yeah, exactly. And you brought up a good point. We've been talking a lot about the wind, but the heat here. I mean, it is hot. It is definitely hot here in El Salvador, and it's so important to stay in the shade. Even more so to stay hydrated. Stuff like, in California, you don't really have to worry about that all too much. So definitely myself, I have to even remind myself, I'm not even competing, just to stay hydrated, stay ahead of it. And as a competitor, want to relax the body, relax the mind. And recovery is definitely a thing.
Yeah, Surf City and ISA together have a really nice athlete area. If you walk through there, you'll see ice baths, you'll see nice little snacking areas. So a lot of equipment there, also massages, a recovery area with the compression pants. A lot of equipment there for the athletes to have the recovery, especially on these days where there is a lot required of them in one day.
Yeah, and one of the more popular features down there is the coffee bar. They're making some good coffee down there this morning.
Yeah, that's my favorite feature.
Mine as well.
Well, with 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go, the situation is Marine in the lead, 4.5, and that last wave that we saw of her, 4.23. Alasne from Spain sitting in that second position with just a single wave score of a 4.1. So it's Camille needing a score with a 3.17 inner score line, only needing that 0.94, and Rachel only having a 1.83, so requirement slightly higher, but not much, a 2.28. As we see live action, Camille taking off, looking for that 0.94, looking for really just an opportunity to get an open face and put her board on rail. You know, at this early in the wave, in the heat, she's not looking for just that minimum requirement of a 0.94. She's looking to really solidify, get something of substance in her score line. Unfortunately, I don't think that will be enough to be that 0.94. Judges are quick at 2.5, so it does change her situation, but it's Alasne with that higher single wave score of a 4.1, so she's still sitting in that pretty comfortable position, only needing a 1.57. Plenty of time though, Dave. 8 minutes, 24 seconds as we see our water safety team there.
A big shout out to the water safety. We always know that we are safe and sound with the Waterman Patrol.
Yeah, that's Jake Kevel driving the ski, joined alongside other water safety professionals, Chuck, Terry, and Jimbo. They are always down at these ISAs taking care of everybody, and on the back, one of those local lifeguards who also help take care of everyone from the beach. We're seeing a little crossover. So really great handling from our water safety team as they're making sure they're also getting ready for those technical races taking place tomorrow. They've been making sure they're getting the course all set up. They have the plan set for tomorrow, as there's a lot more to be navigated with the race courses as opposed to, you know, the SUP surfing that's taking place today.
Absolutely. See the next round of men get ready. Yeah, and you can see there he's applying the ISA official sticker. That means his equipment has been approved for competition. You know, for the race boards, each competitor needs to get their race board measured. It's got to be 14 feet or smaller. So they keep everyone honest and do official board measurement. And even when I'm positive my 14-foot board is 14 feet, for some reason,
a little bit nervous.
You're always a little nervous when they're running that tape measure from nose to tail.
Yeah, they do that in the longboard as well. Our boards have to be that at least 9 foot long, and I feel the same experience. My boards are 9 so I know I should be totally fine, but I still get a little nervous. As we see live action, Camille trying to improve that situation, try and solidify her advancing position. Another smaller wave, so I don't know how much of a difference this will make to her score line.
Yeah, I think looks like Camille's game plan is to kind of try to stay busy. You know, like we've seen some of these heats go pretty quiet. She doesn't want to, she's trying to make herself, you know, not get in that situation of needing to score at the end of the heat. So we'll see if her plan comes together. You see Benois, looks like he's going to go back to the hat.
Yeah, the middle of the day heats. Again, as we were just talking about it is something to manage that sun on you, and we saw him get waves and scores in the 8s yesterday wearing the hat, so we know it's not a distraction. Maybe it's a good luck thing. As we see live action, Rachel Cantori looking to add to that 1.83, unfortunately getting unstuck. Dave, it looks like she's on slightly bigger equipment. Maybe that might be a little bit tougher to navigate in these bumps. See Alasne looking for that 1.57, getting a snap. Couple maneuvers already under her belt. Sets lining up behind her, but she has this nice clean one coming through the inside, taking it all the way through, because she as well is trying to just maximize her opportunity on this wave. As it's standing back up, maybe we'll see one more nice snap. Lots of energy that she's bringing to this small wave, finds the finish. That will feel really good. One more finish. Wow, that wave really did keep on providing. So she's only looking for a 157. We'll see where that goes. That will change the situation. So we'll see what that requirement will be for the rest of the surfers as we take a look at what happened a little bit more on the outside.
Yeah, it took a moment for this wave to get started. Really, it starts right about here, kind of forming up on the inside. Does a nice little snap. Alasne, kind of known for those quick little snaps that she does. Nice cut back. Another one. And like you said, this wave had a slower pace to it, but it just kept kind of growing and building through the inside. So it's almost she was more busy right through this section than at the top of the wave. So she stayed patient, rode it all the way inside, gets gifted with a nice little lipper right before the shore. And right there, rides it out through the inside, safely navigates the sand. And she's heading back out there. We see Marine, heat leader, driving down the line, getting a lot of speeds, comes off the bottom, leans back into a snap, puts her paddle on her heel side so she can engage and really dig into those roundhouses. Leans back on the paddle, another little carve. Here it comes again. Yeah, and the paddle judges definitely like to see you utilize the paddle. This is stand-up paddling. You know, the advantage we have is using a paddle for that leverage. You know, the board's a lot bigger than short boards, but there are certain advantages to having the paddle. You can really lean back on it and brace yourself, push these big boards. You see Rachel Cantori from Team USA, S-turning through this section. You see her paddle gets kind of hung up in her leash, takes care of that, comes off the top. Nice little speed section for Rachel. She's just trimming to get out to the corner. Setting up a turn here. Leans back a little bit and a little bit too far. But Rachel getting a nice long ride.
So we see the last score of Alasne dropped at 4.27, so that puts her back up into advancing position, putting the pressure back on Camille. With 1 minute and 52 seconds remaining, she now needs a 5.2. So that would be the highest single wave score of the heat so far. So not only is she going to have to surf it really well, but she's also going to have to find that wave that allows those critical major maneuvers on the outside. Not sure where she is in comparison to the lineup at the moment.
Yeah, you make a good point. We were talking about Camille's wave choices earlier in this heat, choosing to stay busy on the smaller ones. You know, hopefully she realizes her scores are, you know, 3.17, 2.5, knowing she needs a 5.2. You know, hopefully she's looking for a bigger, more outside wave to potentially get that score.
And just as you say it, she's doing that, paddling in on her backhand on the outside, wrapping it around. Beautiful first turn, nice and clean. This wave looking really clean for her. Bringing it around. Potentially shouldering off a little bit here. Really nice 3 opening maneuvers. Let's see if she can stick with it and if it offers more opportunity throughout the inside. That's the hard part, Dave, is you don't know if it's going to offer some magic section on the inside or not when you're first taking off. I'd say she did a really good job on the outside, but looking at a 5.2 requirement, we would have hoped to see a little bit more action through this inside section.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough call. The waves, you know, have gotten a little flatter, so we'll see how the judges adjust. You know, the surfers have been adjusting to selecting their waves. So Camille, she knows she was running out of time, so she definitely got all the potential out of that wave, riding it straight to the sand. So we'll wait on her score here. Looking for a 5.2 to keep her medal dreams alive here.
So we see her walking up on that El Salvadorian black sand. It's nice and warm for her down there right now.
Yeah, we are waiting for the final score from Camille. You can see she's doing the same. And it's going to be close. She needs a 5.20. Judge is still thinking about this one. Camille knows it comes down to that final ride.
Catching her breath. She did put everything she had into that wave. Let's take a look at this replay. Dave, talk us through these outside maneuvers.
Yeah, so Camille, she got a nice clean style. You know, great hooking style turns here. You know, right about after that one, the wave starts, unfortunately, just flattening out really quickly. So she got 3 maneuvers out the back. Nothing that stands out, you know, through the lip, but very stylish, on rail. You know, very eye-pleasing surfing from Camille.
And it comes through as a 3.57, so that is just shy of that requirement that she needed. Unfortunately, Camille and Rachel will be bowing out, but congratulations to Marine from France winning that heat. Stay tuned.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Welcome back. Main round 3, heat 1 of the men's. This is the second time these men are surfing today. Action has been high all day. You're joined in the booth by Rachel Tilley and Dave Bainey as we see action right up by Benois Carpentier.
Yeah, Benoit, the Frenchman, looking really solid in the opening rounds. He's opted to wear his hat in this heat once again, casually swooping through this ride. Benoit doing a good job. You could see he's navigating those windy sections in this wave, doing just enough to kind of swoop over those lips, not pushing it too hard, just nice flowing style on that first wave we're seeing him in here.
Yeah,
so
really
scores.
Beautiful. Really beautiful. As we see Armando now getting his opening ride up. A little bit more of a shouldery wave. Let's see if this will stand back up as an opportunity for him. Releases the fins there. This one's just trickling along. Looks like he's going to lose energy of that with Tao right behind him. Snap to start out. Waiting for this one to stand back up. Wrapping it around. Really nice turn. Getting that board on rail. Another one. Releasing those fins. Nice variety. Bottom turning this one. Standing up a little bit cleaner for him. Giving a little bit more opportunity. Wrapping it back around. Using that paddle. Switching it around. Wow, really like how this one standing up through the inside gets a nice another snap and another one. He's setting this inside section up really well. Tao had excellent wave selection this morning. He has excellent wave selection for this first heat of main round 3. And this wave just keeps on providing. That is going to open up his account. Benois right behind him.
Yeah, Benoit already into his second ride, but Tao Iwanaga from Japan with that long, crazy ride. Benoit spin to win, having a little fun on the inside. Still waiting for scores of Benoit's first ride. Also Tao Iwanaga's first ride. Great exchange there as we had Armando Colucci also get one. We're going to drop it down to Matu with the interview, winner of the last heat. Take it away, Maddie.
Yeah, thank you guys. With Marine Kerdre, winner of the last females heat for round number 2. It looked really tough out there. The wind makes it really hard for you to paddle. How was it?
It was pretty hard actually, yeah. The wind was strong, the waves are kind of clumsy, so it's really hard to choose the waves. So I had the chance to catch 3 good ones, so I'm pretty stoked, yeah.
For a long time we were looking at 2 French women athletes qualifying for the next round, but Alasnay took the win over that second place over Camille. How do you feel about that?
I feel sad for Camille, obviously, because we wanted to make the heat together and we didn't, but that's the play as well. But we stay strong as a team, and congrats to Team Spain for keeping Alasnay in. But yeah, I'm sad for Camille, and we're gonna stick together. We did that a lot, and we're gonna continue. Yeah.
And off the mic, I could see you looking at Ben Carpentier right now on the heat. He's got some pretty good chances too, huh?
Yeah, he's pretty strong. We count on him as well, and his brother Mathieu. We have a very good team, so let's keep it like that.
Right. French confidence for you guys. Back to you in the booth. You.
French confidence is right. As we see Marine getting that heat win straight into Ben out there, opening up his account with that 5.0. That was that really steezy, relaxed, nice opening ride. So we take another look at this one. He just had really nice, relaxed style on this one, Dave.
Yeah, this was his opening wave, so you see him just kind of cruising through this section, just kind of reading the wave, reading the chops. You can see the wind really kind of ripping across the bay now. There's a few steps, you know, you got to hop over in the face, and Benoit does an excellent job reading that and kind of timing his maneuvers. That one kind of petered out at the end, but getting a 5 for just those 2 big turns. And then the Japanese surfer, Tao, you watch him do a lot of the same thing, you know, see all that ribbing through the face of the wave, just hopping over the section. It's kind of reforming on him here, so he's staying patient. And then he just leans into that carve and staying patient with this as this wave continues to grow through the inside. Wrapping around, nice smooth style. And like you said on the live feed, this thing just kept on serving it up all the way to the inside. Right about here, I think my legs would have gave out, but he continues to just snap across the face here. And he really got gifted with this section. You know, there's a lot of crumble on the top where he was able to just still kind of push the tail. And this one right here in particular was a nice snap to end that ride. And so Team Japan, Tao, he managed to get a 5.8 on that ride. This was Benoit's second wave, which he got behind Tao. The ride we just watched, Benoit off the bottom, straight into the lip. Real vertical maneuver right there. Loving that. And the stylish cutbacks, flips it over. And Benoit just completing that roundhouse, bashing the lip. Nice stylish cutback. He's got fins free surfing. Just looking, able to have his vision clear with the hat, helping him with the sun. And that's a low-key claim right there. And you know what? I would have done the same thing. So excellent ride and surfing from Benoit. And then Armando, he picked up one, also joining in on the action. Wraps around. Armando from Venezuela.
That one just comes through as that 2.33. So here's a second ride for Tao. Backing up his 5.83, getting a hit, looking to see if he can make it back around. And unfortunately cannot. So we're still waiting for that score and for the second score of Benoit.
Yeah, I think the judges probably have Benoit's vertical snap on pause, trying to get a screenshot for their iPhone maybe. That was a pretty rad maneuver. I loved how vertical he got. Very impressive surfing. Tao as well with that big re-entry. A lot of speed in the surfer from Japan. So Benoit comes in at 7.17, so judges really rewarding that vertical attack of the French surfer. So Benoit solidly in first place, 7.17 and a 5.0.
Dave, I'm looking at the judging criteria right in front of me, and it says commitment and degree of difficulty, innovative and progressive maneuvers, combination of major maneuvers, variety, speed, power, flow, use of the paddle to give greater degrees of leverage, and thus the creation of increasingly radical moves. And I think Benoit's last wave was a perfect example of exactly what that criteria is looking for. It was very innovative. Like you said, that vertical hit that he got, he had a lot of speed, lots of major maneuvers in there, that degree of difficulty. That's why the judges went as high as they did, 7.17.
Yeah, and we got more live action again. Team Japan staying busy. Tao Iwanaga got a 2.93 on his last one, so he's looking for a solid score again to solidify his top 2 waves. Nice snap right at the top of the wave. Looks like we got a rider out the back as well. Lots of action in this heat. One in the main round 3 of the men's. Tao just cruising out of the exit on that one, and look who it is. Mr. Benoit Carpentier up on another one. Carving through this section yet again. Just smooth surfing from Ben. Nice swooping carve. Ben's got that, you know, he's got that good mix of flair and style. See what he does here on the inside.
His speed through all his maneuvers really stands out to me.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Ben, you know, one thing, he's so good at reading this wave. You could tell he's got a lot of experience and really enjoys this wave and has put his time out here. And like you said, there's definitely like a difference just in his approach. You know what I mean? Like just how confident he is to be just patient right here and wait for it to set up. You know, boom, just his timing has been really, really good throughout this event. Love those big arcing snaps and just how he just capitalizes off the whitewater to rebound back. And then straight into a different variety. You know, he did that layback snap, and now he's doing the roundhouse. So a lot of variety, a lot of flow. You know, just it's just well connected, you know, from the top to the bottom. He's just really putting together nice, complete rides.
And I love on those snaps that knock knee style that he falls into as well. Really beautiful surfing. And he found yet another wave that just provided so much opportunity, just like that 7.17. So we'll see where the judges go with that. He has a 5 and a 7.17. So we'll see if he replaces that 5 and ups that lead heat total. But it's Armando who needs a score right now to get into advancing position. He's taking off on this one. Bit of a late takeoff. Can't quite get around that section right off the bat. He's going to work towards it. Gets a little snap. Switches that paddle over. Wraps it back around. Banks off the whitewash. Looking to be a bit more patient. Releases the fins again. A smaller wave, but he's making good use of what he's given. That was a really nice use of the paddle to lean back on, release those fins, but unfortunately getting unstuck there. So right now he has the requirement of an 8.33 to advance to take Tao's position of second place. But if he can improve upon that, which he does, he gets a 3.0, so now his requirement lowers to a 7.66. So we see Vince warming up for his next heat.
Yeah, and Armando, I want to give it a shout out to, I just noticed that he's riding a board shaped by Chelu, fellow shaper of mine. He's located down there in San Clemente, in the surf ghetto, as they like to call it. And yeah, Chelu helps me out a lot. Glasses some of my boards, does some nice epoxy work down there, so shout out to the crew.
Yeah, oh, a variety of equipment that we're seeing. You know, we were talking about the equipment on the racing side needing to be pretty stock standard. A lot of boards looking pretty similar. They have to be 14-foot maximum or under. So we see most of the racers being on that 14-foot size, utilizing every inch they're giving. Actually, you can see a couple practicing out there, out beyond the buoys. But looking at the dynamic and difference of the SUP boards, the SUP surfing boards, talk to me about what are those major differences?
Yeah, well, you'll see a lot of these competitors on custom boards. You know, obviously as a brand, you have a production lineup, and you wish you could make exactly every size, but it's just not possible because you got to pay for a mold. It just gets really expensive. You see, Tao Iwanaga, and now that I mentioned that, it looks like Tao is on a production board. So he, you know, it's fortunate he could find one in his size in production, because the big difference is the construction and production boards are really hard to beat if you have a premium, you know, kind of molded carbon, because they're just so strong and you're able to get them so light. So if you fit into the sizing that a brand offers, it's really nice. You don't got to worry about them, you know, getting damaged when you're traveling. But the cool thing about custom is you can change those fine details, right? You know, if you want to change your width by a 1/4 inch, you could do that. You know, you could adjust the tail rocker, and of course we prototype through custom versions, and so that also helps myself. You know, so you know, we make throughout the year. I'm working on boards with, you know, Sebastian and Vanya, and etc., and that helps us prototype for the next shape that we will bring into production. So yeah, it's fun, and you know, when you're used to custom boards, it's hard to go back because you know, it's just so easy to change things. You know, and I'm sure. Even in longboarding, I think a lot of the public might think they're all pretty similar. You know, they kind of look similar, one single fin, but
sure.
I mean, just the detail of a longboard it's so minute. You know, like, you know, I want a tucked edge here.
1/4 of an inch makes all the difference. Exactly.
Yeah. So it's crazy, and you know, and when you're surfing at a high level, you do feel those differences. You know, the average surfer probably does not. But they're reaping those benefits of all those prototypes. So, yeah, it's a fun process. I could talk surfboards all day long, but we got a heat going on here.
Yeah, well, checking back in with the standings of this heat, we've just tipped under that 5-minute mark. Benois sitting in the lead comfortably. His last score comes in as a 7.9, so he does extend his lead, making the requirement for Tao to get that lead position a 9.24. So that is a hefty ask. Armando sitting in that 3rd position, needing a 7.66. So he's making his way back out to the lineup. All scores are in at the moment, so the standings are as is. And we're entering these final 4 minutes with these requirements. So Tao is going to be working on defending that 2nd place position out from Armando, and Tao already out there with that 2nd priority. Benoit kind of sitting off on, you know, he's sitting out there quite relaxed, not too worried about his advancement in this heat, a 15.07 heat total. But it's pretty crucial for Tao having that 2nd priority. He can use that into these next 3.5 minutes to defend that 2nd position as Armando makes his way back out.
Yeah, and Armando definitely has to be selective of his next ride, needing a pretty large score of a 7.66. So he's got to find that wave that provides some really good scoring potential. 3 minutes left, just about, in this heat.
And the 2 men that advance out of this heat will have to surf one more time this evening. So we saw some strategy earlier today with the Puerto Ricans getting a quick win in 2 8s for each of them respectively in their heats, and then kind of coming in actually before that 5-minute mark of their heat even finished, because they were expecting that they need to surf multiple times today and looking to preserve their energy.
Yeah, that was interesting for sure. Never seen that, you know, kind of concede a heat so early. But, you know, hats off to them because that was a bold maneuver, and it is going to come into play. These days are long. It's windy out there. The legs are getting fried. Even if you're training and these guys are such big athletes, you know, they are getting tired. And you could tell just by the interviews, each one is kind of out of breath. You know, it's so hard to come in from your heat and just give an interview like that. But yeah, so the conditions definitely coming into play more so than the first earlier rounds. 2 minutes left here. Benois, 7.9, 7.17. So solid scoring, consistent scoring from Benois through this event. Each heat he's been in the 7 range or above. Quite impressive. Looks like we got red paddling. We got Tao Iwanaga from Japan. Up and riding down the line. You see Benois out the back just by himself. Might be looking at this wave. Tao slides out of that one.
Armando still making his way back out. Will be interesting to see if he gets one more opportunity to fight for that 7.66. If not, unfortunately, he would be bowing out of the competition. This is an elimination round heat. So we see a paddle battle of Tao working to try and overtake Armando.
Yeah, look at Tao go. Maybe we'll see him in the sprint event later.
Yeah.
He was kind of getting after it. He's still getting after it.
Priority is established. Second priority is given to Armando, so he does have command of his pick over Tao for the last 40 seconds of this heat. Benois sitting comfortably out there in the lead and with first priority.
Oh, and from this angle, you can see why Tao was paddling so hard. He was trying to get priority. We had a little paddle battle going with Armando right next to him right there. Both riders going down. Armando looks to have won that paddle battle. He's got priority 2. With Tao sitting on the 3rd priority. We got 15 seconds left.
Doesn't look like they're gonna have another opportunity as this time winds down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So it's official. Benois taking the win of that heat, representing France, and Tao representing Japan moving forward. Unfortunately, we will see Armando representing Venezuela bow out of the competition here. But great surfing throughout the event so far. It's been a great heat. 7.17, 7.9 for Benois. Such a great showing. We know we'll see that in the highlights package, unless, of course, he can better that scoreline for his heat this afternoon. We will be seeing these men advance into another heat. So stay tuned to hear his take of that heat after this break.
Welcome to day 1 of competition for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship.
So live action there from Lucci, putting on an absolute masterclass there. 2 great turns to kick things off. In this wave, waiting patiently for things to stand up. A huge turn off the lip on her backhand. Again, so starting things off as she did on that first ride. Stands up again for her. What she got for us, another turn, the top of the wave, so fantastic.
I've been training here for a couple of days already. The wave is not easy. I think we were okay, and there were waves on the heat, so I had fun.
Yeah, taking off on this ride. Look, this wave looking nice for Izzy. Again, gonna go up the top of this wave, pushing hard on that tail, so this wave standing up for her.
Tamil Martino, Team Peru, off the bottom. Nice stylish carve back into the pocket right there. Off the bottom again, snap. Really using the rail nicely.
Just pacing himself, waiting for it to stand up, brings it around again. Straight up into the lip, spray off the back of his board there. And again, puts the board up into the lip.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of SUP Surf here in Surf City, El Salvador.
Hello and welcome back to live action here We are in men's round 3 of SUP surfing. Heat number 2, Juan de los Reyes up and riding in the green jersey. On his backhand, a couple of searing, carving maneuvers back into the white water. Juan getting a quick start in this heat, wanting to capitalize on getting 2 high scores that are going to be counted toward the heat total. We see Juan just whipping the tail of that board around as he again carves another cut back into the white water, switching that paddle, staying really low and compact. As Juan makes his way to the inside here. This wave giving him a little bit more opportunity. As it stands up, he's found himself a great wave. This must be his 15th turn, I think, on this wave. Lots of work getting done, and floats to finish right at the end there. He's got to be happy with that start. I'm Bo Nixon, joined with Dave Beatty in the booth. Calling heat number 2 of action, Vince Duchenay of Germany in the red, Tamil Martino of Peru in the blue, and as we saw, Juan de los Reyes of Spain in the green jersey. Lots of great action already surfed today, Dave.
Yeah, Juan getting such a long ride. You know, we've seen a lot of riders go all the way to the beach, but for some reason that wave seems super long as we see Tamil Martino, the Peruvian, up and over, floats over that section. You see him hop over that section of the face, gets another snap, big old carve. So Tamil letting it hang out. Nice little snap, little fin release. Able to hang on, navigating that section again. A lot of variety here. Tamil known to be a good rail style carving surfer. Another one, and exits out of that one. So great start for Tamil. He's already got a 3. That's going to be a really nice ride for him. Waiting on scores for Juan de los Reyes as well on that marathon of a wave that he got in the opening.
Yeah, Tamil there, as you said, Dave, already catching 2 waves within the first 3 minutes of this heat. We're going to throw it down to chat with Benois Carpentier, the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, guys, that guy doesn't seem to be even bothered by the wind, by the low tide. It's consistent high scoring from yesterday. You seem to be having so much fun out there. Ben, how was it for you?
Yeah, super stoked to make it. It's kind of tricky now with the wind, and I'm really happy to have a board that doesn't sink actually. So I can kind of doesn't sink. So I can be easy because, you know, at Sunzal it's such a long wave, so you need to be physically it can be hard, and having 3 hits today, I'm definitely happy to have this longer board, and yeah, stoked to get a 2 good score again. Wait for this kind of wave that cleaned out, and yeah, going to the next round.
Yeah, still that smart surfing. Is it the French flair or is it the Benoit Carpentier flair?
I think it's 15 years or plus lack of experiences surfing around the world and competing. So I think, yeah, all this knowledge comes from that, and that's the art of competing, you know, and I'm loving it.
And Team France has got a last-minute guest with your brother, Mathieu Carpentier. You're feeling happy about that? He's also surfing in round number 3.
Yeah, no, that's sick to have my brother here. He was supposed to be the coach, but yeah, my friend, good friend Clément Zéro couldn't make it because he's shredding some huge wave in Nazaré. So I'm saying hi to him, actually, and all his team. But yeah, we miss you here, Clément. But yeah, super happy to have my brother that is one of the best guys in France as well. So he's gonna shred. He's gonna be up next. So yeah, full power for him.
Well, you're through to round number 4. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Back to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Benoit Carpentier. Moving through, he won here back in 2019, part of the ISA World SUP surfing for the men. Can he go again in 2025? We'll have to find out. He's got a couple more surfs if he is to make it into the final. And we do have 14.5 minutes remaining. Heat in the water. Vince Duchenay, the bottom of screen there in the red, still yet to open up his account in this heat. We see Juan de los Reyes dropping a 7.33 for his opening ride. Tamil Martino, a 6-point ride for his second wave. So currently it is Tamil Martino in first, Juan de los Reyes in second with that single wave score, and waiting for Vince to ride his first wave in this heat. And in that last heat, Dave, we saw Benoit taking off on some waves. Further on the inside, a lot cleaner face, giving him that more smoother and cleaner face for that scoring potential.
Yeah, we did touch on his wave selection and, you know, really his wave knowledge and just the ability to read the wave. You could just tell he has a lot of experience out here. We see Vince ripping to his first turn on his first ride, getting it going here. Lots of speed, cuts back. Sets it up, another little turn. So lucky not to catch rail right there. Able to pull it off. These guys, they all have incredible balance. Been sticking with this one. A lot of bump in this wave. You see him kind of fading back, hoping it sets up for him. Pushes through another turn. So Vince, the German, laying on another rail. Pumping through this end section. Let's see if it forms up. Eyeing this lip right here. Gets a little carve. Kind of like a late snap on that one as well. So kind of a cool turn. Another tail drifter. And this one just keeps running through. And Vince will pull out on the sand. So we'll see how that scores for Vince. Nice long ride. Couple good maneuvers at the back.
Yeah, first came across Vince. He's been competing on the APP World Tour. Came across him in an event in Gran Canaria. He obviously resides in the Canary Islands. And Vince here, that first turn, really beautiful through the lip there. And you can see he backs it up with a second turn here. Just has to turn underneath Tamil and then almost loses it on this next turn. I really think he was going to dig rail there. But manages to hang on to it. So a couple of good turns on the outside, having to really deal with that bump. But what I was going to get to, Dave, is I've seen him kind of progress the last couple of years. He's really matured in his surfing. Looks like he is definitely getting a lot more experience in competition surfing. He's riding those Indiana paddleboards. You see him take this wave all the way through to the inside, linking together multiple maneuvers. I think we just got word it was a 45-second ride from Vince. 55 seconds, so he's almost up to over a minute up and riding on this wave. His legs would be burning, or mine would be anyway.
Yeah, and it gives you good perspective. You know, these guys are getting minute-long rides with a 4-minute plus paddle back out to the top of the peak. I mean, that's 5 minutes plus just to get one solid ride. So definitely the fitness level comes into play. And someone like Vince, fortunately for him, he's been doing a lot of racing as well. So, you know, he's got a lot of fitness. You know, maybe more than some of the competitors who only surf, but Vince kind of doing double duties. We see Juan de los Reyes on his backhand again, up and over the lip. Got a nice clean face. Boom, nice arcing snap right in the lip. Smooth cut back. Gives it a little tail slide off the white water there. That little board looking pretty spicy right now, Bo.
That certainly is. He put together a couple of major maneuvers on the outside. Definitely going to back up his 7.33. We'll likely see him jump up into the lead here in this heat. Almost halfway through this heat, 10 minutes remaining on the clock. Vince locks in a 4.77, so not enough to see him up into second. He's going to be looking for a bit of a higher score now that Juan de los Reyes has just surfed his last ride. And of course, Tamil Martino at the back there, sitting with priority. He's sitting on his board, so I chatted with Anthony Vela earlier today, Dave, about athletes and lying down paddling, sitting on their board. They are stopwatching all these athletes and trying to look to see if they are lying down or sitting for more than 15 seconds. And if they are, they will be awarded a warning for the first time. And then the second time they are caught doing it in the same heat, they will be issued a non-priority interference, which means they will halve their second highest wave score. This is a SUP surfing event, so competitors having to stand up throughout the whole heat. As we see Juan de los Reyes locking in a 6.43. Rockets him up into that first place. Tamil Martino dropping down into second. Vince now looking for a 4.24 in order to take over second position. Remember, top two move through. Third position eliminated from the event. 3-man heats in this round 3 of the men. And they will surf again this afternoon for those who make it through. 8 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock. Beautiful scenes here with that drone angle of El Sunzal, providing a great long right-hand point break for our competitors. You see Juan there just having to deal and negotiate the bumps on the outside section, Dave. That wind's been picking up and been quite consistent throughout the last couple of hours of competition.
Yeah, it's really windy, really bumpy out there right now. And, you know, I've been in heats, similar conditions to this, and man, it's like it just brings it up another level, knowing it in your mind that you have to stand, you know, because when I'm free surfing, stand-up paddling, I sit, you know, every moment I can, you know. You know, just in the lineup, just like you would be a normal surfer. You know, you make it out to the back, you sit down, and, you know, it kind of messes with you mentally, almost makes my board feel more tippy than it is, you know, knowing that I can't sit down. And especially when it's windy like this, you know, the lower volume boards, they kind of rise and kind of dip down in between those bumps. You know, it grabs the rail real easy, and gosh, man, your legs just start frying. You see Tamil right here scratching over to the side for something. Looks like he's just trying to avoid this set wave.
Team rider there, Dave.
Yeah.
Sebastian Gomez.
Sebastian, he's such a cool guy, and I just love the transition into competitive Sebastian. He all of a sudden gets like super serious, and look at him right now. You know, he's definitely concentrating on the lineup. So can't wait to see Sebastian up in the next heat. Tamil Martino, his teammate, Team Peru, up and riding blue.
Oh, huge turn under the lip there, Dave.
Yeah, that was a great turn, great timing. And then Tamil does a good job carving back into this wave. Almost looked like he was going to get pushed off into the shoulder, but just leans on that rail, doing more damage on the inside, setting this one up. Nice swooping carve again. Tamil pausing for a second to wait for this snap to form up for him. Here we go, the inside's starting to line up again. Inside's been looking pretty fun. So it seems to be worth, you know, riding the wave all the way into the beach now. You see him kind of kick on the tail and stall to time this section, and boom, right on the sand. And I would not be surprised if his fins aren't scraping in the gravel right there. Obviously stoked, throws his paddle. Nice ride there for Tamil Martino.
That was a fantastic wave ridden from Tamil. Definitely going to improve upon his situation. As we take a look at the replay, he got some great work done on the outside, switching that paddle, carving that first maneuver, and then setting up this second turn. A huge snap in the pocket there, just underneath the lip. Manages to switch the paddle around for a roundhouse cutback, and he does a number of these throughout the midsection of this wave. You see he's rebounding off the whitewater again, switching that paddle back and rebounding off the whitewater. Great paddle work there on the wave, but also just keeping that board transitioning from rail to rail as he makes his way through to the inside. And like you said, Dave, as the tide drops out, it's going to give these athletes more of that inside wall to work with. Tamil doing lots of great work on the inside again, switching that paddle to carve it back around. And I love that he had this end section for an opportunity to increase that scoring potential. You can see him generating the speed, boosting off there and airdropping down onto the flats. Tamil going to be locking in a great score. Judges going to be continually looking at replays to lock in that score.
Yeah, and the production team coming proper with all the angles. I'm loving this wide angle right here. It really gives you a good perspective of that ride, and you know, it kind of flattens out, and you know, Tamil reads this wave so good. You know, these are cutbacks, but they're kind of more positional, you know, setups for these turns right here. So it gets back into the pocket. Now he's out on the shoulder. This thing forms up, leans right into that snap, lets it fly. And then again, just kind of the timing through the section here. Stays patient with it. He sees it forming up. Couple more wraps. Nice flow. See him stomp on the brakes right here just a little bit, just to set up this last one. He sees it forming up right there. He's trying to decide if he wants to go for it or not. Obviously, he goes for it. Pulls it off. Paddle toss. Low. Tamil.
Dave, the highest wave score of the event so far. A 9-point ride for Tamil Martino. Locks in high up into the excellent range. You can see all these different camera angles of Tamil Martino's wave. Action Sports Production, bringing you all the best action for these camera angles today and throughout all this competition. We're going to be in boats, Dave, later on in the week. We're going to be bringing you all these different angles. Fantastic to see our production team. And, of course, Tamil Martino, a 9-point ride.
Yeah, Tamil, I mean, what else can you ask for, right? The wave just served it up, and, you know, to capitalize off it and cap it with that rebound on the inside. Really kind of, you know, cross the T, dot the I on that ride. And Tamil, he knew it right away, tossing that paddle. It's been a long time since I got a 9. I wish I knew that feeling. And I think if I did get a 9, I would toss my paddle as well.
I think so. I probably would too. Yeah. That's right. And speaking of 9s, Vince Duchnai needs an 8.99 in order to move up into advancing position now. That Tamil has moved up into the lead. Juan de los Reyes now in second place. Juan with a 7.33 and a 6.43. So very good scores from Juan and from Tamil. You can see Tamil making his way back out. He's still not even halfway out. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left in this heat. This heat has flown by, Dave. I think watching all the replays of Tamil's wave, the clock's run down quite a long way. As we see Vince on the outside there, sitting with second priority. But he's a long way out the back.
Yeah, unfortunately for Vince, he's kind of been on the other end of the luck with the waves through this heat. You know, Juan and Tamil both having multiple rides. Vince just with that only ride of a 4.77. It's a decent score, but you can see 8.99. That's a tall order. The only other 9 we've seen is the one in this heat, Tamil Martino.
Looks like Juan de los Reyes looking to improve his situation. Up on his backhand now, going to float this section. He actually goes up into the lip, but unfortunately isn't able to ride out of that turn. So 1.5 minutes left. Not going to change the situation. Vince still looking for an excellent ride to move him through to the next round. He's done well to make it this far in the competition. Representing Germany, living in the Canary Islands. He's going to be coming up later on in the week, Dave, competing in the racing divisions as well. He'll be coming up in the technical race and also the sprint for Team Germany. So going this far in this event, going to gain those valuable team points for Team Germany. I'll be looking to rank highly in the team standings at the end of this event. We're under the last minute remaining in heat number 2 of men's round 3 of action. We'll see if Vince does get another opportunity. It doesn't look like there are any bumps coming through for him. So we definitely have Tamil Martino of Peru moving on through in this round. And we'll see if Vince is able to get another ride with 20 seconds left.
Yeah, unfortunately for Vince, there are plenty of bumps out there, but not the ones he's looking for. He's looking for a set wave. Needs that big score, 8.99. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that ends it. Congratulations to Tamil Martino, Juan de los Reyes, moving on into the next round. And we will see Vince later on in competition here. You see Tamil casually riding in on his stomach. Feeling good. 9-point ride. Biggest wave score of the event thus far.
Yeah, Tamil Martino, a silver medalist back in 2013. We'll come back to catch up with his post-heat interview as we go to a short break here and bring you more action from men's SUP surfing. Heat number 3.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Hello and welcome back to action for day number 2 of competition here, the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship 2025 edition here in Surf City, El Salvador. We're moving through into heat number 3. We have Luis Diniz, 3-time gold medalist out in the water from Brazil. He'll be in the blue jersey up against Peruvian Sebastian Gomez and Puerto Rican Dave de Artemis. He'll be in the green jersey out there. So, wow, there's going to be some great surfing in this heat, Dave.
Bo, all of a sudden, main round 3, each heat, potentially, you know, they start looking like finals within themselves. You know, this is a stacked heat. This is, I mean, this is top talent in there. This is just a great matchup to watch. Sebastian, you know, we got Sebastian, the style one. We got Luis, the veteran gold medalist. We got Dave Armas, the young, you know, the young flaring surfer. So they're all going to be, these guys are no strangers to each other as well. They compete all year long, you know, through like the Pan Ams and all the Latin America kind of tours. So yeah, they want to beat each other and they're all matched up in one heat. So let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, we saw Sebastian and Dave earlier on today locking in excellent scoring rides. Luis almost got knocked out in his heat, so he's going to look to come back a little bit stronger in this one. We are going to get a quick start from Sebastian Gomez from Peru. Really great first turn from him as he pushes hard, switching the paddle, getting that board back to the white water, up into the lip, super quick to slide the tail as well as he again just transitions with his paddle back toward the white water, setting things up for the inside. A bit of a smaller wave, but it's not stopping him. Lots of work done. Again, he pushes hard on that back foot to slide the fins. Great start from Sebastian. As I said, smaller wave, but it's going to get a score on the board. He'll be able to build a house from there.
Yeah, and a couple really great turns in that ride. You can see there's a different intention in his approach. He knows this is a tough heat. We got Luis Diniz right here working his way over the little side warbles in this wave. Couple good snaps. Luis, a very electric surfer on his backhand, known for popping airs as well. Luis gets another snap, looking nice and loose. Throws it back up there, so, unable to hang on right there. But Luis looking pretty tack sharp up until then.
Very uncharacteristic of Luis falling there, especially on such a critical section. That's where he generally gets the bulk of the scoring points. We'll see a replay of Sebastian.
Yeah, Sebastian got this first ride, and you know, at first you're kind of like, oh man, it's a small wave, but look, it kind of sets up really nicely. I love this turn right here. Just blows through the lip, slides the tail straight into a nice carve. And he's surfing with a little more purpose. You could tell, you know, they're kind of getting after it a little harder, a little more emotion in these turns for Sebastian. And I feel that's a pretty nice opener. And then Luis Diniz, you know, this wave's really bumpy. Did a good job kind of keeping with it right through this top section. You can see he had to go over that lump. Tail slides out the back of that turn, straight into a foam climb. Then really gets into rhythm right here. You see him setting up, starts opening up, gets that little bit of open face, throws it up, snaps right in the hook. And this turn was money, just boom, but unable to kind of, you know, officially pull that last one. But nice surfing, Dave de Armas, Bo.
Yeah, up and riding of Puerto Rico. He kind of just missed times that first turn. He's waiting for things to stand up for him. But there we go. That's what we like to see from Dave. A big turn. And then again, he's carving that board right back around to the pocket. This wave not offering an inside section though. So just a quick score for Dave there dropping. And then we're going to throw it down to Our sideline interview, Tamil Martino locking in that excellent 9-point ride.
Yeah, guys, what a statement this man has just made. 9.00, the best score of the competition so far in the men's division. How are you feeling, Tamil?
Well, feeling great, exhausted, súper cansado. La verdad que es bastante exigente con este calor. El recorrido desde la orilla hasta el fondo es bien largo, pero contento con el resultado y voy mejorando hit a hit.
I'm gonna translate that. So feeling pretty exhausted with the heat, especially. It's really demanding, but very happy to make it to the next round. A few words for the friends and family watching. I'm sure there's a 3-year-old kid who's happy to see his dad going through to round number 4.
Nada, sigan mirando el evento, tan divertido, hay buenas olas. Saludos a mi familia, en especial a Pascalito. Pascalito, come tu comida.
Pascal, eat your food, and he's saying hi to friends and family back home. Round 2, up to round number 4. Let's go. Back to you, boys.
Thanks very much. As we see the replay there of Tamil's 9-point ride on screen. And he did really well to finish this one right off in the shore break. And as we get caught up with the heat in the water, his teammate from Peru, Sebastian Gomez, locking in a 6.67, so the highest wave score of this heat so far, puts him up into the lead. Luis Denis, 5.17 for his ride, and Dave de Armas, 3.60. So he's currently sitting in third, just needs a 1.58 to move up into advancing position. 13.5 minutes remaining in heat number 3. You can see just the struggle staying on their boards on the outside. These athletes riding some very small boards. So just trying to stay up on their feet on the outside with that bump. What kind of size board is Sebastian riding?
Yes, Sebastian, he's riding a 6'8". He rides 23 and a quarter wide. No, 23 wide. Vonnie rides 23 and a quarter. And Sebastian, you know, he's a smaller rider, which works to his advantage. I mean, his boards are just under 60 liters. They're 58, 59. And you can see him right there in the middle of the screen. Red, it's still sinking, you know, up to his waist.
So he would weigh more than that in kilograms, right?
Yeah, a lot of these guys kind of ride 10%, you know, lower than their weight, which is pretty impressive. You know, Max Torres on the screen there, he's also known for riding pretty small boards. You see him sink up to his waist. So it's very, very common in the pro side of things to have those small volume boards.
Max Torres looking to defend his gold medal from 2023. He's going to be coming up against Leco Salazar from Brazil and Guillermo Carcedo of Spain. So again, another really hard-fought heat coming up. 12 minutes left in this one, heat number 3. And competitors just with a single wave score at the moment. So you can see on screen there the previous winners of the last few years. Like we said, Max Torres, Luis Denis currently in the water. He's a 3-time gold medalist at 2022, but also 2017 and 2018. And then Benois Carpentier taking the gold in 2019. He's already through into round 4 of competition for the men's SUP surfing, as is Luchi Cosoletto. Justine Dupont not here this year representing France, but Marine Caudru doing well to move through in the women's SUP surfing. As we see some waves approaching the lineup here, competitors looking to get a wave. Luis Denis having a look at this one. Looks like he's going to get onto it. Up and riding on his backhand. Waiting for this wave to stand up. Slashing maneuver it. He throws his board up over the white water there. And again, manages another turn just in the pocket of that wave as he carves back into the white water, rebounding off the white water there. Decides to kick out. Not much more on offer for Luis. So it's going to be a backup score for him. Probably see him up into first place as the only surfer with 2 scoring rides now in this heat.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of those really long rides we were seeing in the heat before. Here's a little replay of Luis Denis. Sets this backside turn up. He's really good at floating up and over those sections. Right into the pocket again, another snap. Just kind of throws one more cut back at the end of this wave. but we haven't seen ones that kind of look like Tamil's ride that kind of go all the way to the inside. There's another angle of Luis. Love that little floater. And then a nice little hook in the shoulder right there. So Luis Denise getting some work done.
Yeah, Luis, no stranger to competition. Also a world champion on the APP World Tour. As we come just under 10 minutes remaining in this heat. It is Dave de Artemis currently sitting in third place, but with first priority, so he will have choice of the next best wave that comes through. Only looking for a 3.08 to overtake Sebastian. Luis Denise's last wave locks in a 5.10, so that sees him up into first place at the moment. But still a very low wave count affair so far. I think competitors staying patient, waiting for the best waves to come through, adapting to the conditions on offer.
Yeah, really trying to find those longer peeling waves, a little bit more of a smoother face. Got a couple guys navigating. You see Sebastian in priority number 2 kind of going more wide, maybe taking a look at this one.
Yeah, looks like Sebastian is pretty interested in this wave. He's up and riding. So he's looking to get that second wave score. Bang! Huge first turn. Straight up into the lip. And again, he goes vertical on that foam climb. Sebastian, 2 major maneuvers already on the outside. Will this wave stand up for him as it moves through the midsection? Oh, fantastic rail carve there to rebound off the white water. So 3 maneuvers there from Sebastian. That's going to really help his situation. He's looking for a 3.6 to move up into the lead. It was Dave de Artemis sitting on the outside there with priority to let that wave go. So we'll see the requirement for Dave jump up quite significantly after that last wave of Sebastian drops.
Yeah, and you got to think maybe Dave de Artemis was just a little too deep. Maybe took a look at it and didn't think he could make this section. And it's got to feel good for Sebastian to get a nice wave like that under priority. And Sebastian just opening up on that wave. Let's see Dave out there, a little bit of movement here. Opt to not get on that one. And
beautiful scenes here. Looking down toward El Tunco. You can see the rock sitting out there. Club Salvadoreño just at the bottom of screen at the Palapas. That's where the opening ceremony was held, just down there. You can see a lot of the locals enjoying the surf here, enjoying the beach. You can also go and check out the town, the restaurants, go get a massage, sample the local cuisine here. We see some spectators down on the beach as well. Looking down toward the top of screen there, La Bocana is another surf spot not too far away from our event site. It's where the World Surfing Games were held earlier this year. As the ISA looks to move to Peru in the coming months for the Junior World Games. And we can see the restaurants here lining. You were down in the town last night, Dave. What was the atmosphere like down there on a Tuesday night?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. You know, DJ Benois was doing his thing, so we went down there to check him out. And yeah, it was a cool little town. You know, it definitely has that fun vibe. You know, a lot of visitors and tourists walking around. A lot of music and noise happening. Felt electric down there. And yeah, it was a good night. Kept it pretty mellow. You know, I had 1 or 2 margaritas. Nothing crazy, Bo. Don't look at me like that.
I'm not judging. I had a quiet one last night, but it was actually one of the production team's birthday, so a lot of the crew was out last night. I heard it was a great night, celebrations, a lot of dancing going on as well.
Yeah, happy birthday to Jay. Ben, you know, had to do his thing, and you know, he had the whole bar singing happy birthday to him, so got him nice and embarrassed. That was worth it. That was worth the trip.
So that last wave score of Sebastian Gomez drops 6.9 highest wave score of the heat so far, just on those 2 outside maneuvers. Puts him back up into the lead. Luis Diniz now in second. And that does make Dave de Armas's job a lot harder. A 6.67 now needed to move up into advancing position. Not an unattainable score, but still going to be applying a lot of pressure coming down to 5 minutes left in this heat.
Yeah, and we've seen Dave score higher than a 6.7 in previous rounds, so obviously he's got that type of surfing in him. Just a matter if he could find the wave. And, you know, Sebastian got that 6.9. You know, I would say it was limited to that kind of high 6, probably only due to the length of the ride. You know, he didn't get that kind of connection where he could, you know, do what Tamil did and kind of finish it off at the beach, but definitely did some damage out the back. That second turn was, I mean, I'm not going to, I think it's one of my favorite turns of the event. A lot of spray out the back.
Yeah, the way he can fit his board into such a critical section on the wave is amazing. I know he's been doing a lot of training. He's been putting out some great video clips. I think his girlfriend Tatiana is the one who does all of the videoing as well. So if you haven't seen Sebastian surfing some huge waves, but also ripping on some small ones, go and check out his YouTube page. He's got some great surfing there to look at. Of course, all riding infinity boards, ones that Dave Bainey shapes. As you take a look at the athletes area down here, a great place to hang out, go down and chat to the athletes and find out what they're up to, but also the event side here providing a fantastic kind of place for athletes to recharge. They've got the ice bath there, they have massage as well, and coffee and juices and food as well on site for the athletes. You can see them all hanging out there underneath the shade of the palm trees. Very lush and tropical here in El Salvador. Very different to Cornwall, the UK, right now where I'm from.
Absolutely, yeah. And just speaking of the landscape we just looked at, you know, as far as events go, the ISA does such a phenomenal job taking care of the athletes and making the, you know, just the scene out here so good with like the village they provide and all the amenities. Athletes got everything they need to compete at the highest level. And this heat quickly winding down.
Certainly is. So Dave only sitting with 1 wave score at the moment, 3.60. Looking for that 6.67. He does have first priority, 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Sebastian Gomez currently sitting in the lead, looking like he could be advancing, but Luis may have another opportunity as well. You can see Luis asking for the situation with his hand in the air. Dave, you can see there, that's the board that the competitors can see. You have the priority situation on screen, blue with first priority, red with second priority, and the time clock. The judges sitting just underneath the LED there. You can see them, all eyes on the water. And we, I think, almost just next door to there, calling all the action. Dave Bainey, we just saw Dave de Armas catch a wave using priority, but he didn't ride it very far.
Yeah, and you can see he's kind of, you know, he's catching this inside one too, or looking at it. So kind of has that feeling that he knows it wasn't the score. We'll have to wait and see, of course.
So that was a mistake, strategy mistake from Dave?
You know, it's always hard to say. You know, he's run out of time. You know, to have an opportunity, it's better to just wait it out and sit. You know, more so as we just see the replay there, more importantly, he fell, you know, so who knows what the potential of that wave truly was. So Dave coming unglued, unfortunately.
Does have another opportunity here, though. He's up and riding under priority, finding an inside one, but looking like this wave is going to run off on him. Not going to be able to get another score behind him. Luis Diniz, though, currently in second. Third turn for Luis as he makes his way through on this one. Another great turn from the Brazilian competitor, 3-time gold medalist here, as he looks to secure a 4th title. You can see Luis just banking off the white water. I wonder if this will improve upon his 5.10. It may overtake Sebastian, but by the looks of this, he is going to be progressing through. And Luis there just falling off the back, but he's happy with that performance. So it will be Sebastian Gomez and Luis Diniz moving through. We'll get the final rankings as the judges lock in that last score Unfortunately, losing Dave de Armas of Puerto Rico. He put on some great surfing earlier on today, locking in an excellent scoring ride. And as we see Sebastian Gomez on the outside. Dave, talk us through this one.
Yeah, another snap as we just panned over to him. Now he's just S-turning his way through the section here. Just a couple of seconds left in this heat, so he's cruising. Eyeing this section. Nice little tail snap. A little bit of style outside of that layback. And Sebastian's got to be stoked. Looking really good through this round. Tough heat.
Yeah, it was a very tough heat, but Sebastian did very well to be moving through. Oh, that last turn there. Got to save yourself for the next round, Sebastian. And we are going to be back with heat number 4 of men's SUP surfing right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back. Thank you very much for tuning in. You are watching the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are on day 2 of competition, moving through the rounds of SUP surfing. Currently the men out in the water. We have that last heat there on screen. Sebastian Gomez taking the win. We're going to be moving through into heat number 4 of this round. We are here in Surf City, El Salvador. Beautiful sunshine just beaming down on us at the moment. Fantastic views along the coastline here up toward the west. Lots of different surf breaks along this coastline. Very wave-rich area. As we get a good glimpse of El Sunzal, their center of screen, our surf break for the SUP surfing. Also going to be playing host to part of the racing maps as well. So the racing course going to be taking place through the waves. As we get a good glimpse of the competitors and teammates. Sebastian there on screen representing Peru. He, of course, won that last heat. Couple of good scores. Was very stacked up against Luis Denise, also moving through. Previous gold medalist. Talking about gold medals, we've got one sitting in the booth here. Rachel Tilley, thank you very much for joining us again.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here. It has been a huge day. It has been great surfing to watch. We've seen, this is the second time we're seeing the men's surf today. We've seen the women's round 2 also take place. So, you know, tricky conditions that these surfers have been battling all day. That wind picking up pretty early on, but they're making the most of it, and it's been a really great show.
Oh, it certainly has, and they've just been, you know, going from strength to strength. A lot of great performances throughout today. I'm Bo Nixon, Rachel Tilley here, ISA World Longboard gold medalist, but also current WSL Longboard champion. Spent a lot of time here at this surf break. Also, you've been doing a lot of work with the ISA on other events as well, and commentating and being on the webcast. So it's great to have you here to call the action. Hope there's no hard feelings amongst the surf community. You calling a stand-up paddle event?
No, absolutely not. It's great to be here. This is, you know, my first time in person at one of these SUP events, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the paddle races taking place tomorrow. I myself am super involved in prone paddling, love using it as a cross training. I've also actually raced in a couple SUP events too when I was younger. I used to ride for Hobie, who's a little bit involved in that SUP racing category, and so tried a few of those growing up as well. And it's a great cross training, and so yeah, it's been fun to watch and be here in person and see the action live.
Oh, it's fantastic to have you here, Rachel. Thank you very much. We're going to throw it down to the beachside interview with the winner of the last heat, Sebastian Gomez.
Yeah, guys, arriba Peru. After Tamin Martino's, it's Sebastian Gomez's turn to take the win in round number 3. That was beautiful out there, but wow, it was really tough. 3 big names in that heat. One of them had to go out. You were on top.
Well, thank you so much. I'm just feeling so blessed to be here, like sharing some waves with good friends and staying here in El Salvador with sun and such a good vibe here. The vibe is high and we're going.
In that particular hit, what do you think made the difference for you?
I think I'm just enjoying the waves, you know. I just want to surf and do my best.
Obviously, the tide is lower now than this morning. Does that make a difference?
No, I've been training a lot with these conditions, so I feel very comfortable. And yeah.
All right. Well, Dave Binney was definitely happy watching you take the win. Want to say a word to Dave?
Yeah, I want to thank Dave. He made me like a bunch of boards, and that's the best boards I ever have. So I improved my surfing like a lot with these boards, and I want to thank him for all the support, my family, my friends, everyone's watching, all Peru, and God, of course. Thank you for everything.
Congratulations, and thank you for your time. That's all from the beach right now. Back to you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Sebastian there. Moving on through to the next round of competition, one step closer to finals day of SUP surfing. And we saw during that interview, Guillermo of Spain up and riding. One thing I know about Guillermo, Rachel, is that he always likes to get a quick start in his heats. Always the first competitor up and riding on a wave. So again, just showcasing that he loves that quick start, but just getting caught behind on the whitewater in his last ride.
Yeah, that quick start can be just a really nice tactic to wash off any nerves and also gain control of the heat from just kind of that time management perspective, also already having a score on the board. A 3.5, although it's small and something he'd be hoping to replace with 2 more waves, it can still just change your mindset. You've got that early lead, and now he's just hoping to build upon that instead of establishing it. We've seen a few upsets on both the men's and women's side today because of athletes being too patient. Maybe just having one decent score under their belt and a 3.5 would have really helped as a backup. So it's a good strategy. I also love a quick start if the ocean allows it, you know, and especially in these 20-minute heats with such a long paddle out, it can really put it into an advantage.
Of course, we can see also in this heat, Max Torres of Puerto Rico. He is the reigning gold medalist from 2023 back in France, taking the win. And of course, from Brazil in the red jersey in this heat, Leco Salazar, looking to move through these heats in toward finals day as well. Leco, no stranger to competition. He's been SUP surfing since really the beginning of that modern stand-up paddleboarding on the tour since 2011, 2010 even. So spent a long time SUP surfing, a good family history from the Salazars in that longboard surfing from Brazil. As we see that score dropping for Guillermo, and he having another look at that one. So that 3.5, I feel like Max and Leco are going to be more patient, waiting for those bigger waves and offer up a bit of scoring potential. Maximilian Torres having a look at this one. Up and riding You can see him setting his line straight up vertical into that section. And again, he's eyeing off a foam climb to get around. And he's going to be able to get out for some more open face, up into the lip again. So there's 3 turns on the outside. And again, he finds a little bit of wall to carve that board off the top, really laying back on the paddle there, extending that back foot. So 5 turns there from Max on that wave. Leco Salazar up behind him. You can see him on his backside, getting that board up into the lip. He would like to get a little bit more vertical, but does well to hang on to that ride and that maneuver. Just getting caught behind the white water. So everyone having the opening waves. We'll see where those scores fall from the judges. Rachel, what do you think about Max's wave?
Max's wave had some really nice opportunity to put it on rail and some explosive surfing there. You know, also from Leco's wave there, we didn't get to see that outside, but he got that final maneuver where that section stood up in front of him. So if he had an outside maneuver in there too, potentially a decent score there as well. Some of these waves that we've seen scored really well throughout today haven't just been the really long ones that shoulder off. Sometimes it's just been 2, maybe 3 maneuvers that actually have some opportunity of consequence.
Guillermo Carecedo representing Spain up and riding. He's had a couple of turns already on the outside. Again, backs it up with a nice maneuver, cutting that board all the way back around to the white water. You can see he's trying to lean back on that paddle, but I think he just hits a bump and that rail does not engage in the water and he falls off. Of course, a big shout out to our water safety team in the water. Chuck and Jimbo, Terry as well, and the crew doing a great job. And they'll be setting the buoys for the racing course as well in the next few days of action, as we see a replay here of Leco's wave.
Yeah, on his backside, gets that first hit. This is the section that we didn't really get to watch. Nice second turn, bringing it all the way back around. So lots of nice surfing out the back before this final section hit. So that's exactly what we're talking about. The judges, I think, are going to reward that well, as opposed to having that wave that maybe peters out towards the side. Really nice to have one more opportunity to put it on rail. So we see another replay of this wave. Guillermo whipping it around, really navigating this bump. That's a turn that would have felt a lot better, bringing it back around, starting to use that extension in the paddle. You could see each turn he was using that extension a little bit more until it just extended a little bit too much. And having one last look at Max's wave. Beautiful opening ride. I mean, that foam climb there too just shows how much speed he had. Second foam climb, wrapping it back around. He did really well to make use of those sections that were all just quite frothy and whitewashy with those foam climbs. Really technical surfing, and it was this next turn that I think will be that moneymaker turn for him, watching that extension, bringing it around, really shoving that back foot. Beautiful surfing.
I loved his first turn as well, where he drifted the fins over the back of that wave, and he's been rewarded with a 5.5 on that first ride. But we'll turn our attention to Leco Salazar of Brazil, locking in a 7.17 for his backhand attack. He's currently in the lead. Guillermo Carecedo of Spain in second place, now up and riding live action. He's on his 3rd scoring ride in this heat. Couple of 3s already on the board. He goes up into the lip to float over this section, trying to get around this white water. You can see the bump on the face of this wave, just breaking down the lip in front of him. And Guillermo getting his 3rd turn. Things starting to clean up as he makes his way through the midsection. Beautiful wrapping cut back toward the white water, setting up for an in the pocket snap in the lip. And again, just bringing that board all the way back around. Looking and being patient here, waiting for things to stand up on the inside. He's going to get another opportunity. Throws that board up into the lip and again steps on the tail, leans on the paddle. That extension, as you mentioned, Rachel. And you see him surfing all the way through, floating over the end section there and managing to hold on right at the end. I thought maybe he was going to catch the nose on that one. So Guillermo surfing that wave all the way through to the inside. I didn't see anything major on that wave, but judges quick to lock in a score. 4.40 puts him up into the lead at the moment. But it is Leco Salazar and Max Torres just with a single wave score at the moment. And they're going to be looking to back up their scores. Max sitting with first priority out the back. Leco with second priority. You can see them there standing on their board, doing very well to balance. Max almost up to his waist underwater. Kind of gives you, I don't know if you've stood on a board like that before.
Small.
No, so actually when you are under the water, it can give you a little bit more balance. Maybe not that underwater. But definitely if the board sinks a little bit and the water wraps over the rails, it can give you that little bit of extra stability. You can see kind of Leco just up to about his ankles there. And that allows competitors to have a more performance stand-up paddleboard on the wave.
Talk to me about when you are sitting, so he was just about waist deep, and to get your board back out from under the water and get your board speed back up. Talk to me about technique in doing that as you're raising your board back out into the surface of the water.
So very subtle weight shift from your back foot to your front foot. And of course you want to, as you're leaning forward onto your front foot, just do a strong paddle, obviously with your paddle to pull you forward. And that's going to kind of just bring you up to planing speed. And then you'll be kind of up and ready to paddle to stay up on your feet. But it is a lot of work. There's a lot of just very fine movements with your ankles if you are standing on the board under the water as well. But yeah, just a subtle weight shift will get you up to speed. You can see Max there now up above the water as he is paddling through. You can see our team on the beach there, getting ready for the next heat coming up. Let's see our competitor Matthew Carpentier. He's going to be up in the next one. And he's going to be coming up against Leonard Nika, and that is Team Italy on the beach there, supporting Leo. And of course, also the Tahitian Natua coming up in that heat as well. We've got just under 7 minutes remaining in heat number 4. As we've called before, there's Natua there of Tahiti. We saw Nainoa earlier on in the day, eliminated from the event, but he put together some great scoring rides. Yeah, back to action in this heat. Leco Salazar, 7.17, currently the highest wave score. He's looking to get another scoring ride to improve that situation, as is Max Torres, current reigning gold medalist here for the SUP surfing division. But it is Guillermo Caracero of Spain with 3 scoring rides sitting out in the lead at the moment, just on 6 minutes remaining. Time ticking down, time can go very quickly, especially if there's a bit of a lull in the action, and it can get quite, I guess, tense. The pressure can be mounting, especially on Leco and Max out there, only looking for small scores to advance.
Yeah, that quick start of Guillermo's strategy is proving well right now. Of course, I think that ride that he took all the way to the sand, when you use that much energy and take it all the way that far in, you hope it to come in a bit higher of a score. Just came in as a 4.4, so it does have him in the lead, but it's not a very strong lead compared to the 2 single wave scores that both Leco and Max have respectively. Max only needing a 1.68. So at this point, I think with their single wave scores, they wouldn't be feeling the pressure yet until about 2 minutes, when you start realizing, is the ocean going flat? But it's not going flat. Right as we start talking about that, here come some opportunities, and let's see if these surfers will capitalize.
I'm not sure if you can hear that at home, but we do hear whistles from some of might be the coaches or the teammates, and that just lets the competitors out there know that there is a set coming. Leco having a look at that one, deciding not to go. He's sitting with second priority, so he'll stay with that. Max with first priority, having a look at this one. It looks like from that first wave, just cleaning up the second wave of the set a little bit. Max Torres now up and riding, needing that 1.68. carving his board back around to the white water. Just standing up tall, patiently looking to see if anything is going to happen down the line. And it's not going to offer up anything for Max Torres. Do you think it's going to be a 1.68? It's very close, I think. It's just a kind of a half a carve, yeah.
I could see it be it's a 1.4. I was going to say 1.5.
Wow, so not enough to move into second place now. Lecco Salazar using his priority. And he goes up for his first turn, waiting for things to set up. Again, Lecco, just a little slash. Now things start to stand up for him. He switches the paddle. A lot of carving maneuvers to start things off. Nothing super critical for Lecco at the moment. As now the wave starts to get a little bit steeper, but he can't get up into the lip as he would have liked to. So I think the pressure mounting on Lecco, realizing he has to get a second wave score. And this will be definitely one that will go into his score line as he surfs it through to the inside. We'll see if he is able to finish this one off on the sand. There we go, he gets his board up over the foam, showcasing that nose above the lip as he switches the paddle again, bringing this wave right the way through to the inside. Is anything going to happen on the inside? It does. He throws his board up and makes it. It looked like he fell, but we'll see if that is deemed complete. But Lecco Salazar riding from all the way out back right to the inside there. And that wave likely will push him up into first position, making Maximilian's job a little bit harder.
Yeah, interesting choice for Maximilian to cut out of that wave. There's not a whole lot of time. Of course, his requirement is super small. So I think that's more indicative of the fact that he isn't nervous of acquiring that. That score will rise as that score requirement will rise as we see the last score for red drop. There will be a situation change as Lecco only needs a 0.76, so we know he'll go into the lead just by how much. And a really good heat strategy, him knowing he has a 7.17, feeling pretty good throughout that heat, having a really patient heat to conserve energy for the next heat he's going to surf. Maximilian back up.
Oh, straight up into the lip for Max Torres there. Gets a little hung up, but manages to ride out. Another slashing maneuver as his second turn, as he throws his board into the white water, cutting things back and stay with this wave. Let's see, I think he's probably looking for around a 3-point ride to move up into that second place. We'll wait for that score to drop for Lecco, but Max doing a lot of good work on the outside as he brings this one through. That wave really disappearing in size at the moment. But Max doing a good job to stay with this one. He realizes there's only a minute left on the clock, so he needs to make the most of the wave he's currently riding. He brings it right through to the inside, slashing again. And just waiting patiently to see if he can get another turn in here before the sand. Manages to get 2 more turns in. He's happy with that. So that will be another score added to his scoreline. However, Guillermo now up and riding. He really needs to better his scores. And he goes up into the lip. Can he make it around this section? He's a little bit caught behind at the moment. He does well to get around that. Turn in the pocket there, setting himself up. You can see great turn off the top there as well, switching the paddle back into the white water. This may be a little bit of a bigger wave from Guillermo compared to Max. We'll see if the turns on this are going to be more critical than Max's ones, but Guillermo bringing this wave right the way through. Beautiful, strong turn there. This wave offering up some really good wall in front of him as it moves through the inside section. And Guillermo really laying everything down. He kind of has to, because he's going to be relegated to third once those scores do come through, and he's going to be needing a score, and this could just be it. We will see what he does need to progress through, but all the way into the beach, Rachel.
Gave it everything. It's always a bit nerve-wracking not knowing what you need when you're taking off on a wave, but knowing you need something. So he did well. I think he read that wave really well. Nothing overly vertical to note. That we did get to see a little bit more on Maximilian's wave However, I think that wave stood up a little bit more in its entirety. So we'll just see where the judges go with that. You can see Maximilian maybe a little frustrated with just how that heat went as a whole, but probably feeling good with that last score going to come through. Let's take a look at that replay. Nice hit. Gets a little hung up. I thought that was a little bit risky there, because had he fallen there, that could have been him done. Of course, he didn't. He got to surf it all the way to the sand and make the most of it. But this is where we saw Guillermo's wave, you know, maybe have a little bit more opportunity through this section. Maximilian just staying really patient, trying to just add on each maneuver, punching it with his back foot, trying to make these, he does a really great job of making these little sections look really zesty. So, you know, that's something that really stands out to me in his surfing and takes it all the way through. Love that. Bringing it around. These waves are such long rides.
They certainly are. I'm trying to compare it to Guillermo's wave in my mind. I feel like, although Max got some critical turns done on the outside, Guillermo had that link on the inside. We are still waiting for scores to drop for Guillermo and Max Torres. Leco Salazar, though, currently in the lead. He dropped a 4.97 on his last ride. So he will be moving through, or possibly moving through. We'll see if Guillermo or Max does overtake Leco with the last scores to drop in, but very tense times on the beach. We may be seeing our defending gold medalist eliminated from competition if Guillermo's wave comes through a higher score.
The judges really taking their time, watching the replays, comparing them to each other. They have those replay cams. They're all looking and watching in slow-mo, watching the technicalities. So there comes in Max's wave of 4.73. Guillermo now needs a 5.83, Bo.
Yeah, so that's a tough ask of 5.83, especially in this heat when you're comparing it to, say, Max's first ride or even Leco's last ride as well. So Leco, on that last wave, he kind of got a lot of mid-face carves done. And I feel like Guillermo's is quite similar. A 5.5 drops for Guillermo Carecedo, just under the requirement, so not enough. It will be Leco Salazar on screen, moving through alongside Max Torres of Puerto Rico, keeping the hopes alive for Team Brazil and Puerto Rico. And we're going to go to a short break here. We're going to be back with men's heat number 5 action here in round number 3. Don't go anywhere. We've got more action coming right up.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Hello and welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador for the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We have Mathieu Carpentier up and riding from Team France in the red jersey. Getting a quick start in this heat. Beautiful turn off the top of that wave. Getting a little caught behind now, decides to hit the eject button. And with that, we are going to throw it down to a post-heat interview with Leco Salazar taking the win in that last heat.
Bora Brazil! What a nerve-wracking heat. It took the last 2 minutes of that heat to actually determine who would take the win and who would go through. Well, Leco Salazar takes the win for Team Brazil, but wow, it was really tight.
Yeah, so much wind, so much difficult. The reach, the best guys in the world stay here. I'm so happy to advance next round. Thanks my family in Brazil, thanks my sponsors. Keep going.
All right, sounds like Brazil is all fired up for the next round. Back to you in the booth.
Thanks very much, Matu. Leco, such a humble guy, saying the world's best are here. Well, he's part of that conversation as well. He won a world championship back in 2012 in the APP World Tour. As we see in this heat now, 17 minutes remaining. Matu Carpentier of France. We also see Natua Teritahi of Tahiti up and riding in the green jersey, and Leonard Nica of representing Italy in the blue, just waiting patiently to set things up. Great snap there, just under that braking lip. And we see Leonard again, another powerful turn, and then wrapping his board back around to the white water. Things a little bumpy on the outside, but doing very well to place his turns in those places on the wave where he can get some work done. Now waiting for things to stand up on the inside, very patient. We've seen some surfers transitioning from rail to rail, but Leo just standing tall, waiting for this wave to stand up. Great turn to kick the inside of this wave off, and again backs it up with another slashing maneuver, cutting all the way back to the white water, switching that paddle. We see him again turn in the pocket. Looks like he's going to get the inside run here as he just heads to the top of that wave and just falls off the back. So a lot of work done. We'll see how that matches up against Matu Carpentier's 4.5 that locked in. The scale already being set by the judges with that first ride of Matu, but a long ride there from Leo.
Yeah, and that inside section really cleaning up and allowing him to do some strong rail work. It's kind of necessary for these athletes to work through that chop out the back. You know, we've seen some athletes maybe opt to only go halfway out and kind of surf that section that does get a little bit cleaner, but the judge is not really rewarding that. They want to see you kind of work through that choppier outside section, and then if you put in that work and you get the bonus of the clean inside section, that's where those scores start to stack up and add up. So really good read of that wave, good use of his rail.
Yeah, Leo finding himself on the bigger set waves during today's action. We saw him in the previous round getting 3 really big set waves in his heat. So he's doing very well to identify where these sets are breaking, positioning himself in the right spot in the lineup as well. And as you said, navigating those bumps on the outside to get those higher scores. We'll wait to see what locks in from the judges on that first exchange. It is a 5.5, the highest wave score of this heat so far, dropping for Leonard Nica of Italy. Now Matu Carpentier of France down into second place with a 4.5. And Natua just with that quick in and out, 0.5 in his scoreline. Team Japan, that is Kapono Fukuda coming up next. A great young surfer. Really good head on his shoulders as well. A lot of experience in previous competitions. He'll be coming up against Franco Fachin of Argentina and Indy Rose of Australia. Indy putting on some great backhand surfing earlier on today. It's going to be another tough heat. I mean, they're all tough heats speaking, you know, in this round 3 of competition. Of course, we saw Matu's brother, Benois Carpentier, moving through. Obviously a previous gold medalist here from El Salvador in 2019. And then Natua Teritahi of Tahiti. He's got some great repertoire and variety of maneuvers in his arsenal. There's Indy Rose on the screen. Got the headphones on. Wonder what he's listening to, Rachel.
I don't know. Probably, I don't know, maybe something Australian, maybe Midnight Oil.
Ah, yeah, yeah, definitely. I love it. Fantastic. I was definitely listening to like Aussie hip hop for my heats. What do you listen to before your heat? Or do you listen to music? What's your kind of pre-heat routine?
Yeah, so, sometimes I listen to music. It just depends what I'm feeling like, if I need some like pump up or some shake off the nerves, but definitely not hip hop. I'm kind of more, you know, like, I don't know, Spice Girls or something that just makes me smile and have fun.
Oh, fantastic. Matthew Carpentier up and riding on his second wave, actually his third wave now. We'll see him just pull out of that one, realizing that the majority of what the judges are looking for are those major maneuvers on the outside, so maybe not getting the work done, realizing that, kicking out of that wave to position himself again out in the lineup to give himself another opportunity. Still a lot of time on the clock, just coming down to 12 minutes remaining. We'll see the ocean go a little bit quiet, but definitely still a lot of scoreable and contestable rides out there at the moment. Leo Nika with that 5.5, just that single wave score, putting him up into the lead at the moment. Mattu's last wave, a 1.87. So he does improve his situation slightly. Still waiting on a score from Natua of any size to drop in. But here he is up and riding, switching the paddle, whipping that board back around. He puts himself back into the pocket and throws that board up into the foam. He has another section to deal with in front of him, so he really steps on that tail. Does very well to switch that paddle over to rebound off the white water. So 4 linked maneuvers together. A smaller wave though, so that might play into that score line a bit, Rachel.
Yeah, he just hasn't quite gotten into that rhythm of waves coming in. I mean, looking at the heat as a whole, we don't have any huge standout scores. Of course, that 5.5 for Leo has him sitting on top, so he'd be feeling really good at the moment with that, as maybe we see another paddle from him to back up that 5.5.
Leo up and riding, waiting patiently again. Another great turn. You can see where he's placing it, not at the top of the wave, but just underneath where it's breaking. So he's really identifying that the wind playing a part with those bumps on the wave face. That's his third turn so far on that wave as he brings it through. Oh, pushing really hard, manages to stay on his feet as he comes around this one and throws his board up into the foam. He had to try and do something on that section to get around, but unfortunately just going down. I think that's definitely going to add to his score line, coming in for a second wave score from our Italian surfer.
So with only 10 minutes remaining, Leo would be feeling pretty good. You know, wherever that score comes in, that's just improving his first place position. So he can paddle back out feeling like he can sit with a little bit more patience. And the other two surfers, you know, that's the benefit that you get when you win that opening exchange in terms of getting the nod with that 5.5, 2 points higher, more than 2 points higher than some of the other surfers. So you get to be a bit more patient and try and utilize those last 10 minutes to have better wave selection or just be a bit more patient, conserve the energy, see how the heat shapes up between the other two surfers, and then lock into maybe a set. But let's see what Mathieu has to offer here.
Mathieu Carpentier, first turn for him. Just a little redirection, a little carve on the outside, but things start to stand up, really leaning on that paddle, driving with his back foot to redirect that board as he makes his way onto the shoulder of this one. You see just the switch of the paddle there, just to set things up for the inside. So he's got a couple of turns on the outside. We'll see if this wave does manage to link through. He's being very patient as he wraps that board all the way back around to the white water. Again, we see him switching the paddle, waiting for it. Decides to kick out. Not going to be any scoring potential through the inside of this wave. So that will definitely help improve his situation. We saw Leo Nika's last wave coming into 3.57. So total heat score of 9.07, and we'll wait for that last score of Mattu to drop. And Natua, he dropped to 3.10, so he's currently sitting in third place, but with first priority. So he'll have choice of the next waves that come through. Thanks very much for watching on ISAsurf.org. If you're watching on YouTube, you can log into ISAsurf.org and you can bring up the live scores there. You'll be able to see all of the wave scores from the competitors. You'll also be able to see who is representing your country, both for the SUP surfing and the racing disciplines coming up later this week for SUP and prone paddleboard. And of course, you can join us on Facebook Live and also on all the social media channels. 7.5 minutes remaining in heat number 5 here. So Matu's last wave at 3.77 leaves him in second place. Leo Nika now sitting out in front in first place. And it is Natua Teritahi of Tahiti needing a 4.17 to move into advancing position. Top 2 surfers going through to the next round. Rachel?
Yeah, and these heats, only 3-person heats. Earlier today, we saw them as 4-person heats. The way the draw plays out, this entire main round 3, each of the heats, all 6 of them are 3-person. Later today, the surfers that advance will be surfing again back in the 4-man heat situation, all working to try and make finals day, which is tomorrow. Tomorrow, we will be crowning the new world champions.
Yeah, how exciting is that going to be for the SUP surfers? Also, the team points going toward team standings. Great to have SUP surfing back here in 2025. The last installment was 2023. And we'll see Leo Nika up and riding on his 3rd ride. Decides to kick out of that one. Not much of a wall happening, so realizing that it's not going to improve upon his 3.57. But it is Natua needing that 4.17 on this ride. Switching the paddle. Beautiful cutback to kick this wave off. Let's hope he gets a little bit more open face to deal with. He does, so he cuts back again and decides to hold the paddle on that backside there to redirect. And this wave looking like it's growing in size as it moves on through down the line here, but getting quite bumpy as it moves out toward the deeper water. Natua, again, just redirecting his board back through. If he can get a bit more work done here, he could be moving up toward that 4.17 needed. And there we go, a bit more of a powerful turn from Natua. Again, just carving that board back around. A lot of the same maneuver happening on that wave. Unfortunately, just falling off the back of that one. As we catch up with live action, Matu Carpentier just cut back into the white water there. It puts him in a great position for another turn. You can see he's sticking with this wave through the inside. The last few waves he's decided to kick out the back of, but he likes the look of this inside track as he steps on the tail. Nice big turn to finish things off. So it'll be a good score to lock into his score line. We'll see if that does improve upon his 3.50.
Yeah, really liked the look of that inside. Would be interesting to see what that outside section looked like, but even just from what we saw on the inside, I think it'll go higher. Let's take a look at this foamy section, but that foam kind of smoothing out the face of the wave. Standing up, nice hit, little airdrop there. Another one. Wow, this is the wave that he was hoping for. Brings it back around. I mean, the wave before, Natua's wave, you can see the foam all on the face of this wave. It just completely smoothed out this one for Matu. Bringing it back around. He got so much work done here. Really like his style of these cutbacks here. His legs, his knock knee style, looking really quite relaxed and composed. At this point, he knows he got enough work done on the outside. Now all he has to do is finish off the wave strong. I think this could battle going into the highest score of the heat.
I agree, Rachel. Definitely. As we see a replay of Natua as well, this wave, just that kind of one cutback turn done multiple times on this wave, Rachel.
Yeah, a slopier wave that he had to try and make the most of. So much bump. There wasn't a whole lot of opportunity for him to go any more critical than that. And then here, unfortunately, gets stuck behind it. So that's kind of a little bit more downtime playing against him. And then you can just see how much bump he is navigating here. Fortunately, through the inside, it does clean up a little bit, and he makes the most of it by getting a couple more turns. But like you said, nothing overly critical or a variety.
3.43 locking in for this wave of Natua as he just lost the back foot there and falls off the back of that wave. So he's going to remain in third position. He's going to be looking for a score, but we are still waiting on Matu's last wave to drop. We both think it's going to be one of the highest wave scores of the heat so far. Those outside turns, Rachel, really dynamic, getting that board above the lip, air dropping through the lip as well, down the face of the wave. So a good score about to drop for our French competitor. As we have 2 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. So it will be Leo Nika and Matu Carpentier currently sitting in an advancing position. We'll update you on the requirement that Natua needs, and that score drops from red.
Judges taking their time, they're looking at the replay, deciphering what they thought of that outside section and looking at from many angles.
Yeah, really comparing it to Leo's 5.5 as well, the current highest wave score. He got a lot of work done on the outside as well, but the wave of Leo's being a little bit bumpier. We saw Matu's a lot cleaner, as you were saying, Rachel, giving him that opportunity to get up, right up into the lip, where Leo was having to place his turns a little bit down in the mid-face underneath the lip. So it's still going to be Natua in that third place. The score drops. A 6.67 for Matu Carpentier puts him up into the lead. Now Natua still in third place, needing a 5.64 to progress through. He's going to have to look for a wave similar to Matu's in order to get that score. It's going to be a tough call with only 1 minute left on the clock.
Yeah, that pressure's on, and at this point too, he even needs the opportunity for the wave to come. It's looking like a quiet ocean at the moment. Red and blue going deeper, so kind of leaving Natua out towards that wider peak if something were to pop up. We've seen that happen before over the past few heats. I think smart for Natua to stay away from the other two surfers because they have the higher priority than him.
He's definitely sitting a little bit wider on the peak. There are a couple of lines approaching, but I'm not sure there will be enough time on the clock. You can see Leo Nika here trying to reposition himself with 20 seconds left. Here we go, the great shot here. You can see that those lines approaching. Leo sitting with first priority, so he will have choice, but it looks like Natua on the inside might try and take this smaller wave, and he might get a scoring ride before the clock runs down. He is up and riding on the inside, as is Leo Nika on the outside. Natua there, getting a bit of work done. Smaller turn, great turn on the outside from Leo though. And again, just switching the paddle up, cutting back into the white water. We see Natua there on the inside. Just his body language kind of seems like he's not going to really reach that score that he needs, a 5.64. Let's stick with Leo right now as he's going to be moving through this heat. Great turn off the top. He's going to press hard again on his back foot as he brings it through to the inside. Even though this wave closed out, he got a lot of work done on the outside section. He's happy. You can see the difference in body language between Natua and Leo there. Leo all pumped up. He'll be moving on through alongside Matu Carpentier of Team France. I'll be moving through to main round number 4 of the men's. There is one more heat of men's round 3 coming up, and we'll take it into the women's. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action coming up very soon, bringing Dave Bainey back in the booth with Rachel.
Welcome to day 1 of competition for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship.
So live action there from Lucci, putting on an absolute masterclass there. 2 great turns to kick things off. In this wave, waiting patiently for things to stand up. A huge turn off the lip on her backhand. Again, so starting things off as she did on that first ride. Stands up again for her. What she got for us, another turn. The top of the wave, so fantastic.
I've been training here for a couple of days already. The wave is not easy. I think we were okay, and there were waves on the heat, so I had fun.
Yeah, yeah, taking off on this ride. Look, this wave looking nice for Izzy. Again, gonna go up the top of this wave, pushing hard on that tail. So this wave standing up for her.
Tamil Martino, Team Peru, off the bottom. Nice stylish carve back into the pocket right there. Off the bottom again, snap. Really using the rail nicely.
Just pacing himself, waiting for it to stand up, brings it around again. Straight up into the lip, Bray off the back of his board there. And again, puts the board up into the lip.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of SUP Surf here in Surf City, El Salvador.
The out surfers that we just saw in that highlights package from day 1, proving to continue to be standout surfers here into day 2. We're in main round 3 of the men's SUP surfing. Windier conditions today, a lot more difficult for the athletes to navigate, but we've still been seeing great scores. Here in Surf City, El Salvador, we are at the break El Sunzal. You're joined here by myself, Rachel Tilley, along with Dave Bainey. Look at those lines starting to move in, Dave.
Yeah, even though there's a lot more wind on it today, the waves still look really fun. And a lot of good scores dropping in. We saw Tamil earlier drop that giant score of a 9. Plenty of 7s and 8s throughout the rounds. And we're straight back into it.
Lots of action took place while we were at commercial break. A 1.83, little one drop for Indy, so I'm imagining that is him that we see out there right now, waiting for scores of red and blue still to drop. Oh no, this is Franco having another ride.
Yeah, Franco Facin from Argentina. Powerful surfer, Franco. You see it displayed right there, busting the tail out. Able to navigate that late drop, pulls it off. Back on the face. Throws down a carve. And Franco was originally known for his racing. Was a great racer in his day, but committing his time fully to the stand-up paddle surfing. And it seems to be pulling off right here with a couple nice little snaps. Love how he timed that one. Leaning into another one, a little more spray with that one. He's gonna keep going with it through the inside. And pulls out of there. Franco in red.
That's the way you want to start out a heat, catching back up with this ride from Indy. Bringing it back around. Nice 3 maneuvers so far. This wave starting to die out in front of him, so he opts to cut out and make his way back out. So that will add on to his 1.83 already established. We have a 3.67 drop for Capono. So waiting for a few more scores to drop. Let's take another look at this ride for Capono that we missed earlier, wrapping it around a frothier face of the wave. Nice hit. He has a lot of electricity in his surfing and has been looking really on fire in these bumpy conditions. As we take a look at Franco's wave, so really using the power in his legs there to handle all of that froth and bump. Bringing it back around. This one came in as a 3.5 as he cuts out. So a lot of action that took place really early on in the heat. Only 15:20 to go. Capono up again, wrapping it back around. This one already, I think, looking a little bit better than that 3.67. Navigating a frothy face, but sometimes these frothier faces have been allowing that face of the wave to stay cleaner as opposed to those first sets that come through. Wrapping it around again. Getting a lot of work done on this wave. Having to stick to these roundhouses as he makes his way into the inside. Trying to wait to see if he can get an opportunity. He goes for something big, gets unstuck. So that's everything caught up, Dave. A lot of action that took place. Only already, still 14 and a half. While we have caught up on that, let's get down to the sidelines to hear the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, guys, or should I say ciao ragazzi. We've got an Italian in the house, Leonica, winner of the heat right on the buzzer, and a very happy athlete. How are you?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked, man. I couldn't wait to make this interview with you. So, yeah, happy to be here. It was really an honor to represent the Italian team again this year. And with this paradise right here, couldn't be better than this. You know, I couldn't ask for better waves than this, and just enjoying the moment and have fun out there.
Well, this winter we've seen you scoring some pretty huge waves over in Mexico, over in Portugal. So this is, how does that fit in your wave spectrum?
Yeah, basically I'm focusing to get more wave in my background, going to more surfing, more deep, kind of tasting a little bit bigger waves, more adrenaline, to, you know, feel like different setup on the waves. And yeah, it was an amazing trip to Mexico, and can't wait for more of these moments.
And what about that Italian team? Certainly the loudest team on the beach so far. The team spirit seems to be huge.
Oh yeah, the team is it's another, you know, it's can help a lot, and it's the best support that I can have is having all the guys supporting me and having this good vibe around it, and they make so much difference. So it's like, it's a great moment.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Italian stallion Leonica is through to the next round. Well done. Back to you.
We'll be seeing him surf again this afternoon, so he's going to have to go refresh as we see action back out. Kapono Fukuda backing up his 5.83 that just dropped. He's sitting in the lead right now. Dave, he's had great wave selection all day.
Yeah, your heat leader right here in blue, Kapono Fukuda from Japan, finding another nice ride. Love his rail work. Kapuda's got that nice low style. Really leans into the rail there. Hooks another little layback. Fukuda finding another long ride. His last wave dropped in at a 5.83. We'll see if this one is enough to get above that 3.67 mark. And Fukuda looking strong. Team Japan, you can hear them going crazy in the background. This one's lining up. Throws it up there. Another quick little snap. And finishes off right on the sand. So that's, you know, that's been the formula we've seen all day. You could find those waves, do some damage outside, link it through and finish on the sand. You're getting those big scores.
2 waves all the way to the beach in the first 9 minutes of the heat. That's a lot of work. You can see him just catching his breath there. He put a lot of effort into that. So see Izzy Campbell getting ready for that next heat. Sorry, that's Lise Richard.
Yeah, Lise
for Team
Canada.
For Team Canada.
Getting in the zone. And there's the lineup. Once again, you can see the wind line out the back, a little smoother through the inside middle section. Right now we got Kapono Fukuda from Japan in first place. He's got a 5.83 and a 3.67. Waiting for a score to drop for him. Franco Facin, Argentina, has 5.0 with that big floater we saw him land. And then Indy Rose, my vote for the coolest name in the event. Sitting there in third currently with 3.73. He needs a 4.78. So Indy Rose, the rock star, looking for another wave.
At this point, pressure is on Indy. He only has the highest of a 3.73, while the other surfers have slightly higher single wave scores. Here's Franco looking to throw away that 3.5, wrapping it around. Love that placement, because that then will do well to place him in the more critical section. This wave, a really small one. Looks like he's gonna stick with it as it stands back up, smacks it there. A really nicely well-read wave. For such a small wave, he got a lot of work done on that.
Absolutely. That was a very unassuming wave. You know, he did this crazy fade to the left where almost you're like, wow, is he going left? And then he sweeps back in, sets up that first turn that like you mentioned, but see him just fade super deep. And that was really just to set this turn up, did a little foam climb. And then the timing is just perfect on his third turn. And then again, switches the paddle, gets that carve. And then he's gifted with a nice closeout section. Boom, just lands a big old re-entry. So, you know, that's a perfect example of getting one in between the set waves.
Yeah, and putting more of that pressure onto Indy to build into his score line. So let's see how he does with the pressure here on his backhand. Wrapping it around. Decides to cut out of that one. Doesn't like the look of it. You can see Franco making his way back out, so he's going to try and maintain that first priority. As we see Capono's last wave, a 6.07 drop in. So he's sitting comfortably in the lead now. Franco needing a 6.9 to overtake him into that first position. Indy needing a 5.37 to overtake second position. See Gabby making her way down.
Yep, Coach Americo from Brazil, always super involved in his team. He's one of the more hands-on coaches, I would say, out of all the countries. Very passionate paddler himself. And he's got Brazil focused. So look for Gabrielle in the next heat.
Now, Dave, we've been having a lot of conversations around board construction and equipment. I'm really interested to hear you talk about a bit more of the materials that the boards are made of. Is it, we were talking about carbon molds before. Is it an EPS core underneath the carbon molds? What's the secret to what these surfers are riding?
Yeah, no, good question. It's funny. It's a question I get a lot. You know, someone will get a ding in their SUP or something, and they'll contact us and go, "What do I repair this with?" You know, they're so confused. And you know, to me, I mean, every SUP on the planet literally is an EPS core, right? So it's EPS made with epoxy resin. So every repair is done with epoxy. And yeah, the main reason why they're made with EPS is only because, you know, they're really thick. There's not a lot of PU blanks that you could get that long and that wide and that thick, and EPS is cut from a big square block, so you could get any size you want. And you know, obviously there's big 14-foot boards. They could get up to 11-12 inches thick for the big dugouts. And EPS is I mean, it's a cool material to use. I know, you know, there's differences for surfers that, you know, like a traditional feel, but the advantages for SUP, it keeps them a lot lighter. You know, you can get them stringerless, and then you start using more premium materials and composites like carbon fiber to keep them strong. And yeah, what's cool when you take the stringer out, you could, you know, really tune the flex a lot more. You know, you put the wood stringer in there, depending on the thickness, you're going to get less flex or more flex, but it's kind of what it is, you know, the property of the wood used. But when you have a stringerless blank, it's all up to you how you want to tune that board, and that's something I work on a lot with stand-up paddle boards is the flex. And you'll see some of the cheaper, you know, entry-level style SUP boards, which are great. You know, there's a place for those, but you won't see any professional really riding them because the flex is not there. They're generally very stiff. And so that's like the difference of a nicely tuned EPS board. And you really can adjust it with carbon fiber. You know, carbon fiber is such a rad material. I mean, you think about it, they're in golf clubs, you know, like a nice fishing rod is, you know, really nice carbon fiber. So it's pretty cool. Carbon fiber is expensive. That's the one thing, you know. But you'll see, like, for instance, like the Sebastian's board that I make, some of them are stringless and we'll go carbon. The ones he's been riding lately we put a nice thin stringer in there. And because he's been wanting to have that kind of familiar feel of a poly board.
Sure.
And, you know, when he wants one with a wood stringer, I'm always kind of like a little stoked because it's a lot cheaper to make. But it is fun. It's completely different feels. And Yeah, it's cool. It's really fun experimenting and trying all the different composites and materials. You know, we've tried a lot of the earth-friendly stuff, and yeah, it's endless. You know, it's endless. As you know, you're very familiar with the way surfboards are made, and you know, just a slight change in design or materials gives the whole board a different personality.
Absolutely. And an EPS foam, too, a lot more buoyant than a poly blank. So these athletes can use that to their advantage when they're riding such small boards. As we take a look, this has been a quieter heat. You're seeing Capono, he doesn't need a score, but he's taking a look at this one. Maybe surfing it into the beach, sliding the fins out. For someone who, you know, technically has to pace himself, planning on surfing another heat, he's not pacing himself at all. He's going all out, wanting to just surf. You can see that energy in his surfing.
Yeah, and this wave is going to be a decent ride for him, and you know, he did sneakily get this one under priority, so he's got to be happy about that as well. This one's still serving it up for him inside. Another carve. Looks like the legs are burning just a bit on the end of that turn, but throws the tail out. Keeps going. Another jam. Fist pump. Double fist pump. Triple fist pump? Oh, I'd be impressed.
Still going to make his way back out to the lineup with 2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Probably not time for him to make it all the way back out. So pressure and sights are really turning towards Indy Rose, needing the score of 5.37. Has that first priority, has been super patient. He just has that 1.83, that 3.73. Obviously, we're in main round 3, so we've seen all of these surfers have good heats even to get to this point. So we know Indy has more ability and potential than that scoreline that we see under his name right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and that brings up the point. You know, surfing is one of those sports that there is an element of luck involved, right? If you're in the rhythm of the ocean and you're able to, you know, quote unquote, get lucky with the nice waves, you know, sometimes Mother Nature kind of vibes with certain guys through the event more so than the others, and it's not fun being on the other end of that.
No, I'd say Capono has been one of those surfers that does seem to have vibed with the ocean. He always seems to find these 5-6 point range waves under priority in waves that you don't think are going to be anything, and he just surfs the heck out of them and turns them into keepers that keep him winning each heat.
Yeah, just under a minute and a half left. We are looking for Indy Rose in third to try to get one more shot at a 5.37. He has that priority 1 under his belt, so Indy Rose hoping something comes.
That last score of Capono drops in a 5.67, just shy of his second highest score of 5.83, so it does not go into his top 2. The situation remains as is. So we see a paddle from Indy over. Maybe we see some lines coming in. I don't know if these ones might be a little bit too deep to provide any opportunity for these two surfers.
Yeah, he's going real deep there, trying to find something.
This time is winding down. 20 seconds remaining. It's been a great heat for Capono. 2 5s and a 6, throwing away one of those 5s. You can see him there in the middle of your screen. He was been casually making his way back out, but now he knows work is done. He's gonna head in and start regrouping because he has yet another heat to compete in today. It'll be interesting to see if he even has the energy to do so. He has been putting so much energy and effort into every wave he has surfed. Franco Fachin also advancing through in that second place position. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll come back with women's main round 3.
Welcome to day 1 of competition for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship.
So live action there from Lucci, putting on an absolute masterclass there. 2 great turns to kick things off. In this wave, waiting patiently for things to stand up. A huge turn off the lip on her backhand. Again, so starting things off as she did on that first ride. Stands up again for her. What she got for us, another turn, top of the wave, so fantastic.
I've been training here for a couple of days already. The wave is not easy. I think we were okay, and there were waves on the heat, so I had fun.
Yeah, taking off on this ride. Look, this wave looking nice for Izzy. Again, gonna go up the top of this wave, pushing hard on that tail, so this wave standing up for her.
Tamil Martino, Team Peru, off the bottom. Nice stylish carve back into the pocket right there. Off the bottom again, snap. Really using the rail nicely.
Just pacing himself, waiting for it to stand up, brings it around again. Straight up into the lip, Bray off the back of his board there. And again, puts the board up into the lip.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of SUP Surf here in Surf City, El Salvador.
Welcome back. It's been an amazing day of surfing so far. We are in day 2 of the ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships into women's main round 3, straight into the action. Ibaya Ruano opening up her account. Nice cruisy opening turn. Gets that hit. A smaller wave, so she decides to jump off. Nice 2 opening accounts. You also see a 1.5 already dropped for Lise Richard. So we're getting towards the pointy end of the event. The women that will advance out of this heat today will advance into finals day tomorrow and have an opportunity for that world championship, that gold medal. We're joined here by Rachel Tilley and Dave Bainey. Dave, talk us through this opening one for Lise.
Yeah, so Lise just gets this late drop. It was a smaller score, 1.5. But as we kind of mentioned, it's always nice just to get that first ride. Get the nerves out, get warmed up, get a feel for the vibe of the heat. And Lise from Canada doing a good job making it all the way to main round 3 here. See rider go down, and the score for Ibaya drops in at a 3.33 for her first ride.
We've been seeing those quicker starts be kind of crucial for the athletes here. Wave selection being really difficult today. Yesterday we saw beautiful conditions all day, that offshore wind just coming on and off. Today the wind a little bit more from the west and adding a lot more chop and texture into the ocean. So we see Izzy Campbell taking off on this one, a bigger wave, building up her speed, wrapping it around, using that paddle to extend her body, bringing it back. She's hoping that this one's going to stand up a little bit more through that inside. She doesn't see much more opportunity, so she opts to cut out. Straight into Gabriella, who had a really outstanding heat prior to this one. It's been a standout surfer all event.
Yeah, the Brazilian Gabby Stamfader gets a nice opening face snap out the back. Doing some nice carving through the middle here. Little bobble. Almost looked like a lobster grabbed onto her paddle and tugged her in the water right there. Coming unglued. But Gabriella did some good turns out the back. There was one in particular that looked pretty nice. So she's going to head back out. Still waiting on a score for Isabella Campbell from Australia. And it's been fun to watch Isabella Campbell. She's a new face for myself. Wasn't very familiar with her surfing until this event, and She's got a really nice style. Definitely looks like she does a little bit of shortboarding as well.
Yeah, an outstanding shortboarder. She has competed on the Australian team in the ISA World Juniors, was a part of that gold medal winning team a couple years back. So it's great to see the athletes that go across all disciplines. While we're waiting for scores to drop, we're going to send it down to the sidelines to hear from Kapono.
Yeah, guys, Kapono Fukuda with me, representing Japan, the last winner for run 3 of the men's. Congratulations, Kapono. Omedeto.
Yes, arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you.
What can you tell us about your last heat?
Last heat was the water face was pretty bumpy and in super tricky condition, and then I tried a few turns, but like a little bumpy. I did my best.
So next round, we're going to have 2 Japanese in the same heat, and you'll be with Tamil and with Mathieu Carpentier as well. How are you feeling about that?
Yes, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do my best, and then with Team Japan, with Tao, yeah, we do my best. We do our best. Yeah.
Can you tell us about the spirit with Team Japan? You're always all together, and seems to be a strong sense of unity between you.
The Tao is another place which the part of Japan. So he's living in the other side. So we're not practice with us. Not
training together.
Yeah. So not training together. Yes.
But there's a good spirit, team spirits, right?
Yes, it's pretty good.
Okay, good job. Through to the next round. You're tired. I'm gonna leave this guy alone. He needs to breathe. Back to you. You.
Thank you so much, Matthew. As we see live action, looks like Izzy Campbell paddling into this one. Her last score came in as a 3.2. Another bigger wave. She's trying to manage all of that bump. You can see how chattery the face of the wave is. We'll see if this one potentially cleans up for an inside section. We've been seeing some of these as they hit this inside turn into real money-making sections. There we go. Love that knock knee, how she extends that head and brings that back knee in. Really beautiful style. I think that one will go above her 3.2. Dave, that was a nice turn that she was really able to lay on rail with that one on the inside.
Yeah, that money turn looked really nice. A lot of good style in that and a lot of power too. So Isabella Campbell currently sitting in first place. Looking really good. Looks like we got a replay here. So she manages that big drop with a lot of chop, as you mentioned. So she's kind of waiting for it to form up a little bit more. Hops down another step of chop. Just kind of working this back, waiting for it to set up. Gets a nice little carve, setting this up for a nice wall right here. Really lays into that one. A lot of power, a lot of style off the bottom here. Slides the tail just a bit on that one. So good patience, good reading of the wave here for Izzy. And she kicks out. Looks like out the back we had, oh no, it's a replay, a different angle. So we'll get to see that one turn one more time. You just see her keep dropping down those steps of chop. And she's reading the wave right here. Sets it up, kind of pumps in, gets some speed going, wraps it around. Here's that one turn, boom, nice power. Nice spray out the back. And as you said, very stylish. Feeling good, throws another one. And gets one more carve to kind of close this wave out. So nice surfing from the Aussie there.
Yeah, I think the only reason it didn't go above that 3.9 range is she didn't really get to put anything too on rail out the back. Had she done exactly what she did on the inside with that opportunity out the back, I think, you know, the judges have been showing that's where you get into that 5-6 range. Speaking of fives, a 5.67 for Gabriella's first opening ride.
Did you just say 6'7"?
Oh,
I think
no.
you did.
Oh, no.
Oh, gosh. But yes, Gabriela Steinfader with a 5.67, and she's currently hanging on to the largest score in this heat thus far. Ibaya, don't forget about her. She's sitting in third place, being patient. She's in the yellow jersey, of course. Got a rider paddling here. Dropping in blue, that's Lise Richardson, or Richard from Canada. Finding a smaller one on the inside. She's gonna get out of that one. Someone going down that looks like might have been Ibaya.
So situation as stands, Izzy Campbell currently in the lead, but it's Gabriela looking to back up that 5.67. She takes off on this one here, a nice looking face in front of her, a bit cleaner, wraps it around. Love that use of the paddle, switching that really quickly. It's a little bit stuck with that paddle there, but it doesn't interfere with her wave. She's waiting for this one to stand back up, trying to look if there's going to be any other opportunity, keeping that speed up. She bottom turns, gets a nice hit there, brings it around. This is where the energy of the wave really starts picking up on that inside reef. She's taking advantage of it. Almost loses connection with one hand of the paddle there. A few little mistakes on that wave, but nothing that really hindered the overall ride of the wave. Say that will be a good backup.
Yeah, Gabby definitely had a couple good turns on that ride. Nice long ride, but it did seem like she had some issues, you know, simply hanging onto her paddle during that ride. We saw her let go of the handle a couple times, but Ibaya, nice snap, open face, off the bottom, carving right through the top of that wave. This one's still opening up for her. Leans into another one, drifts the tail just a bit. She's looking for that nice cut back. And she just kind of lets that wave run away from her there.
Yeah, gets unstuck with that one. Maybe some more points kind of left unused, but a lot of great action as we see that beautiful infinity board making its way down.
Yeah, Vanya Torres back in action in the next heat.
Opting for a little swallowtail there, Dave. Is that pretty standard for her?
It's pretty cool. Her and Sebastian are both on swallowtails, and the idea behind that was just kind of make the tail a little bit wider to get a little more speed, maybe a little more release out of the top of the turn, and you kind of notch the tail with the swallowtail to kind of get a little bit of that the grip back. So they're both looking great. So we'll see if it continues for them. Both Peruvians as well, so that's been fun to watch Team Peru kind of charge through the heats here.
As we wait for scores to drop, Dave, I really liked that wave of Ibaya. Really smooth. She did come unstuck, but only after a lot of work was already done. As we see preparations, only 6.5 minutes left in this heat, so these women are getting ready to paddle out. They can paddle out at around that 5-minute mark, so they can be already out in the lineup by the time that this heat finishes. Nice couple deep breaths.
Yeah, that's Luchi Cozzoletto. We've got a stacked heat coming up. Lots of action left today. Currently in the middle of heat number 1 of the main round 3 in the women's division. Gabriela Steinfader holding on to first place in the red, 5.67 and 5.07. Izzy Campbell from Australia with that 3.90. And right there with the score dropping, Ibaya shoulder hops her into second place there with a 5.43 and a 3.33. So Isabella needed a 4.87. Team Canada showing the love for Lise Richard in this heat. Coach Jake, loud and proud with that Canadian flag.
For our longboard events, when we travel with our flags, we have to, either travel with a pole or find a stick. You guys have the paddles already built into your equipment to fly the flag. I love it.
That is pretty funny. They do come in handy. They do come in handy, those paddles. Many uses.
So we were talking about the flex that you fine-tune with the use of the carbon in the construction of these boards, as we just saw a couple of infinities getting ready to paddle out into this next heat. Whereabouts in the construction of the board does that carbon really take place in affecting that flex?
Yeah, that's a good question. Obviously, the two obvious places is either along the rail, it kind of gives it more of a perimeter stiffness, or you could do down the middle, top or bottom, gives it more of that linear flex property. Almost kind of building a stringer back into a board. And we see white. That's Izzy Campbell, the Aussie, up and riding. Nice little layback slash. Fellow Aussie Bo Nixon fired up on this one. Izzy again gets another turn. We see Canada taking off in the background. Izzy still working through the chop. Manages to find another little section to throw a snap. She's doing a good job fading back every turn, kind of setting up her next maneuver.
She's searching for a score of 4.87 with 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. That might be her last attempt. Maybe she can make it back out and get one of those wider inside ones that do have good scoring potential, but I really liked the look of that one.
Yeah, she did a good job, reading that and being patient. And here's a replay. So you notice she comes off the bottom real nice. Perfect timing with that nice cutback. And she's able to absorb all the chop. And you see her always kind of fading back, letting the wall build up in front of her, setting up the next turn. Does a nice job coming around that corner and just snapping it again. And you see her just nice and patient. Here's another nice bottom turn, setting this up. A lot of similarity in those turns, but definitely, the wave's providing that style of turn, so.
Well read.
Very well-read wave.
We see Lise flying down the line on this one. This one finally offering a little bit more opportunity for speed. She cuts it back there. She's looking to improve her situation. Scores were quick to drop, a 2.3 for this ride. A nice long one for her, nothing overly critical, but I think she'd still be happy with that ride. As Izzy's wave came in as a 4.03, so she still has that score requirement of 4.74. Ibaya looking to defend that second place position. So we'll see if Izzy can make it back out in time to find another opportunity. That 4.03 incrementally helping her situation, lowering that requirement. Still in that high fours. So we do see lines approaching, but Izzy's the one towards the left of your screen because she did surf that one so far in. So it will be interesting if she can make it out far enough. 1 minute 15 seconds remaining. So we see a paddle. Surfer up and riding. It's Ibaya. She's trying to improve upon that 3.33. Kind of mistiming this opening section so far. Not really able to unleash anything overly critical. She just passes Izzy there. Whips it back. So 45 seconds for Izzy to try and get a score that will take this second place from Ibaya, but Ibaya is doing a lot of work to try and defend her place. Lise on another one, representing Team Canada. This one's a lot cleaner, wrapping around. Only 16 seconds remaining. This one would feel really good for her. Not going to be the one she needs, a 6.46, but a nice ride.
Yeah, at least getting some good turns out the back there. Nice smooth carves.
Look, you can see the smile on her face. She's so happy with this. And you can hear Team Canada yelling and cheering and supporting. Look at that. You love that.
Yeah, she's stoked. She knows she got a nice ride there. And what better way to end your heat, standing up right into the sand. Team Canada, fired up, just enjoying the experience.
Great effort. Still waiting for scores from both Gabriela and Ibaya as well. Izzy not able to find another opportunity, so she will be bowing out of the competition here in main round 3. Gabriela and Ibaya moving forward into finals day tomorrow, into the semifinals to lead themselves into a potential medal match. Lots of work done out there. You can see the exhaustion from the surfers, just having to navigate on their feet the whole time. All of that bump, you know, never getting a rest. Love to see the energy from Team Canada.
Last of green, 4.13 goes to her top.
Love to hear their chants. Every team has their own, you know, chant that means something special to their country. And overall, I just love to see the camaraderie and the sportsmanship. It's only at these ISAs that you really get to experience being part of a team like this and getting to celebrate with your fellow countrymen and work towards something bigger. So although Lise and Izzy are bowing out here, their points will contribute to their overall team standings, which is really important. These team conversations get really competitive. So it's Gabriela who's locked in that first place position, still waiting for a score to drop from her, but it won't make a difference, at least in her standings of first. She is locked in. So a great heat to start off main round 3 of the women's. Stay tuned to watch the next heat after a short commercial break.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Hello everyone and welcome back to day number 2 of competition. We are moving through the SUP surfing heats today. We're into heat number 2 of women's main round 3 here in Surf City, El Salvador. The ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We do have the gold medalist winning surfer Luchi Cozoleto out in the water. She's up against Alasne, up and riding of Spain. And she just finds herself behind the peak on this one. So a quick, very quick up and down for her. And we're going to throw it down to the winner of that last heat for a post-heat interview. And it was a great heat before as well. Before we throw it down, we saw Abaya moving on through alongside
Gabriela
Steinfader, that's right. And she's down there on the glass with Matteo.
That's right, guys. Gabriela Stampfatter with me. Gabriela, very consistent SUP surfing since yesterday. Very well done. And you took on Ibaya Ruano Moreno in this particular heat, so that's a pretty good achievement. Feeling pretty good?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I know it was a tough heat against Ibaya and the other girls, but I made my choices, and yeah, well done.
And it seemed to have worked. What do you think made the difference? Is there a specific maneuver that you remember from your heat that you would like to talk about?
Not about one maneuver, but the wave. I know I need to catch a good wave and a bigger one to make a good score, and yeah.
All right, through to the next round. What do you think could make a difference in the next round for you?
A good choice of waves, obviously, and like not being so tired, maybe.
So you're feeling a little bit of the fatigue?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been 2 long days, and you've got more SUP surfing coming up.
Yeah, tomorrow.
All right. Well, parabéns, and I will see you tomorrow. So congratulations, well done, and back to you to the booth.
Thanks very much. Great to hear some insights there from Gabriela as we see live action in the water. Gold medalist from previous years, Luchi Cozoleto, stringing together multiple maneuvers and just finds a fantastic inside run along this wave, getting lots of work done. So that score waiting to drop, as we can see behind her, Nimse Garcia representing Puerto Rico. She's up and riding on her backhand. This wave just disappearing underneath her, so she will kick out. We saw a small score dropping for Alasne Orecochea of Spain, a 2.0. And of course, in this heat, who we haven't mentioned yet, Vanya Torres representing Peru. Infinity Team rider. Dave, she's yet to catch a wave in this heat.
Yeah, definitely looking for Vanya to catch her first ride. Looks like Luchi Cozoleto was the first one to get that nice lengthy ride. We see Nimse, Puerto Rico, Nimse Garcia getting her second ride.
Wow, super quick to her feet again for another ride. You see her switching the paddle on this one, just transitioning from rail to rail as she makes her way through. Just falling off the back of that one. Looking like there wasn't much more scoring potential through the inside there. The 2.67 drops for Nimse's first wave. Still waiting on red. Luchi Cozoleto on screen there, her first ride. That's definitely going to set the scale in this heat. As the camera pans out toward Vanya Torres, sitting at the back with priority. Yet to catch that first wave, being very patient. We've seen some great surfing from her. She put up the highest heat total yesterday. 2 excellent scoring rides. Let's see if she can repeat that to find herself into finals day tomorrow. We'll be crowning some gold medalists here tomorrow, not just in the SUP surfing, Dave, also within the racing disciplines for SUP and the prone, and also the juniors taking to the technical race as well. There'll be 8 gold medals awarded tomorrow.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's coming up fast. It's gonna be a fast week. Lots of champions to be crowned. And the racing gonna get underway tomorrow. That's gonna be exciting. The surfing's been awesome. It's going to be nice to have a little variety of the technical racing. My favorite style of racing, to be honest. So I'm looking forward to that.
Luci Gozzaletto in this heat, she drops a 5.50, the highest scoring wave so far in this heat. That takes her up into first position. Nimse Garcia, you can see matching the score there of Lucia. A 2.83 and a 2.67, but because Luci has that 5.5, I mean, she is got the highest single wave score sitting out in front. That's how they decipher and they split a tie break. Here as well, Alasne in third place, just with a 2-point ride. And Vanya in that fourth place there. You can see on screen the disciplines for the racing portion of this championship. Technical, then we have distance event on Friday, and then we'll be running the sprints on Saturday. It looks like we have some waves approaching, counting down 12 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. Definitely some pressure being applied now to Vanya. Now all athletes are back out there with at least one score under their belt. She's going to be looking to make sure she capitalizes on the next opportunity that comes through, giving her the best chance of advancing through this heat.
Yeah, and Bo, you know, Rachel, obviously very experienced out here, winning her world title just, you know, days ago, really. She did mention, like, her heat strategy. She loves to get a wave under her belt, at least before the 14-minute mark. So Vanya, right now, less than 12 minutes to go, still needs her first score. And if we're talking about management of time in the heats, you know, it's been, if they're getting a long ride, it's about a minute-long ride. And then the average paddle back is average about 4 minutes to get back out. So that's a total of 5 minutes. As you see Luci get another one up into the lip. Nice compressed little snap right there. So Luci under priority, sneaking into this. Another good wave. So Luci looking solid through this heat so far. And, you know, we're talking about time management, Bo. You know, if it takes 5 minutes to surf a good wave, you know, we're down to almost 10 minutes right here. So Vanya's got to really hope she gets a good wave here quickly. And we see Luci, like how she just gets compressed to save that off the lip, real tight in the pocket, and then she just throws a ton of spray on that second run. Wraps it around just to kind of cap this ride off. So she's feeling good. She's got the highest score of the heat, and she backs up with another solid one. This has been a slow heat, so she's in a very good spot at the moment. We see some sets coming, Bo.
Yeah, Luci's certainly in a great spot. Staying busy in this heat, especially under priority from the other competitors. Getting 2 scoring rides. A 4.67 drops for Luci's last wave, so she's in the 10.17 total heat score at the moment. As we see Vanya currently sitting with first priority, so she will decide if she's going to take off in this wave. Looks like she's going to decide not to. Alasne of Spain up and riding now. Just fading back a little bit, switches the paddle. You can see the first wave of the set, a little bumpy on the wave face. Alasne having to deal with that. You can see she just gets a little hung up at the top. Now Vanya behind her, drops in a little behind the white water. Can she get around this section for a turn on the outside? She does well to navigate that. Beautiful extension there as she steps her back foot on the tail, carving that board back around to the white water as she switches the paddle once again. You can see just the rotation she carries through that bottom turn and then an extension in the top turn, really bringing that board back around. This wave starting to stand up on the inside, so she's got a little bit of lip to work with. Places that board at the top of the wave once again. So a lot of work being done on this one. You can see her eyes looking down the line of this wave. What's going to happen as she takes it through to the inside. She's found one of those rides that stands up through the inside section here, continuing on through. Again, up into the lip. Great snap on that one. And she's going to finish it off down here on the sand with another turn straight into the short break. Vanya definitely capitalizing on that priority she held out the back.
Yeah, what a wave. I mean, that thing started off a little shaky. She was a little off balance and way behind the peak there, but she was nice and patient, got a lot of speed around that corner. And then you saw from there just kind of opened up surfed that thing with a lot of flow, a lot of good timing. Here's a replay. So she had to wait quite a while to make it around this section. And Vanya, she's so nice on her backhand, gets a nice carve right there. You see her kind of looking at the sections, deciding what side of her body she wants to paddle. She opts to just do a nice, strong carve back into the pocket. Switches over to her heel side to get a little more leverage. Looking to really get a tight turn right here. Cross bows and just slashes. And really this wave started just climbing and growing through the middle section. And Vanya read it really nice. So a good pace to this wave. And really got lucky with this inside section. It just kind of lined up and she got multiple turns. Love that bottom turn there, Bo. Just nice combination off the bottom, off the top.
Definitely using that whole wave face on this ride. What I really like about this is that she's keeping her front foot really centered on the board with that control, and she's just moving that back foot above the fins from rail to really engage each transition during the turn. Does very well here. You can see her stepping out on that heel side for the bottom turn and moving it over to that toe side. Slashing maneuver there back into the white water. This is going to be a great score that comes through. We'll see how it compares to Lucci's 5.5, but I love how high she gets up into the wave there. Really kicks that tail out. A little bit of a slide of the fins as well. And again, backs it up with another turn there. I don't think she completes that turn at the end, but she's already done a lot of work on the outside there. And we see up and riding Nimce Garcia of Puerto Rico. Just a little turn underneath the lip. And then again, just using that paddle transition to keep her moving through this wave. As she gets a little turn off the top. Didn't quite bring it all the way back around to the white water, so has a kind of a two-stage turn there. But she does very well to get through to the midsection of this wave, looking like things are standing up a little bit more for her. Gets a little bit of a slide of the tail there. And again, just whipping that board back around into the pocket of the wave. And then just finds herself falling off the back of that one. So scores yet to drop for Nimce's last wave. And of course, Vanya Torres, her first scoring ride. Looking like that she will move up into advancing position with that last score to drop. Lucci Cosoletto currently in the lead with first priority out in the water. Lasne also on screen in the white jersey, currently sitting in second priority. 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Once these scores drop, that will update the placings on your screen. We'll look to update you as soon as they do drop, but a great long ride there from Vanya. And as you said, about 5 minutes total round trip if you are surfing and paddling back out. Looks like Vanya's not even halfway out yet, Dave.
Yeah, that's a good point. And there's about 5 minutes left. Vanya drops a 6.0, so she does have the largest score of the heat thus far. Needs a second score, that's for sure. She sits in third place. She only needs a 0.23. So basically right there, Nimce Garcia got that second wave under her belt, or that third wave, and that did go into her score line with a 3.4. So Vanya definitely under the clock right now.
She'll want to do more than just a 0.23 though, because Nimce could extend her situation. But we see here Vanya opting to sit on the inside. She's going to take this wave. Looked like it was shouldering off, but she's up and riding. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Cutting that board back toward the white water. That's your 0.23 already. Again, unfortunately, just slipping off. She will move up into second place, but Nimce Garcia will just have a small requirement. Be around in that 2 to 3 point range.
Yeah, well, I can't say I'm thrilled with that decision. I know exactly what she was thinking, right? Oh, I need a low score. Let's just get into advancement. But that one was a risky one. That one was very inside, and you know, not to at least capitalize it and make a mistake like that. That does not sit well with me, Bo, as her team manager.
You're on the edge of your seat, Dave.
I kind of am. I'm not gonna lie, but you know, still some time. She's not all the way inside. She did get the job done.
She did.
She got the 2.13, so she is in advancement, and that probably calms her nerves just a little bit. Vanya's been a standout this event, so she's always been well out in front. So kind of gets her maybe calibrated in her mindset a little more. 3 minutes, and look, there could not be another set coming in here, and she'd be like, I told you so.
True, very true.
We'll see. As far as right now, it was a good call.
But Alasne and Nimse are going to have that priority ahead of Vanya, so they will have choices of the waves that come through ahead of her. 3 minutes left on the clock. Nimse looking for a 4.74. That will be her best scoring ride of the heat. And also Alasne hasn't really teed off on any great waves yet this heat. She's been putting on some good performances, looking for a 6.13 to move up into advancing position. Top 2 surfers moving through to semi-finals tomorrow for the women. It's going to be interesting to see. And we see Vanya having a look on the inside, so opting to sit where it's a little bit cleaner, maybe a little bit more opportunity to catch waves as well on the inside. You know, those smaller waves not going to be breaking on the outside section, so she has a little bit more opportunity there on the inside. However, it looks like a line approaching the outside there. Maybe only 1 or 2 waves in this set. We'll see if Lucci or Alasne can use their priority here and see if they can better their position. It is Lucci with that first priority, so she'll decide if she wants to go this one. She is using that priority. Good choice, looking like a great wave standing up in front of her. Switching the paddle here, starting off with a cutback. Little top turn there as she drops down the wave. Now just deciding to kick out of that one, so maybe keeping Alasne off it. May have been one of her decisions there, or just realizing that the wave isn't going to offer her much more scoring potential. 1.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, in
I'm just looking at you.
In hindsight, Bo, Lucci taking that wave was actually a good thing for Vanya Torres. Nimse now in priority number 2. That's the one she should be worried about the most. Only, requiring the smaller score, of course. But Alasne definitely capable of 6.13. This has been one of the slower heats of the round. So Vanya looking to just up the ante with her second score here. So given the time of the heat, I do love this call right here. So she's going to get this inside wave. It's got a clean face for her. Nice cutback. Looking a little shaky, though. Gets another snap. That one's looking good. Out the back, you see Lucci again getting another one. Nice lip pass from Lucia from in the back. And then Vanya working this one all the way through. This should improve her score, I would say. So making the job a little harder for Nimse Garcia. We'll see if she has a ride coming towards her, but Vanya getting it done on this one. Going to take it all the way in, 20 seconds left. And we did see Lucci Cozzoletto get another ride.
And also Alasne getting a ride as well before the buzzer, so she needs a pretty good score. That's her first turn there, just underneath the lip, and again up into the lip for a second turn. You can see her switching the paddle there, cutting it back as this wave just starts to taper off a little bit. I wouldn't say that she had the most critical turns, although they were placed in a critical section. Just you can see the nose of the board not really rotating a lot compared to, say, Vanya or Lucci's board. So I'm not sure that will be a score up into the 6-point range that she needs. However, we will wait for the judges to lock in. Lucci Cozzoletto, though, she will be moving on through to defend her gold medal tomorrow for the finals day of the women's SUP surfing. Still waiting on scores, though, for all 4 surfers. Looks like Nimse got a wave there as well just before the buzzer. We'll have to see if that is going to go into the score line. As we see Vanya there, currently sitting in second place. I have a feeling that she might be staying there after the performance on that last ride. Definitely going to improve that 2.13. So I think she might be sitting safe, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, she did a good job of getting a decent ride there at the end. Of course, a much smaller wave. Good camaraderie right there. Alasne and Lucci congratulating each other on their performance. And Alasne did get a good wave at the end. You know, unfortunately for her, it didn't line up like the other waves we saw, but she did manage to get a couple stylish little snaps up in the pocket. And it's good to see Alasne in the Team Argentina celebration there. And Alasne and Lucci are like best friends. They do a lot of traveling together, a lot of training and surfing together. And of course, Team Peru always fired up. Vanya looking strong.
She certainly is. So Alasne's last wave at 3.17, not going to be enough to change the situation. And neither is Nimse's last wave. So it will be Lucci Cosoleto moving on through alongside Vanya Torres of Peru. They will be moving on through to tomorrow's semi-final for the women. Don't go anywhere. We've got another heat of the women coming up, followed by the men after that. So we'll be back after a short commercial break.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Hello and welcome back. We are getting through the SUP surfing heats with the women. Main round 3, heat number 3 in the water right now. Aline Adesaka representing Brazil in the red. Stella Smith of New Zealand in the blue. Marine Cadru of France in the green. And Antonio Gutierrez of Chile in the white jersey. You are watching 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We will be crowning champions tomorrow in the SUP surfing divisions alongside the technical racing. That will be both SUP, prone and the juniors as well for SUP. As we turn our attention to this heat, just under 18 minutes, there has been a couple of waves ridden. Aline Adesaka, 5.17 on her opening ride. Stella Smith, just a small 1.67. That's your top two currently in that advancing position. We'll see a replay here of Aline, Dave.
Yeah, Aline Adesaka out of Brazil, known for her aggressive, powerful style. You see it right there on display with her second cutback, leaning way into that one. And then Aline, another one, staying in front of this wave, wraps it back. This one lines up pretty well for her, all the way to the inside there. And Aline pulls out of that one. She gets a 5.17 for her opening ride. She's got to be happy with that.
Great way to start the heat as we see a set rolling through here. Marine of France in the right spot here. Beautiful takeoff on this overhead wall. She switches the paddle, just keeping things tight to the pocket here to start. As she carves off the top there, having to deal with quite a lot of bump on the face of this wave. Of course, being the first wave of the set, always a little trickier to negotiate those bumps as she brings it all the way through here to the midsection where things start to clean up. But she decides to kick out. Got a couple of turns done on the outside. And we've got Lucci Cosoleto down on the glass there with Matteo for a post-heat interview.
Yes, we do, guys. Wow. I would call that quarterfinal the heat of death with some big names. But two-time world champion Luci Cosoletto got the job done. With authority, she clung to the leader, to the top of the board from the get-go and never let go of that leadership. You look really strong down there.
Thank you. I'm really happy to make this hit. And it was with some good friends and good athletes. So, yeah, I'm happy to be in the last day of SUP surf contest.
Well, I have the feeling there was a bit of strategy as well for you. You improved your position even with the last wave. You didn't even have to. So sounds like you really wanted to protect yourself too.
Yeah, because the ocean, it's not really easy now. So I really want to start quickly with a medium wave and then like build my scores. So yeah, I made it.
Well, you are 2 hits from potentially lifting another crown. Is that how you're going to go to bed tonight, thinking about that?
Yeah, of course. Now I'm going to eat something because I didn't eat nothing and rest for tomorrow.
Okay, well, good luck and good rest. We'll see you, more of you tomorrow for sure. Back to you in the booth. You.
Thanks very much. Luci Cosoletto there, making it through the heat of death, Dave.
That sounded intimidating, and she took it on with vengeance, winning that heat. And Luci goes to sleep thinking about potentially winning a crowd. I go to sleep thinking about tacos all the time.
That's a good way to go to sleep. There's your reigning gold medalist on screen there, Maximilian Torres of Puerto Rico. He won in France in 2023, the last time SUP surfing was held, alongside Luci Cosoletto there of Argentina.
Max always good for a selfie. Juan Delos. Juan wanting to get that selfie right before the action continues. And I got to say, Team Puerto Rico gets my vote for best mustache of the event.
Agreed.
100%.
Although I've seen Christian Andersen from Denmark. He's going to be coming up in the racing. He's rocking a mustache too now.
You're telling me Polar Bear has a mustache?
I do, yeah.
Oh my God! Why isn't this? We need a press release. Like,
yeah, he's grown up, definitely.
Wow. Okay, definitely need to see that, and I hope he has a new bio shot on the ISA website.
Definitely. Just under 14 minutes now remaining in heat number 3. Still Aline Adesaka out in front. And it is Marine Caudru of France now. A 3.5 drops into her scoreline. She's sitting in second place. Stella Smith with that 1.67 representing New Zealand. We've seen Stella put together some really great heats to make it all the way through to this main round number 3 of the women. If she places in the top 2, she'll make it through into the semi-finals tomorrow. And we're still waiting on the Chilean surfer, Antonia Gutierrez, to get her account opened. Looks like there are some lines approaching the lineup here. Now just under 13 minutes. Although that wind's been up a little bit, Dave, it hasn't played too much into the last few heats, I've noticed. Maybe dropping off a little bit, actually, looking like it's glassing off a bit out there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a surf after the event is over today as well. So I hope you're right, Bo. I hope the wind is starting to die down. And from this angle, it does look a little smoother. I think you are right. You could tell the wind isn't blowing over the top of the lips of the waves as much. So definitely surfers appreciating the smoothed out evening conditions. We hear some whistling coming down from the beach, so there must be waves approaching, and it looks like here's an opportunity for someone. Looks who's in position. Looks like Alini's looking at it, but with priority, Antonia Gutierrez from Chile. She's dropping in on her backhand. Nice long bottom turn. A little tentative on that turn, but able to pull it off. Gets another little carve. Gonna make it around this section. Needed to keep her speed up to get around it. She's doing a good job. Nice carve for Antonia right there. Another one. You can see Antonia, she's opting to wear the booties. And the booties, no matter if it's cold water or warm water, provides that extra grip. And I have noticed, if you do, Chile has colder water, so she's probably used to wearing booties. A lot of times, if you remember, like surfers from Santa Cruz, you would see them in tropical places with trunks on and booties, and you're like, what are they doing? It's warm. and it's only because they're so used to wearing them that they wear them in all conditions. So Antonia Gutierrez feeling good and surfing good.
Yeah, it was a great backhand ride there from Antonia. We'll get a replay of that right now. We'll see her dropping in. And the way she kind of just lifts her board up to the lip there. Little kind of check turn underneath the lip, and again, just draws it up off the top there. Times it really well to navigate that oncoming whitewater section. And now out in the open face, carving that board back around to the whitewater. You can see she's really looking down the line of this wave, always her vision, constantly looking ahead of what's coming up next. Switches that paddle for another turn on the inside there, finishes it off in the whitewater. So a great start from her. We'll wait for the scores to drop in. Stella Smith now on this wave has a little bit of speed to gain to be able to make it around this whitewater section. It's looking like she's not going to be able to get all the way around right now, so she decides to kick out of that one. Another small score dropping for her, so we'll wait for that to come through. Only sitting with that 1.67 at the moment. And another score, 2.13 drops for Stella. We are still waiting on Antonia, her score to drop through. Will improve her situation. Marinko Drew now sitting in that third position. 9 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock, and I love it when we look out, Dave. We see lines approaching. We know there's going to be action ahead.
Yeah, let's go. Aline Arasaka has been waiting patiently out the back. She's in priority number 1, so she will get the pick of the set here. And Aline opening up with that 5.17 with some of her signature rail work. Nice carve, so we'll see who's dropping in. It looks like Marine Cadru from France leaning into a nice cutback there. Setting this one up. Little layback snap. Uses that paddle to carve back around. Another one. Aline out the back on a bomb. And Marine still working this glassy wall. We're going to stick with her. A little bit of a layback snap. This one's lining up. Quite a long ride for her. And she's going to casually pull out. Now we got the tail end of Aline's wave bow.
Yeah, she's done a lot of work on the outside. Going to bring this one through. Looks like the wave's going to stand up for her on the inside as well as she brings it through. See, she just passes Marine there. And Aline, she's going to bring this one right through to the inside, realizing that it's now starting to stand up again. Switches the paddle, cuts it all the way back to the whitewater. She's going to get another turn in there. And then one last hit off the whitewater, right the way through to the inside. So that was a long ride from Aline. We saw those sets approaching. She managed to pick it off from the top of the point all the way through to the inside. It's going to back up her 5.17 that dropped for her first scoring ride. Scores already dropping for Marine's second wave. A 3.8 betters her situation. She jumps up into first place, but we are still waiting on Aline's last wave, which will put her back into first. And we see Antonia's wave dropping in as a 3.43. So she only needs a small score now to move up. As we see Stella on a better wave. This is a better wave selection for her. Bottom turning up into the lip. Big snap. You can see her just patiently waiting as she switches the paddle, cuts her board all the way back to the whitewater. This is a much better wave selection from Stella. As we see her just standing up tall there, waiting for this wave to stand up, applying pressure again, sliding the tail on that top turn. And she's going to cut this all the way back around to the whitewater. So putting together a couple of great maneuvers along that wave. That's definitely going to be her highest wave score so far of this heat. We'll wait to see what that comes in as. Your 2019 El Salvador ISA SUP surfing champion, Benois Carpentier. He'll be coming up in the next heat. And that's going to be a very hard-fought battle. As we see Antonia up and riding on her second wave, carving it back to the whitewater, looking a little more steady on her feet this time. Applying a bit more pressure. She cuts it all the way back again. You see this wave not offering up a super steep face, so she has to stay really close to that whitewater in order to continue along this wave with speed. Now things start to get a little more interesting on the inside. And again, she uses that cutback to get to the white water, but just applies a bit too much pressure and ends up straightening those legs and going over the handlebars. 6 minutes left on the clock. And that score drops in. 2.8. Dave, take us through Aline's last ride.
Yeah, this is the replay. We didn't get to see the top half of this ride. Still waiting on the score, but Aline making her way around the section. Kind of just navigating the bumps, getting around the section. Gets a little cutback. So not much done out on the outside. We do know how this wave ends. She gets busy here through the middle section. Fading back. Gets a nice little cutback right there. And then right through here is where she kind of finds her rhythm in this wave. Gets a nice little carve. She sticks with it. And this thing forms up for her on the inside. She gets this one cutback right here. And then throws it up one more time right here in the end section. So Aline's sticking with that wave. We'll see how that one comes out. There's judges still thinking about it. Here's a replay of Stella Smith, the New Zealander. Nice power snap. Good timing with that one. Adjusts her paddle. Looks like it got caught in the leash a little bit, but she's got a nice glassy face that formed up for her. Wraps around. Staying patient with it. Setting this next turn up. Snap. She loves doing those powerful little hooks in the pocket right there. Wraps it back around. So nice looking ride from Stella Smith. She's currently in 4th, waiting on her score here. We got live action here, Bo. Marine Caudreau from France dropping in on a big one.
Oh, nice first turn to kick things off underneath the lip there. Having to navigate those bumps. She manages to do a mid-face carve there with the paddle switched. She again just redirects that board back toward the white water. She is currently in 2nd place, definitely not safe. Still waiting for scores to drop for other surfers. We see Marine, the wave standing up here for her, so she manages another couple of turns. As that wave starts to flatten out, we'll see if she can make it through all the way to the inside. She does, and she gets a little bit more ride through this inside track as she's waiting for it to stand up, looking for that final maneuver to put a little bit of pizzazz on the end, and she goes up into the lip and manages to ride out almost of that wave. We'll see if the judges deem that complete. And now we see scores locking in for our surfers. So currently the situation in the water, it is Aline Adesaka in 1st place, Marine Caudreau of France in 2nd place. Stella Smith dropped a 5.17. So she's up into 3rd place, needing a 2.93. And it is Antonia Gutierrez fighting with the offshore wind now, Dave. That wind has done a complete 180. Now offshore for our paddlers. So struggling to get into the waves now.
Yeah, she definitely got hung up on the top of that lip. Unfortunately, she got blown out the back. So Antonia Gutierrez needed to get back out there. Still looking for that score, 4.67. 2.5 minutes remaining, Bo.
Yeah, beautiful scenes here as that wind starts to switch offshore. This is what we were greeted with yesterday, all day of competition. Today was meant to be the same, but the winds here with the mountains and of course the tropical heat definitely affecting the flow of winds. We see this wave holding up for Stella. I wonder who has priority. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck there on her feet, Stella Smith of New Zealand. She's only looking for a 2.93, a small score for her. And Antonia Gutierrez, a 4.67, as you said, Dave. 2 minutes left on the clock. Still looks like some more lines approaching. We'll see if these are going to be able to stand up for our athletes on the outside section, or whether they are going to just slip underneath and roll through the inside. We passed low tide almost a couple of hours ago now, so that tide's starting to come back in. High tide this evening at about 8:30 p.m. local time. You can see the current conditions on screen, so that wind switching more to a northerly direction. Offshore, As we see those lines approaching now, coming down to almost the 1 minute mark, is that Stella Smith. It is of New Zealand, looking for just under a 3-point ride. Great first turn. And she manages to gain some speed here. Another second turn, and this wave is standing up for her. Manages to get a third turn up to the top of the wave. I feel like this is already on its way to being the score she needs to progress through. Although this wave now getting a little flat. She had those major maneuvers on the outside section. I do wonder though if there are any other surfers up behind her as she makes her way through to the inside here. Again, gaining speed, this wave offering her a wall in front. And again, stepping on the tail, carving it all the way back around. Finishing it off, getting up into the lip, down onto the end section. That, I'm going to say, is definitely going to be the score she needs to overtake Marine Caudru of France in second place. That advancing position, always tense times, 15 seconds left. Not sure Marine's going to get another chance here, Dave.
Yeah, this is going to be her chance right here, but I think you're right. I think she's going to run out of time. Looks like Antonia Gutierrez is going to get one more shot at it.
And Marine as well from France. She's up on the inside.
Yeah, she did scratch into that right at the buzzer, so I do believe this will count. Antonia out the back fell down, so Marine Caudru from France seeing what she could do.
Yeah, but she's unsure of the requirement that she needs. A smaller wave, Dave. Not sure it's going to be better than her 3.8 that's currently sitting in her scoreline. So it all comes down to Stella Smith.
Yeah, and we're still waiting on Stella Smith's score for her ride, and potentially that could have been the highest wave score of the heat.
What an amazing turnaround of conditions, starting off that bumpiness in this heat. But Stella, the end of this heat, finding a really well-groomed wave with that wind. Nice turns, Dave.
Yeah, I love that turn right there. A lot of speed, just kind of slides the tail. That one she leans into it a little bit more, gets a little power in there, and then a good sweeping, hooking cutback right there. And then she just rides this one all the way to the beach, and scores have dropped. She ups it with a 5.33, the highest score of the heat. So Stella Smith, she's going to win this heat with a 5.33, 5.17. Aline Arisaka from Brazil will get in second place, so advancing along with her. And that was a clutch performance from Stella. Needed the score and answered the call, Bo.
She certainly did. What a performance from Stella Smith of New Zealand, straight up into first place. We're going to move through into men's main round number 4. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up after this short commercial break.
Salvador!
Hello and welcome everybody to the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Beautiful SUP City, El Salvador. I hope you have a great competition, and when the competition is done and it's over, everybody goes home as an ambassador of beautiful, the smallest country in Central America, El Salvador, with the biggest heart. Muchas gracias everybody. I hope you have a good time.
Hello and welcome back to the final rounds of day number 2 of competition here in Surf City, El Salvador. The 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. The winds have switched offshore. Conditions looking really nice here to finish off the day of action. We saw Stella Smith moving on through to the next round of competition in the women's here, but switching up gears into the men's. Benois Carpentier from France in the red, Juan de los Reyes representing Spain in the blue, Sebastian Gomez of Peru in the green jersey, and Maximilian Torres of Puerto Rico in the white jersey. 2 prior gold medalists matching up against each other. Max, the reigning gold medalist, Benois, 2019 champion here in El Salvador. It's going to be a great heat. The conditions have switched, but it does look like they might be pushing paddlers a little bit further out with that offshore wind as well. Got 20-minute heats here in men's main round number 4. There'll be 3 heats of this before we close out today's action. And then we'll look toward finals day tomorrow, starting off with semi-finals for our women and men's SUP surfing, then crowning gold medalists for the SUP surfing. And then switching it up, Rachel, we're going to be moving into technical racing of the SUP, the juniors and the prone paddleboard as well, crowning 8 gold medalists tomorrow. Rachel, you're back in the booth to call the action alongside myself. Good to see the conditions, you know, cleaning up a bit out there.
Absolutely. From when I stepped out of the booth about 40 minutes ago, 2 heats ago, it was still really messy, really bumpy out there for the surfers, and that wind just making a heck of a lot of difference in smoothing out that face of the wave. Looks like a completely different lineup. These guys have surfed twice already today, so they have felt those difficult conditions. They have battled through all of that chop to end up here, finishing off their day with a clean and beautiful heat. It's a stacked heat at this point. I mean, when we're here now, main round 4, you expect every heat to be stacked. There's 3 heats left to go.
That's right, and we're going to catch up with Stella Smith, who took the clutch win in that last heat of the women's round.
That's right. What a nerve-wracking hit it was between some top athletes, and Stella Smith from New Zealand waited for the last minute to grab the leadership. Congratulations, Stella. That was awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, it wasn't intended to do it super last minute, but yeah, it's super tricky out there, but I'm just glad I got it through another heat and can surf again tomorrow.
Well, it's the first time we've got you on the mic in 2 days, so tell us about yourself a little bit.
Yeah, well, I'm Stella Smith, born and raised in Gisborne, New Zealand, a really small town on the east coast of the North Island. And yeah, you know, I'm just really grateful to be here. This is my 4th ISA. And honestly, I wouldn't be here without my local community. It's all self-funded for us. We don't get any support, which is completely fine. But I'm just really honoured and really grateful from my community back at home that when Worlds got announced 5 weeks ago, they dropped everything to help me. So it took a village to get here, but honestly, I'm so grateful and just honoured to be here.
You scored the best score in that heat. Did you know you had a big one when you surfed it?
Yes and no. I think I've struggled to get into my own rhythm and figure out how the judges, what they're wanting. So yeah, when that wave came in the last 30 seconds or whatever it was, I just really put my all into it, gave it everything, and thankfully it just let me come right into the sand. So yeah, pretty awesome.
Well, tomorrow you'll be in semi-final number 1 with Gabriela from Brazil and Vania from Peru. What's the feeling right now?
Honestly, I'm just really grateful. I'm really excited. I don't get to join in a lot of the international competitions. I'm obviously live so far away in Gisborne, so it's just excitement, really. I'm honoured to be here. I'm excited to surf some more. The waves are pumping, the water's warm, the air's warm. Like, what an amazing location. So yeah, I'm just excited.
All right, well, thank you very much and congratulations. We'll see you on the water tomorrow for sure. Back to you.
Thanks very much. Great to hear Stella excited for tomorrow's competition. She put on some great performances throughout today as well, really showcasing that power surfing explosiveness that she brings to the waves here of El Sunzal. And it looks like tricky conditions now with that wind being offshore, blowing the competitors a little bit further out and out of position, Rachel. That's what we have to deal with when we are standing up. The elements not only in the water but above as well. Do you notice that on the longboard as well when you are competing?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, not to the degree in which you're describing, but absolutely that wind can really affect your positioning out there, get you, especially when you're so patient. We only have 13.5 minutes remaining and not one wave has been even really paddled for or attempted for. So, you know, these surfers choosing to be really patient. When you are patient, that's where the wind can get you out of position. Looks like we might have some lines on the horizon now. And it's Maximilian Torres who has that deep position. Will he be too deep for this one? I don't know. That's kind of that trade-off of trying to have that inside spot out of everybody. But they're all paddling really hard.
So they all paddled back in. They thought they were too far out, but as set approaching, it is Max Torres taking off in the white water. You see Benois having to give way to Max. Beautiful first turn. Look at this wave coming through at El Sunzal. Great second turn from Max Torres. You can see him again underneath the lip. Manages to hold on to that one, showcasing why he is the reigning gold medal champion here. And he manages to, again, hold on to that rebound into the white water. So Max Torres really understanding that he needs to stay on his feet in order to maximize the scoring potential. This wave looking like it's standing up again for him. He gets one turn in there. And again, he's going to switch the paddle, carving it all the way back to the white water. He's going to stick with this one all the way through. So riding it from the top of the point, right the way through to the beach. Max Torres here slashing maneuver on the inside. And he's going to get the shore break section on the end, the Papusa section to work with. Again, slashing off the top. And one last turn here on the end section. Blows the tail out. Very happy with that. He did those major maneuvers on the outside. Wow. But catching up with Juan de los Reyes representing Spain in the blue jersey. On his backhand, you can see blowing the tail out the back of that wave. He's that low compressed style. Means he can really work that board, keep the speed up. And we see him also riding this wave right the way through to the inside section. Floating the boat on that last wave. Last maneuver, unfortunately coming unstuck there. So he'll be paddling out against, oh, what great sportsmanship there as well. A high five in the shore break. But it will be a paddle battle now to get out the back with priority.
Yeah, it sure will be, as we see Sebastian Gomez now having a look at this one.
Yeah, bottom turn, straight up into the lip. I loved how he slid the tail on that first turn. Changing the paddle over to wrap that board all the way back to the white water again for a second cutback. And we see him, the wave just slowly starting to taper off, but he's going to decide to kick out of that one. But that first turn, right in the pocket, very critical. He's already got a small score on the board as well. 10.5 minutes remaining now. We'll wait for those 3 scores to drop. And that leaves Benois Carpentier, one of the on-form surfers of this event, out the back, still without a wave yet.
I mean, an unreal start for both Maximilian and Juan, getting those rides all the way to the beach. They were so patient. All 4 of them were so patient, really slow start. And that is what you hope to be rewarded for after a slow start like that. Now it is Benois waiting out the back, now getting pressured into that time. Already half of the heat is gone. Let's take a look at this. I thought for sure Maximilian was too deep, and that was such an incredible late takeoff coming around. Well rewarded for it. Critical maneuvers out the back. This beautiful drone angle. You can just see that wind feathering the back of the wave just so beautifully. He has so much variety into this wave, and it stands up and looks really critical there, coming out from under the lip. Everything critical that he completed was with such composure as well. I mean, he never looked like he was going to get unstuck. That was a really beautiful ride. I think the judges are going to go high with that one.
I am going to 100% agree with you. These first 3 maneuvers, check out this first turn, the extension he gets with that back foot as well, just throwing the tail out there, and then just times it perfectly for a second turn. Again, you can see how much on rail that turn was, and then underneath the lip, Rachel.
Wow.
Fantastic surfing. Gets a little hung up on this turn, but it's not going to matter. Max Torres, your reigning gold medalist, locks in a 7.83 for this ride. And he did manage to ride it all the way through to the inside as well. So almost touching the excellent range there. Judges leaving a little bit of scale open, I think, realizing the caliber of surfing in this heat.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see Max take this one through to the inside, Rachel.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right with that scale. They recalibrate the scale every round, I would say, you know, as that caliber continues to build up and not trying to give points away too early in case, you know, a bigger set comes. Like you said, there were little things that you could have picked apart from that wave. He got a little bit hung up there. So they're just trying to leave that room open, that scale open for more room of maybe even more excellent surfing to be had in this round to come. As we take our first look, we know Juan made it all the way into the inside. This is our first look at the outside section for him. Beautiful carve there. So critical. That stands up really nice. This wave goes a little bit more fat as it hit that wide section. Now we are kind of approaching that mid-tide again, and it's a mid-tide that Sunzal loves clearly, as he has so many opportunities to lay his board on rail here. Taking this one all the way to the inside. Judges drop this one at a 6.17. So it is Maximilian and Juan starting to run away with this heat. 6 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. We've still yet to see Benois open up his account. So he's got to get started soon if he wants to get the possibility of getting 2 waves into that scoreline.
Sebastian Gomez here. Replay of his wave. He dropped a 4.83, really off the basis of that first turn on the outside section. And he kicks out of this one. And I feel like with Juan, his wave really getting the bulk of that score on that one major maneuver on the outside as well. So Sebastian here, you can see sliding the tail out the back of the wave there. And then just crossing the paddle over for a couple of cutbacks into the white water. And then decides that that's enough for this wave. I will end up going out the back and trying to get another higher score. It will be a good backup wave if he does manage to find himself on another ride. But you are right, Rachel. Benoit Carpentier, one of the favourites in this event, without a single wave score yet, with 6 minutes remaining. He's going to be looking to take off on this wave that comes through. He is sitting out there with first priority, so we'll decide if he goes. I think he's really got no choice, Rachel, but to at least try for this one.
Yeah, I agree. First priority. Sebastian getting off this one, giving way.
Beautiful top turn there to kick things off from Benoit. Gets a little hung up, but now the wave stands up for him. Beautiful searing carve off the top of that one. And he has a little bit of steeper face, so he puts that board up into the lip. Again, really drops down low for that bottom turn and wraps that board back around to the white water. Switches the paddle now. Beautiful roundhouse carve back into the white water as he again places emphasis on that back foot. And he's wrapping that board back around to the white water. The turns he's doing in such a tight space on the wave, just really showcasing to the judges how much rotation he has on his board, that nose of the board redirecting all the way back to the white water. I found that wave really exciting to watch. That's going to be up there with definitely some of the other scores we've seen drop in this heat as well. So Benoit not out of the conversation yet, just as we thought he was. And we saw this earlier as well. Benoit, he got his score and then halfway out caught a wave in previous rounds and managed to even drop excellent rides from catching a wave from halfway out.
I am at the edge of my seat of how this whole exchange is going to go down. We see Maximilian using his second priority on this first wave of the set.
Yeah, up and riding Max Torres. He's got a little bit of wall to work with. I love that turn.
Wow.
Blasting the fins out the back of the wave. Just gets a little hung up on that bottom turn. Manages to compose himself again as he just slides the tail on that rebound on the white water. This wave just starting to get a little slopey now. We'll see him. Actually, no, it stands up on the inside. Max, a beautiful extension there. He's happy with that backup score. Oh my goodness, we're seeing the score drop for Benoit. Let's catch up with Sebastian on this wave as he extends through a roundhouse cutback. We'll look to see what work he got done on the outside. This could be a great score dropping for Sebastian as he just waits patiently, can see the end of this wave. Standing up, he knows that he can apply more points to this wave as it comes through to the end section because it does get steep, it does get critical. Judges are rewarding these turns at the end of the wave. He gets up into the lip for one turn. Second turn, up into the lip as well, but comes unstuck on the shore break. So Sebastian Gomez will look to back up that score. Juan de los Reyes taking off deep on this one on the outside. He manages to get around straight up into the lip on his backhand. A vertical re-entry as a goofy foot surfer from Spain. As we see him again just carving maneuvers back toward the white water. He realized he's done one major maneuver on the outside section. Needs to get a bit more done to improve upon the scoreline, as he again is just pushing the tail really hard on this wave and on his board to get through to the inside section. Waiting patiently, just all setup work really for this inside track. Now things start to get really exciting on the inside. Juan back up into the lip. You can see him utilizing that paddle, leaning on it, using it for speed, using it as a brace. And he again does another turn. Looks like he's going to get another opportunity. Is he going to go for it on the end section? Of course he is. And he floats the boat to finish off that wave. Juan de los Reyes of Spain finishing off right on the shoreline. Rachel, that was an incredible exchange there. Benoit Carpentier definitely getting the best of it.
Oh my gosh, an 8.83 skyrockets him into the lead, but he didn't have the opportunity to take part in that exchange of those sets. So he's just made it back out into lineup. You can see that first priority awarded. Will he have an opportunity to get a wave to back it up? He will need one, because those waves by Juan, that will be the requirement that he needs. We'll expect Maximilian to get a decent score on his wave too, and Sebastian. That was a really great exchange by those three surfers. 90 seconds remaining. My stomach's in my throat right now.
I know, mine too. Both on the edge of our seat. This definitely could be a final matchup. Just looking at the numbers being dropped already in this heat, and just the standard of SUP surfing as well from these men in the water. 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. Benoit looking for an update on the situation. The judges would not have locked in those scores yet from previous, so Benoit unable to know what he needs in order to progress through. We are expecting Max, Juan, and Sebastian to overtake Benoit in those positions as those last rides drop. So Benoit's going to have to try and catch a wave with 45 seconds left without knowing his score. But I don't see that much coming through, Rachel. It looks like just that patience at the start of the heat might have cost him at the end of the heat. Score starting to drop. Max Torres a 6.60, goes alongside his 7.83, so puts him up into first. Then we have Sebastian Gomez dropping a 6-point ride, puts him up into second. Still waiting on Juan de los Reyes, his last wave score to drop as well. Hang on a second, 10 seconds left. Movement out the back, Benoit Carpentier. Also Sebastian Gomez on the inside, up and riding before the buzzer. Will Benoit get onto this wave? 2, 1. Oh. I don't think he is on the wave yet. I feel like he was still paddling to get on the wave. There is a tough call when you are SUP surfing because you are already on your feet. But I think he might not have been up in time.
Wow.
Still a great turn. Benoit opting to go back to the left. Falling on that one.
2.0.
I do not see a red spinning circle next to his name on ISAsurf.org. I feel like it was before the hooter. We are still waiting though on scores of Juan de los Reyes and also Sebastian Gomez to come through.
That is an absolute upset. That patience really coming down to the wire there for Benoit, the informed surfer all event. Let's take a look at this replay. This comes in as 6.43, moves him into the second position. A beautiful set that he put so much work into. So scores are locked. It's Maximilian and Juan moving through into advancing position. And the one behind this, Benoit actually had the opportunity to potentially take off on that one, opted not to, and that decision ended up costing him.
Yeah, Benois only needing a 3.77 at the end of that heat. But it is Juan de los Reyes on screen there, moving through into tomorrow's semi-final alongside Max Torres. Well, let's go to a short break. Let's compose ourselves here in the booth and we'll move forward with heat number 2 of men's round 4 of competition coming up next.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
I hope you've managed to take a breather at home after the action of that last heat. Benois Carpentier, unfortunately, not moving through competition. It will be Juan de los Reyes and also Max Torres moving on through. As we now turn our attention to the next heat in the water, Luis Denis out in the water there. 3-time gold medalist as we catch up with Puerto Rico on the sand there. Max Torres winning that last heat. We'll catch up with his interview very shortly. In the water now, we have Leonard Nica of Italy in the red, Franco Fachin of Argentina in the blue. We have Leco Salazar of Brazil in the green jersey, and Luis Denis also representing Brazil in the white. 2 Brazilians in this heat, an Italian, Argentinian, Franco Fachin. And we think we have Max Torres on the glass, ready for that post-heat interview. Let's hear what he had to say about that last heat.
The returning defending champion looked solid in it. It won with authority, was in the lead the whole time. Maximiliano, that look of determination on your face, that aggressivity really put you at the front.
Yeah, I saw the heat bracket, and I saw it was with Benois, gold medalist, Sebastian, gold medalist in the Pan Ams, and Juan, bronze medalist in China, and myself, a gold medalist too. I was like, it's gonna be a tough heat, but we did the job, started us off strong.
Well, you know what? Going into the semifinals, it sounds like you are the favorites. With Benoit Carpentier being out, he had the best score, but he didn't have a backup wave. How do you feel about that position?
I feel great. You know, heat by heat. I have one more heat to make it a final, and then we'll think about what we're gonna do in the final. But we're gonna win.
All right. What's gonna happen for you tonight, this evening? How are you gonna plan out your dinner and a bit of resting?
I'm gonna go home now, shower, watch the sunset with my fam and the team, and then eat maybe a pasta with a milkshake, and go to sleep.
All right, let's go Puerto Rico. Back to you guys.
Milkshakes are the secret to Max's progression there. As we catch up with, that is Franco Fachin of Argentina, wrapping that cut back into the white water, but that wind just coming into play there. Now Leo Nica up and riding. Great snap in the lip there. Conditions looking very similar to this morning's free surf, where I have made note that he was ripping out there, as he is ripping in this heat currently. Can he get down this one? He can. He's got a bit more opportunity here at the end of this wave. Again, that beautiful cut back into the white water. Again, just changes his paddle over to his front side. Little mistimed on that one, but does well to hang on to it. That's a better turn from Leonica there. Representing Italy all the way through to the inside on this wave. Doing well to keep pace as things start to stand up. We've seen just in the last heat or two, the waves on the inside here starting to really line up for our competitors. Rachel, you were mentioning it's just that mid-tide, loving El Sunzal point break. As Leo just kicks out there on the inside, looking like more action on the outside. It is Leco Salazar of Brazil on his backhand. Riding that board of his, Black Beauty, love it. Looks fantastic under his feet. Just over 14 minutes. Looking like all surfers getting a wave there in the start of this heat, so definitely learning from previous heats, Rachel.
Yeah, as we take a look at the outside section of Leco's wave, there we go, nice and critical, comes down, manages to ride out of that with total composure. That wave really starting to shoulder off now as he makes his way back into the whitewash. But this is where we tuned in earlier and not much more work was done, so the score that the judges award will really come from that major maneuver out the back of that hit, coming down, little airdrop release. Great openings for all the surfers. I'm excited to see where that sets it up for everybody because, like you said, we saw that really punish surfers in that last heat. Most surfers not even opening up their account until 10 minutes to go. It was a really slow start to the heat. And all of those surfers, I'm sure just taking note, you know, those weren't any major sets, but they decided to take off on ones to open up their account. Really important when it comes to the rest of the heat. As we take a look at this replay, a 5.17 for Luis Denise. Really nice opening ride, this wave standing up in front of him, allowing him to do carve after carve, wrapping it back around, banking off the whitewash, making it look really smooth, trying to go for that stall, seeing if he can find another critical section. It fattens up so he cuts out, saves that energy. This wave, we are still waiting for that score to drop. A little bit mistimed on those last two maneuvers, but he starts to pick back up his pace here. Trying to get back into it, that wind really affecting the surfers, pushing them towards the back of the wave, but this wave really beautiful, standing back up. So we'll see where the judges drop that one. So far, it's Luis Denise with the high of the exchange of 5.17. I don't think this one will go as high as that, but will be a nice spread to add into that opening exchange.
Yeah, all surfers there in that mid-range score, so it still is anyone's heat. No one's really running away with it just yet. And we'll see Leo's score drop in shortly as we get a nice drone shot of our athletes back out in the lineup, repositioning themselves. Now the priority comes into play once everyone has caught a wave. And paddle back out it is. Luis Denise sitting with first priority out in the water. Franco Fachin in that second and Leco Salazar in third priority. So just as it stands currently, and there we go, a score dropping for Leonica. A 4.33 puts him up into third. Like we said, only small scores needed from third and fourth position at the moment, so no one really running away with this heat. Just Luis Denise with that 5.17 getting the better of that exchange. Almost half the heat gone now, 10 minutes 40 seconds left on the clock. This is the final two heats of today's action. Another heat of the men's coming up after this. And then we will be moving into finals day tomorrow. Looking like a wave coming through here now as we see Franco of Argentina up and riding. Really holding that bottom turn up into the lip, but just goes a little too high on that wave and falls out the back. So Franco not capitalizing on that, and we can see the paddle battle there to gain priority between Leo and Franco. We'll see who gets the better. It is going to be Leonica on the outside a little bit further than Franco. Definitely very important to do that, to be able to get priority ahead of your fellow competitor.
Absolutely. It can make the world of a difference later on when those sets come. We kind of have been seeing the sets that have been coming, they've been 3-wave sets. So him getting third priority may make all the difference once we see another flurry of sets come through. The field really close at the moment. It'll be interesting to see if we get to observe the Brazilian team doing any tactics towards the end of this heat. Obviously, it's of the individual to get their work done in order for that to even be a possibility of them to work together. But that's a fun thing that can be a part of the ISA events, is when those athletes might be holding down that first and second position and start to work together, or sometimes first and third, and first goes and blocks second so that third can get an opportunity.
I've definitely done that with teammates in the past. Definitely held off position, or they've held off position for me to try and get a wave. So it does come down to a lot of strategy when you are paired up with your teammate out there as well. I've seen a lot of these athletes making it through. Their two surfers, both in the women's and the men's rounds, making it through, gaining those valuable team points for the team standings. We'll be crowning those team champions on Saturday at the end of competition. We'll add up all of the individual results and see where the countries stand. As we come down to just over 8 minutes left on the clock, Franco Fachin just had another small score there, so he just bumps himself up into first place. Luis Denise in second, Leonica in third, Leco Salazar in fourth. As we have said, only very small scores needed. Matteo Carpentier heading out for the next heat. We'll be coming up against Tamil Martino, alongside the two Japanese competitors, Kapono Fukuda and Tao Iwanaga. It's going to be another exciting heat to close today's action.
Interesting, we see Franco moving really deep because he has that fourth priority, seeing if he can find some sort of opportunity underneath everyone.
Yeah, especially with this tide now starting to drop back out. Those waves definitely going to be start to breaking a little bit wider as well, as we can start to see that split, like you said, Rachel, of positioning. And now Leonica, that third priority, starting to break away, maybe paddling in a little bit further toward the beach, just to create a bit more separation. Looking like the ocean is going a little bit quiet out there at the moment. Of course, I want to take this opportunity to thank you all for watching, whether you're watching on Facebook Live, on YouTube, or on ISAsurf.org. Stay tuned to all the social media channels. You'll be able to stay up to date with the schedule for this week, which athletes are making it through. And of course, we'll be crowning champions tomorrow in SUP surfing and technical racing.
I'm excited to see that. That's always some emotional moments. You know, we have some people going for their second or third medals here, gold medals. Some surfers who haven't even had that opportunity yet. We have really young surfers in the draw too, that this is their first ISA. So it's great to see all of those dynamics come together, and you know, those finals can be really emotional ones, seeing people achieve their goals.
Oh, it certainly is, and especially as, you know, the team camaraderie down there as well. Athletes supporting each other within the teams, but also across teams as well. A lot of these athletes travel together, train together, even though they are from and competing in from different nations. As we see now a wave approaching the lineup. It is Luis Denise sitting with priority. He opts to go on this one. He's going to look to get a backup score. Straight up into the lip for his first turn. Looking to, again, apply some pressure on that second turn. Does well to redirect that board back into the white water. Things start to slow down now. He wraps his board back around, really starts to slide the tail there. Almost went for the complete 360. just showcasing that he is under control. Leonika now caught behind this whitewater section. He's going to make it out in front by the looks of things. Have a little bit of opportunity, but catches rail there as he heads up to the top of that wave. And we've just got word that Franco Fachin tried to sell Leo on that wave. And that might have been a good call now, getting the jump with priority as well. On the outside, 4.5 minutes left on the clock in this heat. Luis Denis definitely going to solidify his position in first place after that last ride. And Leonika just dropped that small 1.33. As we can see, a wave here. Not much wall looking like for Franco, but maybe just to reposition himself. One turn, not even sure if that was completed. As we'll see, Lecco on his backhand, having a look at this wave. Looks like he might get a couple of turns on the outside section. He's holding the paddle on that backside, straight up into the lip. Good first turn. And then great carving maneuver as he switches the paddle. Again, just extends through his back leg there, bringing that board back around. This wave really offering some nice steep wall for him in front. He goes up into the lip, unfortunately. Can't ride out of that one, just pushing a little bit too hard. You see the board disconnecting from his feet.
Yeah, had he completed that turn, that one would have been really, I think, helpful in his standings in this heat. I mean, right now he just needs a 1.74, so it still will be helpful, but not as much. So once we see these scores drop, this was a great wave for Luis Denis. Looking to back up that 5.17. Offered a lot of opportunity. He read it really well. Really clean. Love that slide of the tail in the whitewash. And cuts out to get back out there. With 3 minutes remaining, this heat is winding down really quickly.
It certainly is. Still waiting on Luis Denis's last score to drop from the judges alongside fellow Brazilian Lecco Salazar. And there we go. Scores trickling in. A 4.83 for Luis. Bumps him up into the lead. Leonika now up and riding Team Italy. Looks like he's got a little bit of wall to work with on this wave. Bit of a smaller wave though, as he redirects that board back toward the pocket. And again, just stomping on the tail there, trying to keep up speed with this wave. Looks like he is going to get a little bit more opportunity through the inside. This wave standing up as it runs along the inside rocks here. Another great turn from Leo there. Really starting to get moving now on this inside. Switching the paddle. Remember, these surfers, it's their third time surfing today. So definitely the energy levels dropping. Some small little bobbles being noticed, but Leo there holding his own. You can see this wave running right through to the inside. Looking to finish off on the inside section there. Kicks out. Currently in second place, waiting on Lecco's last wave to come through. That's going to improve upon his 1.33. Might go up near that 4.33. We'll wait for the judges to lock that in.
Knowing that there's only a minute and a half, that was smart for him to surf that all the way in. Although that really, really inside section didn't offer a lot, it still is just little points adding up to the grand scheme of it all. And that midsection did stand up and provided some critical sections for him as Team Italy is anxiously awaiting to see what
hovering around the
will
phone.
Come in. Yeah, yeah.
Waiting for the scores to refresh. It is tense times as a teammate as well down on the sand. There we go. Lecco Salazar drops a 4.07. So was Leonika's last wave a 3.51? That is the question. That will advance him into second place. He'll get a spot in the semi-finals happening tomorrow here on the shore of El Sunzal. Only 30 seconds left though. Looking over my shoulder, not looking like there are any waves coming through at the moment. You see Franco Fachin there trying just to manufacture anything on the inside. One more score to drop for Leonika of Italy. He got a little bit of work done on the outside, but most of the score is going to come from that inside wave. Is it a 3.51? I feel like it's right there And Franco Ficin does very well to position himself. He's sitting in 4th, needing a 3.34, Rachel. This is 10th times. He is finding a wave that offers him some steep wall in front, up into the lip. Does well to hang on to that turn as he, again, just carves along this wave on the inside. It is a very small wave. The judges definitely looking and comparing that to other waves scored in this heat. But he's going to bring it all the way through to the shoreline. Franco Ficin there telling the judges, I don't know, what do you think?
He did well to make a really small wave look critical. He was crouching low and pushing it really hard, coming with his own speed and energy on that one. But needing a 3.34, I think that will change, because I think Leo's wave will be that requirement of a 3.51. Judges really taking their time, though. Sometimes that's a good sign, sometimes that's not a good sign. I've had it go both ways.
Yeah, of course. Of course, we know the feeling very well. And I like how you put it on the line there, Rachel. You're saying he's got the score. You know, thinking back to it, I do think as well that he's going to be just above that requirement. Just thinking about his 4.33 and the other scores being dropped in this heat. But Luis Diniz, 3-time gold medalist here at the ISA in the stand-up paddle surfing, is going to be moving through in that first place. It is Leco Salazar right on the cusp now. Nipping at the heels is Leo Nica and Franco Ficin, waiting for scores to drop for those last rides. Franco's wave comes in at 3.27, puts him up into 3rd, so not going to be enough. We will be losing Franco from competition. Judges still deliberating Leo Nica's score.
Well, thinking Franco's was a 3.27, Leo's was, you know, more than, I'd say, 0.3 better than that, because Franco, while he surfed it really well, it was a really small wave from the inside, but judges taking their time. So, you know, we're just the commentators. It's the judges' job. They're the ones who are watching it on replay and really analyzing all of the different aspects of what makes the criteria into a score.
I'd have to agree with you there, Rachel. Being a 3.27 from Franco, only needing a 3.51 from Leo. He's looking to book his spot into tomorrow's finals day, into the semi-finals.
I'm surprised they're taking as long as they
It's an important,
are, though. So
important decision.
It is an important decision. The requirement is so low. It makes me wonder if there is a split decision here. That they're
Head judge
deliberating.
Speaking with them. Watching the replays, of course. Leco Salazar will be in the hot seat right now, wondering if he's going to progress through, or will it be the man on screen in the red jersey, Leo Nica, representing Team Italy. Looking to book himself a spot in the finals tomorrow. Comes in a 3.5. 0.01, Rachel. Unfortunately, losing Leo Nica and Franco Ficin in that. In that Leco Salazar and Luis Diniz, the 2 Brazilian riders moving through. Be great to head back and watch that on replay, but smiles for the Brazilian surfers. Again, another tense heat, exciting heat. We have one more coming up to end the day. It's going to be Rachel Tilley calling the action alongside Dave Bainey. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break with the final heat of men's SUP surfing round number 4.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back. We have reached the final heat of the day. We are in men's SUP surfing main round 4, heat 3. This is the last heat for the surfers to attempt to qualify into finals day tomorrow. Medal matches will be held tomorrow. We have Tao Iwanaga opening up the account. A nice clean wave. We have had bumpy waves today with that cross shore, but it's just recently turned offshore for the surfers to finish off the day. Beautiful opening turn. Staying really patient with this one. Nice release of the fins. This one standing up nice and tall. Cuts that maneuver a little bit short because he sees it's breaking in front of him. Tries to get around it. Ejects out of that one. So he is opening up his account early on, 17 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. These last 2 heats really coming down to nail biters, both of them. So it will be interesting to see how this one plays out. Real intense, stacked heats at this point of the competition. So we see another paddle, a smaller wave for Kapono. Both Japanese surfers have been on fire all day, and both of them have done really well to stay busy and just be on the best waves of their heats, finding opportunities on these small waves. So it makes sense to see them both start their account early. Clearly that is a team strategy that they've been exercising all day.
Yeah, Team Japan getting off quickly. Kapono Fukuda, 3.33. Still waiting on that first one to Tao Iwanaga. He got that longer ride. So Japan, both their riders in this heat number 3. And as you said, the last heat of the day, Rachel, it's been a long one. What action we've got. Main round 4 has not disappointed. So much drama already unfolding, losing Benois Carpentier with hanging on to that 8-point score. That was just incredible to watch. I was down on the beach. And you can feel the tension of that going through all the athletes there. And the conditions have just got so amazing. I cannot wait to go surf after this. It is so pretty. We got a rider paddling.
White up and riding. Mathieu from France making his way down, trying to get around green there. Fortunately, no interference. Still waiting to open up his account. Beautiful opening turn. Coming off the bottom. Good read of this wave. Trying to just stay in the steep section of this wave. Moving that paddle around. The wave going a little bit quiet. He's getting patient. We'll see if it stands back up for him on the inside. It doesn't, so he cuts out with Tamil Martino behind him. Representing Peru. Gosh, just a stacked heat. This wave standing up a little bit more through that inside than we saw from Mathieu.
Yeah, Tamil working this wave all the way to the inside. His signature carving style that he's got. Team Peru already losing Sebastian Gomez in this round. Looking for Tamil to move on. Picking up speed to the inside. Gets another good re-entry on the end bowl there, and Tamil, he's had good waves with ending sections. We're gonna drop it down to Luis Denise. He's down there with Mathieu from Total SUP with the interview.
Absolutely, parabéns Brazil, because we've got the 3-time ISA World Champion Luis Diniz taking the win, the most consistent in that hit with 2 waves around the 5-point mark. What's your feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm so happy. I'm super stoked to stay here. I thank God for the new opportunity. I stay here and compete hit by hit. I stay calm on. Yes.
With you, there's another Brazilian going into the semifinal. That's Leco Salazar in the same heat. I guess you must be pretty happy about that too.
Yeah, I'm speaking in Leco. Speaking this. They have a mission for the Brazilian guys. And sorry. I so super emotional. Yeah, so happy for this.
Well, Bora Brazil, Bora, Luis Diniz, and back to you in the booth. You.
Thank you so much, you guys. It was the Brazilian Storm that took out that last heat, going first and second with Luis and Leco Salazar, keeping the Brazilian dream alive into finals day, as we see Tao from Japan taking off on this set, being super patient. Nice opening hit. Second one to wrap it around. Coming off the bottom, a nice sized wave. You can see those ribs in the wave though that he's having to navigate. Not finding the opportunity to really lay it on rail so far. Let's see if throughout the inside allows him another opportunity. It does look like it's gonna stand up. He opened up his account with a 5.0, so that shoots him into the lead. So this is his second ride. And this inside section proving really nice for him. Goes for a final hit, finishes it off clean. So a really nice backup score for him to already get within those 12 minutes. As we were saying, Team Japan has been really onto it in their quick starts and having 2 decent scores within their scoreline, kind of by this 12, 11 minute range. That's been their signature all day for both Kapono and Tao.
Yeah, Team Japan enjoying getting busy and getting scores early. And Tao picking a couple of nice rides. Both waves, you can see this. Oh, this is a replay. We missed this. This was Kapono, his teammate. Boom, big old turn for Kapono. Comes off the bottom again, setting this one up. Another nice little snap right there. So Team Japan holding it down right now in this heat. This is the replay, so still waiting on the score for this one. Kapono still going to work here on the inside. This one's getting a little frothy, but still managing a nice cutback. Still working it. And he's going to bow out of that one. So Team Japan waiting on scores for them, but in rhythm early, heat number 3. And this is the replay of Tao Iwanaga's second ride.
Yeah, not as critical opportunity, I'd say, as Kapono's out the back. That was a really nice tail release. He gets one more tail release up here. That was beautiful. But it was his inside that really proved, I think, to offer lots of opportunity, Dave.
Yeah, and Tao seems to be riding a little bit longer board in proportion to his size. And, you know, I really like the look of the carving style he has with this board. A little longer, a little narrower, so it's looking really good under his feet. And obviously he's getting a lot of speed through those longer rides. Does a good job, as you said, keeping busy through this section. And then right here, he just takes advantage of the wall ahead of him. And now he's sizing up this inside section. And just does a big re-entry to finish off that wave.
So we take a look at Red Tamil. His first wave locks in as a 7.33. This is now his second ride to come through, wrapping it all the way back. Beautiful drone angle. You can see him passing his competitors as they're making their way back out. Dave, you can see from this angle those ribs in the wave that these athletes, a little bit more from their point of view, what they're dealing with. It's not easy, so the fact that they're surfing so fluidly over them is a testament to their ability.
Yeah, for sure. Those little bumps, they could be, if you run into the back of them, and it does kind of slow you down a little bit. So you want to try to hop over them, and you almost get a little push, like a little bit of a side wave. And Tamil, he's loving these end sections. Seems like every wave he gets ends in the bowl down there. So Tamil Martino, 7.33, currently in second, but he's got the highest scoring wave of this heat. And just with this replay of this wave, you got to imagine it's going to be another good one. Nice swooping, beautiful carve off the top, straight into another one. Lots of speed through that one. Another good rail work from Tamil. Great technique from the Peruvian. Nice arcing snap again. This wave just serving it up. There's a little bit of a different style turn, a little layback, and just carves back into the shoulder once more. And just like every other wave we seem to see for Tamil, he's setting up this inside. Positions himself a little bit deeper on this peak, comes around this section. He's going to load up and throw it up on that big closeout. He's fired up.
Yeah, you can see he feels really good with that one. Winning that opening exchange of the 7.33. This is another look at that 7.33 that he started off the heat with, wrapping it around, engaging so much rail, leaning on that paddle, sliding those fins out, and this wave just setting up beautifully in front of him. Love that wrap fully around. Just showing the variety of his maneuvers that he has on offer here. Good use of his paddle. And now just turning into an S turn. Kind of marathon here to the inside.
Absolutely, and Tamil just holds onto that rail line all the way through his cutbacks. You'll see the best guys really doing that on the stand-up paddle boards. A lot of times you could do a turn on a stand-up paddleboard and it feels like a big turn, but it's not as big as you think. And Tamil, he always just holds onto it really nicely, and a nice clean re-entry to finish that one off. So Tamil looking solid, kind of quietly making his way through this event. He's been surfing amazingly, getting lots of high scores, looking very solid, and he's looking good again.
Yeah, compared to a 7.33, I think that last one will be right around there. Will be interesting to see the point of differences that the judges pick out and where they score that last one compared to that 7.33. The rest of the situation looking right now, Japan currently sitting in first and second, still waiting for Tamil's score to drop, but a 6.17 for Tao and a 5.0 to back it up, a 6.27 for Kapono, a 3.33 to back it up. Matthew, a 4.67 and a 4. So he's the one who's kind of needing to replace both of his scores to really be in that contention or to lower that requirement once Tamil's next wave comes in. 6 minutes remaining, so this heat winding down fast, and there is a 6.77, skyrockets him straight into the lead. So Kapono now sitting in third position, needing a 4.9, Matthew needing a 6.5.
And about 5.5 minutes left in this heat.
Dave, at this point in the heat, 5.5 minutes to go. If you're sitting needing a requirement, you're in first and second priority as Kapono and Mathieu are, but you need a score. What's going through your head?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Mathieu, you need a big score. I don't think there's enough time to kind of get 2 scores. So if I was in Mathieu's position, I'd be doing what he's doing, just being patient, waiting for that right opportunity. As far as Kapono goes, he needs also a 4.9. Maybe, obviously a little bit easier to get that score than a 6, but still going to need a really nice wave. We see Kapono right here up and riding, so he's going for this one. Nice snap.
Oh,
he's going to fall. That's pretty much the only fall we've seen Kapono do all day, coming at the wrong time. Here we go. Tao second place surfer at the moment. Paddle getting stuck in his leash. Staying with this one, Team Japan. Nice cut back through this middle section here. Nice tight little snap in the pocket coming around the section. Another little carve. Gonna see him cutting back and still working this corner here. Is that Kapono up again behind him? So Kapono sneaking another ride under priority. He's looking for that 4.9.
Wow, it's coming down to the two Japanese surfers right now fighting for that second position. Tamil sitting pretty comfortably with the two highest single wave scores of the entire heat in his scoreline. So it, at the moment, is that fight for second place. Did Tao improve upon his 5.0? We didn't see what happened for Kapono on the outside. That score that we saw him fall off on, a 2.63, so inconsequential, still needing a 4.9. It looked nice on the inside. So scores to drop for both of them.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kapono is left battling with his own teammate here for advancement. And Tao got a ride. They're both waiting on scores for both Japanese surfers at the moment. And then Mathieu Carpentier, the Frenchman, still out the back, waiting for his opportunity. He's got first priority. He's right there in white. You can see him right in the perfect position for that set wave if it does come his way.
Potentially seeing if this one's going to stand up, but opting not to fight for it. Tamil's going to let it go underneath him as well. So Tao's wave comes in as a 4.73. That does not improve his situation. Kapono still needing that 4.9. We didn't see what happened on the outside. We know he took it off on it on his way back out. So not sure if he got anything of consequence right off the bat. It was nice through the inside, but in order to get a 4.9, the judges do want to see critical surfing.
Yeah, and just based on how the scoring went today, you know, to kind of get in that 5-point range, which he's looking for a 4.9, it does seem you have to at least get a wave out the back. And now there's been some movement on the scoreboard. What are we seeing there, Rachel?
Kapono got the score he needed, a 5.4, sends him into second position. Tao now needing a 5.51. He's back out in the lineup with third priority. Tamil using his second priority to take off on this one. Mathieu maybe gonna have an opportunity to fight for that 7-point ride he now needs. We can see him using his first priority. Wow, lots of live action happening. Beautiful view as we can see these stunning right-hand point waves just freight training down. And it looks like Tao's gonna have one more opportunity as well if he can get into it, and he can't, so it's gonna be Kapono turning around on this one. Comes down to if Mathieu can get a 7-point ride on this one, because so far this is just a victory lap for Tamil.
Yeah, Tamil's kind of cruising at this point with 2 big scores. Gets another good ride. So it really is about Mathieu, the Frenchman. And Tamil just floats right up onto the sand. So here comes Mathieu finishing off his ride. He did get some good turns out the back. He was managed to find a very beautiful wave. And this one going all the way in. Same thing off to the sand. So this is going to be an interesting finish here. We got 10 seconds. Let's see if Tao gets another look at it. Ocean looks pretty quiet here. 3 seconds left. Okay, so it's safe to say that Tamil Martino is going to win this heat. Kapono, a little bit of a comeback there. Jumps from third to second, and now here's that wave from Mathieu. He's the white guy back in the lineup there. Nice carving maneuvers. Mathieu has that smooth kind of carving style. Great wave.
It would have to battle Tamil's 7.33 or be up near that.
Yeah, and that's a good point. This one's a lot more quiet through the middle section that we've seen if we're comparing it directly with Tamil's waves.
He did a lot of great work on it. It's more of just the wave not offering a whole lot of opportunity. I think he did really well there to make the small wave have a lot of critical sections into it and bringing it all the way in until he runs off on the sand, slicing it really nicely. He knows he's fighting for something big. And that was a great effort straight onto the sand. Maybe from his body language, he doesn't think he has it, but it's not over till it's over. Judges deliberating at the moment. We have 5 judges on the panel, and they'd all be watching a replay, trying to make sure they're keeping every score in line with their scale. Kapono's holding his breath, waiting to see if his position changes. So far, it's Tao confirmed, not moving forward. The 16-year-old had a great run. He was first heat of the day this morning. Really beautiful surfing all day. And Mathieu's wave comes in a 5.37. Does not change his situation. So it is Tamil Martino winning that heat. Kapono Fukuda getting second place, advancing through.
Yeah, congratulations to Tamil Martino, dropping a couple big scores there. And Kapono fortunately takes out his teammate Tao Iwanaga, but it's all love here with Japan. Kapono, he's fired up. We'll see him tomorrow as well with Tamil.
So we have the semifinals kicking off in the morning for both the men's and women's SUP surfing, going straight into then the final round, the gold medal match. Everyone fighting for a chance to bring home a medal for their country. You can see it means a lot to Kapono. His heart would have been racing as he was waiting for that final decision. And that is the final heat of the day. Everyone congratulating each other, Mathieu and Kapono, giving each other condolences, or Kapono giving Mathieu that. So we can see the sidelines there ready to hear from Tamil, winner of that final heat.
Absolutely. Well, this guy is getting used to winning his heats. Congratulations, Tamil. You've won once again with authority. Pretty consistent SUP surfing there. What's the feeling right now?
The feeling is so tired after 3 hits in El Sunzal. It's super hot day. Yeah, I'm going to bed now.
All right, you've just seen who you're going to be facing tomorrow in the semifinal. How are you going to prepare for that?
Well, focus, stay the same focus at the whole competition. Try to find a good wave and try to show my surfing. No?
Have you got a feeling that you're actually progressing forward in the competition with your style, with your technique, with your maneuvers?
Yeah, I was taking different type of wave and advancing the competition. I found a different wave and advanced the score.
All right, well, Tamil, rest well tonight because you've got a huge day tomorrow, and buena suerte.
Gracias, Pascalito, come tu comida.
Back to the booth, guys.
Thank you so much. That was a great day of competition, day 2 of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. And we have seen the surfers now that will be advancing into the medal matches tomorrow for the SUP surfing, as well as kicking off all of the racing tomorrow. We'll be seeing some of the technical stand-up and prone paddle racing happening tomorrow. It's going to be a great day.
Yeah, it's setting up for a really good competition tomorrow. As you said, the finals coming up. First taste of racing we're going to see, so I'm excited for that. The swell forecast is still looking epic, and it's setting up for a great week of competition, so I'm stoked.
Well, we're going to send it off to highlights of day 2 today. There were some excellent scores, so stay tuned to watch that, and log in tomorrow to isasurf.org to watch those medal matches.